Hey, I don't know who this is, but congratulations on the belt. Your papas.
Wow. He very much stole my Halloween costume of Kenny Caraway.
Oh, facts. Is that Leezy?
Okay, thank you. Because I'm like, dude. Yeah, no, I think it is.
If not, that avatar looks an awful lot like Leezy.
That's his alter ego. Have you guys heard about his alter ego? Leezy
Fettuccine.
I miss
Leezy
Mac.
Fettuccine.
Or we up in here.
We are. Map. Hi, Map.
Map 1. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, hell yeah.
Bronson.
We love a trade idea.
Oh, a good trade idea. We got a good trade idea.
Oh, what's up, Westsack? Marcus. Chris, what up, dog? Ooh, what can't we wait for? What are you hyped for specifically, Casey? I want to make sure we talk about it. Is that Zabo? What's up, Aldrin? Oh, hi, Willzy. Willzy's here quickly. Early. Quickly was crazy. Big cash considerations guy. What's up, David? What's up, baby daddy? What's up, Kyron? I sing wave, I'ma bring the storm. It's my stage walking on water. Whoa, walking on wicked.
Hey, Rit.
Tony.
Good morning to baby daddy.
Hi, Primo. Hi, TJ. Hey, it's Jalen.
There's Wheezy.
Wheezy F baby, and the F is for phenomenal. So we had to hear how. Oh, buddy, we're locked in.
Resident young person update? Question mark.
Love that. Do we have? Okay, we got a young person update. Find out the latest on Skibbity Toilet.
Okay. Shout out Kyron. Yeah, I will be on
yeah.
Chatty House after party tonight. I am very excited,
We love to see it.
and I hope you guys all join us. We'll be talking things that make me upset, like Tyrese Halliburton in the finals.
Okay, so Bronson, you can trade a TPE without getting a player. You can have a player go somewhere else for sure. You can send a TPE to one team, have that player go to a different team, and have you receive something in return. But if not a TPE, it doesn't make sense to trade a TPE. It's a coupon. Come on.
Oh yeah, go Valks. Never a good thing when you look up to start your show and there's an engineer in the other studio.
That usually means,
Like, uh-oh.
Kyle, did you turn the radio on?
I don't have to do that. That's Joe.
Well, I know.
We're good.
all
We're live.
clear.
Yeah,
We're
I
all
see
clear.
us. We're live. We're all set.
Are all set.
Very good. We'll start the radio program now. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. At voice was Joe Brazil. He produces this show. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're here 10 a.m. to noon every single day on ESPN 1320. That's 1320 a.m. and 98.5 FM HD2 on your radio dial.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the free Odyssey app.
Yep.
You should be downloading favorite ESPN 1320. Listen to us anywhere in the world. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. That's the podcast version of this show. Subscribe wherever you get your pods, even if you don't listen to the podcast.
Okay.
Joe, hold that thought. And YouTube and Twitch. Hi, everybody. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you'd like to watch this program, we are simulcasting there as well. Good morning, everybody in the chatty house, and everybody who watches who is not in the chatty house. Good morning to you also. Joe, what's going on over there? Are you okay?
No, everything's completely fine. I just wanted to know what he wanted to say. He didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything.
He said nothing.
Stood in here?
Yeah.
All
and
right.
then he was like, no, you're good. Because he saw we were turning the show on. I'm like, yeah, just 5 seconds.
Oh, it might have been something. Okay. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
All
We're
set.
good. Okay. I'm not going to get into the weeds of why he might have been in here. We'll talk about it after the show. Genuinely, I like to pull the curtain back on this show And we talk about like when certain if Joe's out, the different things I got to do. We like to pull the curtain back a little bit. The curtain it'd be too far. Too much curtain would be pulled back for me to explain why. So, anyways, we're here now. The A's lost again last night, and I don't want to spend a ton of time talking A's. The Giants also lost again last night.
Yeah.
The A's have lost 19 of their last 20 games. The Giants have now gone 16 consecutive games without scoring more than 4 runs.
Okay, and conversely, the A's in 11 of the games that they've lost over the 19 out of 20, 11 of those games they've given up 9 runs or more.
Oof.
9 runs or more.
Good God. 9
runs.
That's crazy. They stink. The A's are terrible.
Now, yeah.
They're just not. And I know you got some things specifically from last night that I want to get to. In fact, you know what? Let's get to those first because they help explain my larger issue with the A's. So let's get into their 10-3 loss last night. Again, we're not going to spend a ton of time on this. We've got Kings free agency rumors and Kings trade rumors. Some big news coming out from the homies at Hoops Hype.
Yeah.
Insider sources.
Huge news.
Potentially trading one of the big 3.
Oh my goodness. Maybe?
Maybe, possibly.
Maybe 1, maybe 2.
We'll get into that. And then I thought a lot about the discussion we had yesterday about the Kings and should they tear it down, should they not? And I think I'm off the fence.
Okay.
Because I was very much on the fence yesterday, and I think I'm off the fence, and we can talk about that. But I want to get to this A's game last night because I had an epiphany during the game.
A Kyle epiphany?
Yeah, because I tuned in shortly after the stretch that you want to talk about because Mark Kotsay, the A's manager, had a rough night last night. And I'm not really sure if it's on him or if it's just the players aren't good enough. Okay. But you feel as though there were some opportunities for Kotsay to push some buttons last night that he didn't.
Yeah, so I said this before, but I am like a very big baseball fan. And right. I do watch a huge percentage of athletics games, even over the last, decade, maybe even more like 25 years. Like I watch almost every game, at least huge parts of almost every game. There are games where I'll give up. Last night I was watching the game and then I'm like, all right, I need to go get on the treadmill and get some work in, right? And I don't think I've ever yelled an F word so loud as I did while running, raised my heart rate while on the treadmill watching the A's game last night. I was so infuriated with just the lack of basics. It's just, like I have no problem with Mark Kotsay trying to do the bullpen game.
The opener.
Yeah, the opener, right? So Grant Holman opens the game. He gets through the first.
Inning and a third.
Yeah. So they bring in, it's Jacob Lopez.
Yep.
Jacob Lopez was electric. Like, he is striking out everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gives up a solo shot, but gets right back to striking out everybody. And it's 2-1, and the game's sitting there. And you're like, okay, this looks like an actual baseball game.
The A's are up 2-1.
They're up 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a baseball game, not some sort of clown show that we've been watching over the last couple of months, right? Then we get to like the middle part of the game. And again, Lopez strikes out a guy, gives up a solo shot, strikes out a guy. I think he gives up a single. And then there's a ground ball to Soderstrom that should end the inning. Soderstrom slips, can't get to first base. He tries to fling the ball over. Lopez slides in, half of his body is straddling the bag, and the ball's rolling along the side. He tries to grab the ball. They review it, and he doesn't have the ball in his hands, right? So the inning goes on. I'm watching just like Kotsay is watching. I know that Kotsay, they had a minute here to look at everything.
Mm-hmm.
Lopez gets up, and he is shot. The run to first base took whatever was left in that kid, and he's walking back to pitcher's mound. He's drenched in sweat. His entire jersey is sweat. He can't catch his breath. You can see it. And he doesn't pull him.
Or send the pitching coach out.
slow the game down
take
for
a
a second.
second,
Yeah. So then bad things start to unfold. So that was my first thing. He should have been replaced then. I think he gives up a single. Then they bring in Beto. Now, again, Beto has been a starter for the A's for the last couple of years, on and off. He keeps getting sent to the minor leagues. He just been sent down to the minor leagues again. He started 2 games in the minors, didn't come out of the bullpen, but started 2 games. And so you throw him in here, like in a situation. Like this is like not a normal spot for a starter to come in. 4-pitch walk right off the bat. And then the game unwinds from there. He had 4-pitch walk, and then he gives up a single, scores a couple of runs. Just does not look good at all.
Yeah, was not an effective pitcher.
Has no composure at all. You can, I mean, if you come in and pitch, give a 4-pitch walk, first of all, somebody in the bullpen should have said, "Hey, the kid can't find his direction at all. He's nowhere near the plate." Well, so that's one thing.
Yeah, go ahead. If when he's warming up, it might be like, I'm sure it's fine because you're not trying to miss bats.
No, I get you. So my problem is they allow him to start the next inning, and I get going back. It's a bullpen game, right? So maybe they're hoping for long relief out of a kid who's never pitched in long relief, at least not with this team.
Yeah, get you a couple innings at least.
Yeah, and then it's a complete disaster from there. But between these innings, it's now 3-2.
Still a game.
Then it goes to 5-2 because they get a couple extra runs off of Beto. The next inning, the A's half of the inning, they come out swinging, right? And they get
as
a
they
run.
want to do.
Yeah, they get a run, and then they've got guys on first and third with 2 outs.
Yep.
And
in a 5-3 game.
In a 5-3 game,
huge
but
spot
in the 6th inning. Like, this is a big spot, right? And like, God bless his heart. He can field. He's a good defensive outfielder, but Denzel Clark is brand new to the bigs, and he didn't hit well in AAA, let alone like the A's sent down Bleday, who was batting like 230 with 6 home runs and a bunch of RBI, and brought up Denzel Clark to play center field. Well, Denzel Clark's batting like 280 in the minors with like a home run. Like, this is not a hitter at all. And he gets up and he watches strike 3. And I'm sitting there like, okay, first of all, you brought Bleday back up. He's playing left field. You've got to have somebody on your bench you can pinch hit for Clark. And we're not talking about taking away a kid's spirit or anything. Like, you need to win a game. You've lost 7 in a row, and at that point, 18 out of 19. And he stands there and watches strike 3 go right down the middle of the plate. And, again, you come into the next inning, and Beto's just, he doesn't have it. They bring in Ferguson. And, again, I'm watching this unfold. And
Tyler Ferguson, who's a 31-year-old who made his major league debut last year.
Yeah, he's barely not a rookie.
Yeah,
at
not
31.
some hot shot prospect where you're like, we need to get this guy some innings.
But he is like the only guy that you have for setup guy. That's the disaster that is the A's roster. They have absolutely no pitching. And I'm watching Dallas Braden sit there and say, okay, they've got themselves in a situation here, but the game is still manageable. It's like 6-3.
Yep.
You're still in it. All you got to do is, the bases are loaded. So the bases are juiced. They got I don't even know who's up at the plate. It's like a 1-0 count. Some dudes at the plate, some rando. But
Royce doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay. You've got Lewis on deck. Now, Lewis is, he's the modern day Pat Tabler. I don't know if anyone knows who Pat Tabler is.
No clue who Pat Tabler is.
Pat Tabler for the Indians.
Royce Lewis.
Okay, Royce Lewis. So the batting average, Pat Tabler's batting average with the bases loaded for his career is like 470. Like, the dude rakes with the bases loaded. Well, that's this Lewis kid, right? He's had 22 at bats in the major leagues with the bases loaded, and he's batting 455 with 5 homers.
Jeez.
Like, he's a monster with the bases loaded, but
he knows he's getting a pitch to hit.
He's on deck. So you're thinking, hey, look, maybe you can get through this. All you got to do is you need a ground ball. You need a ground ball, double play, get out of the inning, and live to fight another day. Tyler Ferguson beans this dude on a 1-0 pitch. Just like nails him to set up like the star.
Trying to own the inside half of the plate.
No, doesn't
Don't
even
hit
do
it.
that. No, yanks the pitch, hits him in the foot,
Oh my god!
and if it didn't hit him, it would have gone to the backstop and at least scored one.
This is so bad.
And so, boom, he scores. You HBP a run in to put up the guy who's batting 455 with the bases loaded, and that guy ropes a double off the wall. You almost destroy everything.
Almost. We're good though.
Just like so frustrated with what's happening. You get to a point where, again, Ferguson is still in the game. You got guys on second and third, and he throws a wild pitch to the backstop just to score the ninth run, just to add like a little bit more to the pain. It just felt like there were so many moments where, hey, look, that guy doesn't have it. What are you doing? And hey, look, why aren't you situational, like managing a batter by batter situation in the sixth inning and pinch hitting for a light hitting center fielder with somebody that could potentially, maybe you don't have anyone. Okay. Well, why do you not have anyone? You know, like, so for me, it was just like this season in a nutshell, because this was a 2-1 game going into the sixth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like this happened all played out over like 7 innings and you were getting drubbed the whole time. You got drubbed in the span of 2 innings. Just really, really frustrating to watch, man.
It's frustrating because they're just not competitive. I'm going to use a word that I don't like to use about a sports team.
Okay.
They are unserious.
Yeah.
I went there. Yeah, I went there. That's what it is, though. They just don't. We talk how much with the Kings, who I promise we will get to. In fact, that's coming up in 5 minutes. How many times at the Kings last year did we go, dude? They were just not competitive.
Oh yeah,
the compete level was just not there. That's what it felt like. The A's got to 6-3 last night and went, well, here's another one. How's tonight going to unravel? And then the game unravels the same way every single night. And at some point, I understand. I don't want to put this all on Mark Kotsay because, I mean, he's given a really crappy hand.
I totally agree.
But at the same time, like, the competitiveness has just not quite been there on a night-to-night basis. And again, this is not fire somebody, release somebody, make a trade. This is not anything like that. The bigger thing is something you hit on before the show. This is not ballpark related
at all. Hitting a player with the bases loaded has nothing to do with the fact you're playing at a AAA ballpark.
And I say this, I think it's important to say this because we talked a lot about Luis Severino yesterday.
Yeah.
And his 6.99 ERA at home and his 0.87 ERA on the road. Like, he is just a non-major leaguer at Sutter Health Park and a freaking all-star at every other park he's pitched in this year.
Yep.
This is not ballpark related. This is a home problem. It is a road problem. This started on the road. In that series against the Dodgers, in that series against the Angels,
well, they got
in that series against the Giants. This is where that all started. So this is not a Sutter Health Park problem. This is just a not good baseball team.
Yeah.
And I kept waiting. Okay, you lose you lose 2 out of 3 to the Yankees. You lose 2 out of 3 to the Giants. You get swept by the Angels. Okay, well they'll win a couple here and kind of right the ship. They're just not righting the ship.
No. They're in a death spiral. And again,
so bad.
I don't want to hear anything about the park. I don't. Like, you play better baseball. Play better baseball. That's it. You see a kid run to first base trying to get an out, and he's at the back end of his run, and he's already struck out 9 guys in like 4 innings.
Mm-hmm.
He's gassed.
If you were...
Throw the white flag, or at least go out and delay the game.
If you were... I don't know. How many games are they in? 62?
Mm-hmm.
If you were 20-4 on the road and whatever at home that would make them 23-39 overall, okay, let's talk. But they stink everywhere.
Yeah,
it's just
their home and road splits are still like.
Last night was jarring as far as they're like, oh, like they really just don't compete.
Yeah.
The ninth inning, strikeout looking. Good at bats.
When in basketball, we talk about letting go of the rope. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm watching.
Right. And that's not, again.
It's not on Kotsay. I mean, you started the season without a bullpen at all. You started the season, You walked in without spending any money on your bullpen at all.
Where I will put this on Kotze and the coaching staff at least a little bit because they are the leaders.
Mhm.
The lack of effective at bats, the lack of competitive at bats from pitchers, the lack of competitive at bats from hitters.
Yeah.
I saw a Giants fan complaining the other day that they were sick of hearing Kruk and Kite talk about good at bats because if you hit a line drive right at somebody and they catch it, it's an out. That's not a good at bat. Like, that's false. You can put together a good at bat still, and like, you know what, just didn't work out for us today. There's just not being competitive at the plate even.
Yeah, there's no 8-pitch at bats. There's no fouling a ball off there. None of it. Yeah.
Disappointing. Anyways, we're gonna put a pin in the A's for a while, and when they win one, we'll let you know. We got some Kings free agency rumors to get to. We've got Kings trade rumors, I guess, to kind of get to. Someone just reporting the obvious.
Yeah.
We'll get to all of that and more as we continue our Kings offseason discussion right here on ESPN 1320. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. That's Joe. I'm Kyle. Back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports. All right, thanks. Oh, he saved the penalty. Hey, regardless of how you feel about Pat McAfee,
Yeah.
the dude is living the dream.
Yeah,
Like, this guy,
he's doing it his way for sure.
yeah, he's just carved out a really unique niche in an industry where it's really hard to carve out a unique niche. Unique and niche, that he's carved out a niche. I feel like that's the same word. A unique lane in this, and he just gets to do, like, I love doing this, but it feels very structured in a way that, like, okay, we have to stay within kind of just how I've grown up learning radio. Pat McAfee's just like, yeah, I'm gonna hang out with my boys. Sounds tight.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, seriously.
I think Keon Ellis could play center field.
Wow.
Fast, he's rangy.
He would be. That's what's funny about Keon Ellis, right? I always say this about guys like Steph Curry, where on the court it's like, oh man, he's kind of short, and Keon Ellis is the tallest guy in most rooms he walks into.
Yeah. What do we say? He's 6'3" and 3/4 without shoes.
About 6'4". Yeah.
6'5" with shoes. He's 6'5" with shoes.
And he just,
he
would be, if he was playing, Joe Brazil, everybody. Hey. If Keon Ellis played baseball, he'd be one of the tallest guys in the sport, which is crazy to me. Nick Kurtz, for example, is listed at 6'5", and he is massive.
Massive out there, yeah.
And he's Keon Ellis' height.
Yeah.
The one that shook me is that Steph Curry is significantly taller than DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh,
like,
really?
It makes sense. It makes sense. DeAndre Hopkins, I think, is like 6'1".
Yeah.
And Steph is taller than him. But DeAndre Hopkins on a football field plays so big. He plays this physical sport. It's like, man, he's got the long arms and the strong hands. God, DeAndre Hopkins huge. And Steph is just like, meep. Just a little guy running around out there.
I think it's possible that we all remember Steph as like the young guy that came into the league 6'2", 6'3", but like
a $110 soaking wet.
Super wiry. Yeah.
He got buff.
Yeah. Well, he's worked really hard to be the great player that he is.
Speaking of getting buff, can you imagine if Keon Ellis came back with like 15 extra pounds of muscle?
Keon? He's tried.
Yeah.
Like, and when he came into the league, I think he weighed 155 and he's got up to like 170.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, again, he's 25, so it's going to be easier as he starts to hit this age when he actually has like his adult body. But yeah, he's always going to be wiry.
Ooh, this is a good one. Yoenis Cespedes being 5. Yeah, this threw me off too.
He's only 5'10".
Yeah, dude. I was
Wow.
I was working as a runner for Fox, which is just like grunt work. You go into the TV truck and you say, "What do you need?" And they go, "Get coffee for those two guys." Like, it's like that.
Yeah.
And so the TV truck is right down there by the entrance in the Coliseum. I'm standing around just kind of hanging out, and Cespedes walks in and was like, right here.
Really? But also, like,
Oh, but maxed out. Like,
Yeah.
he is 5'10" tall and 5'10" wide.
yeah, there you
And
go.
then his
yeah.
chest is
Yeah.
5'10" this way.
Have you ever watched his Cuban workout video?
Of course.
With I think it's sailing. Sailing.
He's just an
keeps me
icon,
away. And he's jumping on a 54-inch box.
Yeah, dude.
He's going boing
Yeah,
and
dude.
landing. You're like,
ridiculous.
wait a
person.
sec, what just happened
What
there?
an incredible player. What an amazing player.
Mm.
Listening.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that guy's James. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. We're hanging out with you until noon. This Pacers flight thing doesn't help my I think the Pacers are getting swept take.
Yeah.
I was listening to the Bill Simmons podcast today, which I don't typically do, but he was talking about his finals prediction, and he wanted to pick the Pacers in 4, but he's like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm going to go with the pick everybody's doing. I'm picking the Thunder, and I'm sorry, picking the Thunder in 4. He said I'm gonna officially pick the Thunder in 5. I'm not backing off my take. I think it's Thunder in 4.
I'm going to say Thunder in 6.
Especially now, Pacers team flight being rerouted due to tornadoes.
Yeah, Thunder in 6 is where I was leaning as well, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
Don't
morning,
love the travel complications.
yeah,
No.
their team flight was rerouted due to thunderstorms to Tulsa, and then they had to circle back to go to OKC, and the entire area is like being pelted by tornadoes right now.
Yeah, vibes are down for the Pacers.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, it's like their defense in a nutshell. Like, it's, like, it's just like the Thunder's defense, and then they're like,
the Thunder's defense.
you can't even land here.
Oh
You
my
can't even
gosh.
land here. We will send tornadoes at you.
Lou Dort, Alex Caruso. If that doesn't work, here's a tornado.
Just start naming the tornadoes. There's a Caruso. Caruso, we're sending it at you.
Dort. Right.
Just so everyone's clear, we are hoping that everyone in Oklahoma is okay, and that
Of course.
no one is being attacked by tornadoes. That tornadoes aren't taking people's lives. So, but still,
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the case. I've thought more about this teardown thing than we talked about yesterday.
yeah,
And I was on the fence because I saw both sides of it. And just kind of the more I thought about it, I think if you don't reset and you don't rebuild, and we've described this rebuild as being if you're trading Domantas Sabonis,
Mhm.
you're doing so not to acquire like, oh, hey, we need to trade this guy to unlock Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Like, no, you're trading him because he has value and you can get assets for the future.
Mhm.
Like that's the same thing. If you're trading Zach LaVine, it's less about the players you're getting back. If you can get a nice young player, cool. But it's more about like the draft picks and the compensation and what you can build out of that war chest, out of that reset. And the reason I think you need to reset is this is not like oh man, they were this close. They were one piece away, and now they need that one piece to get over the hump. Like, no, there's no hump to get over. This didn't work. I don't think that they can do with what they have available. I don't think that they can make the leaps that they're going to need to make to build around whatever big contracts they currently have. Whether that's Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan, I don't think that they have the assets to make the moves they would need to make.
Mhm.
And so for me, there has to be a reset of sorts. That doesn't mean trade everybody, start at ground zero. Like, no, like Keegan Murray's 24 going on 25. Okay, keep Keegan Murray. Keon Ellis, same thing. You like what he's got there. Outside of that, there's not a like, oh hey, just we're a piece away, we're one guy away. It's not. There has to be a wholesale change. And to me, you've fired Mike Brown, you've hired Doug Christie, you've hired Scott Perry. Like, let this be a new era. It's really clear. Firing Mike Brown, firing Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox leaving, getting not fired but leaving. That all said, this is over. This era of Kings basketball is over.
Mm-hmm.
Let Scott Perry and Doug Christie start with whatever they start at a baseline that's not. Yeah, can you get us to 45 wins because we don't want to be bad?
Okay, so I am never going to advocate for running it back with this current group. Like, don't get me wrong here at all. I do not think that if you started at the beginning of last season with this roster, this is a 500 roster. You might have had 2 or 3 more wins.
Sure.
Total.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that there was a point last season, early in the year, where I do think the Kings were one move away from not being a title contender, but from being a legitimate contender for a top-tier Western Conference playoff spot.
Mm-hmm.
But that team is gone. When you trade De'Aaron Fox, that team is gone.
Right.
Right? You spent almost 8 years calling him the head of the snake, and then you lopped off the head of the snake. So now you're directionless. You need to figure out who you are and all that stuff moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
I do see a way, though, in which the Kings can make moves and get right back into this thing. And even if, like, I know a lot of people go, no, that there's no way, like 1 or 2 moves is not going to change the direction of this team. But I'm just going to point out, like, the Los Angeles Lakers, I don't see them getting, like, way better. Like, LeBron James is going to be another year older. He's going to play fewer games. Luka Doncic is great, but he also is injury prone and doesn't play nearly as much. And
Sure.
They didn't look really good in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Denver Nuggets are, again, in a salary cap situation. They fired their head coach. They're looking to revamp and maybe be able to reload, but they might not be able to get there either. The Los Angeles Clippers are the Clippers. They fizzle out every year. Like the Timberwolves have 3 rotational pieces that are huge pieces for them that are all either free agents or can become free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Golden State Warriors are just old
Mm-hmm.
as a team. They just, and you saw what happened when Steph Curry goes out, they're done.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when we get to like the team above the Kings, the Memphis Grizzlies, I think everyone sees major changes coming for the Grizzlies as well, especially when you factor in that Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to have to sign an extension.
I don't disagree with any of that.
Yep.
I don't think you can build or not build your team based on like, hey, maybe those teams will all be ass. Like, are you telling me we just watched the Lakers get Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis and a bag of chips?
Yeah.
Like, just like we can go, oh, well, maybe they won't be any good. They could also get Kevin Durant. And
that's true.
And like, so that's where I don't think you can base this on what the rest of the Western Conference looks like, because hoping that, hey, maybe 46 wins get you a top 6 seed is not that good of a way to go about building your basketball team.
No, I agree. But my point is that this thing is wide open outside of OKC. OKC is the one team that we know is going to be really, really good next year. The rest of the teams, we have no idea. And the Kings aren't that far away from being part of that group. But I mean, not in their current build. And so that's why I'm not all in on a rebuild, because I know the Kings are never going to be all in on a rebuild.
Even if they should. Even if
they should.
Sure.
And that's, and I'll agree. Like, yeah, there should be a moment where you have to rebuild everything. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But they're not going to. So I live in that world where I understand that, like, yeah, there are potential for them to go trade players and players that people like.
Probably should. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm looking at this team going, okay, like there is no way they're going to cut ticket prices. And there's no way that this team is going to go all the way backwards. Just the idea that you might be able to make it is usually enough for people to come out to games. And, the fact that, again, look at Sutter Health Park emptying out right now. When you lose 19 out of 20 games, nobody cares about you at all anymore.
Yeah,
and that's on you. That's not on the fans. Like, it doesn't matter where this team plays. They were in Oakland. They'd be drawing 3,000 fans.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to watch a team that does not compete.
Correct.
And it's the same exact thing for basketball. Like, if you're not going to be competitive at all and go do what, some of these, the Utah Jazz, the
and I guess
Blazers.
And I guess that's where we separate here.
Yeah.
Is because I understand what you're saying completely. To me, just being competitive enough that you don't have to slash ticket prices is brutal.
Oh, I totally agree.
That is just brutal.
Yes.
What?
I'm not telling you that that's my idea.
No, I know that.
I'm telling you that that's where they're at.
That sucks, dude. And I get and to be totally clear on this, because I don't want this to I think you're right. And I think that there are 30 out of 30 teams that feel the same way. There are just some teams, Charlotte, Washington, they get backed into a corner where
they just can't get good.
Right.
Yeah.
And they accumulate the draft capital, they make the wrong picks, and now they're just in this death spiral of being bad.
Yeah, or even if you make the right picks, nobody cares. Nobody cares about what you're doing, and you just can't get out of your own way, and inconsistency of management, inconsistency of coaching, and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like that's when the death spiral is like, it's bad. Like, and I've seen it so many times here in Sacramento.
I wonder if not to say that, oh man, if the Kings rebuild, people would be stoked about it. Like, no, because it would mean a lot of losing. There'd be at least a couple of years where you're winning 20 to 30 games, and it's pretty brutal. But it would be in service of ideally climbing to a tier that they're not presently set to get to.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I don't think that Kings fans or really any fan base would be cool with not running it back, but being in a position where we're going into this year. Like, yeah, if things break right, maybe they're a top 6 seed. I think there's after breaking the playoff drought, it feels like there's now this aspiration of like, okay, now the next thing, now deep playoff run, now championship run.
Yeah.
Like some level, again, it's not that line is not linear, but which I think doesn't make sense, because line and linear are the same thing. That path is not linear.
Okay.
I don't think they can get to that path without a teardown. And that's why I landed on that side of the fence, because I don't think people are largely going to be cool with like being pretty mid for the next couple of years in service of, well, at least they get to keep the ticket prices high.
Well, no, I think the struggle that you have here too is that you're watching two teams that are so far ahead in their build, in the Thunder and Houston. And so you're always looking at like, hey, where's my window going to be?
Sure.
And I think there are a bunch of teams that their window's closing. We can see it, the Clippers, the Lakers, the Lakers might extend there because of Luka, but
sure.
But the Warriors, like, you're seeing the runs come to an end. Even the Nuggets, you can see that, okay, like, look, they keep losing pieces and they're getting to a point where, sure, they'll have an MVP caliber player, but do they have enough pieces around him? So we're watching that there is this window where you can get right back into it, right? And you're trying to beat teams, but if you step back, you can see that the window is closing on the Kings, just like it is on all those other teams. It's just straight up is. Like, that's why going out and getting a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan, it just like pushed your window open and put like a pebble in the place. Like, oh, it's still open. You see the window? It's still open. It's like, yeah, it's open about like the width of my pinky. Like, that's where your window is. And, oh, look, your window closed, you got bounced in the play-in. So it's a weird situation to be in. But again, that's why you don't let people who you don't have faith in and that you don't believe are the right people to make the decisions moving forward, and you're going to fire these guys. That's why you don't have them make trades on the way out the door.
Yeah.
You just don't. De'Aaron Fox was perfectly fine waiting until this summer. Perfectly fine waiting until this summer to get traded.
Mm-hmm.
And you basically gave up a 30-game window with Doug Christie as his head coach to say, okay, is there any way we can convince you?
Mm-hmm.
You just gave that away. You just punted it. You just punted and you traded him. And again, you traded away a major position of need in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
The most crucial position in the NBA. You traded that piece for a scorer that can't play that other position. And that's where, again, like your build just takes a huge step backwards. Like, how do you get out of this?
Yeah.
So tough.
Yeah, man. I keep going back to young players and picks, acquiring those and figuring it out down the road, because I don't think a team with Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis on it as the two best players is going to get where people ultimately want to go. That's where I stand as of today. Maybe they do that this year and Scott Perry's the best GM in the league and they put the right pieces and, oh my God, they're in the conference finals. And I would be stoked to sit here and go, wow, super wrong. But man, it is hard to see it again on June 4th, 2025, that formula working. Just because I don't think there's really a precedent for it. And I think when teams get to this point where they hit a ceiling, they either fire Tom Thibodeau to try and get a different coaching and get this group over the hump, or you restart. And that's why I've now fallen on the restart side of the fence. You mentioned point guards.
Yeah.
We have a report from Hoops Hype about one of the point guards the Kings are interested in. Get fired up, everybody. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about another report. The funniest report of the day about the Kings and the players they want to trade. We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. Jiffy Lube is omnipresent because they sponsor the show on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento's sports leader.
Interesting. There's rumors that the Knicks are interested in Jason Kidd as their new head coach.
On purpose?
I guess.
Huh. California West Side. I'm doing a joke on the internet. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Yeah. I mean, okay. This is much deeper than that cast digital media. Oh, much deeper than Vivek wanted Nick Stauskas. Mitch Richmond really wanted Nick Stauskas. He had scouted. He was part of the scouting team at that point. He really, really liked Nick Stauskas. And they wanted a united front on the Nick Stauskas thing.
I'll be right back.
And of course, they allowed Grantland in for the draft. And so we see that whole, Stauskas or Peyton thing. And they're actually one of the guys in the room wouldn't say Stauskas. That was Sharif Abdur-Rahim. And then found out very quickly what not getting on the same page with everybody else meant in Sacramento. And things got ugly. Yeah, that was nothing but propaganda. That whole entire thing. But just so people know, Sharif Abdul-Rahim right after that built the Summer League squad and then was told the day before he wasn't going to Vegas for Summer League, that his decisions had cost him that opportunity. And he needed to stay back in Sacramento and figure out whether he wanted to work for the franchise anymore. And then things spun out of control from there. And there was a lawsuit and all kinds of ugliness. Leezy, he did that on a team that won like 18 games. I get it. And they shut Fox down. Like Fox and the Spurs decided to. Fox could have played through the injury. He would not have been as effective. But like he could have continued to play all year. But there was no reason for him to play. Because Wembanyama had got the blood clot. So that's why you saw a lot of that, and that's why Fox didn't play a full season. Or at least close to. Yeah, the Shuri stuff is weird. Yes, he is in this draft, and he did come through Sacramento for a workout.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. Mike's on. He's James. That's Joe. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you till noon. I made a joke on the internet about being hungover. Not today. The joke was about being hungover. I haven't been hungover in so long. I've gotten so much better at drinking as an adult.
You know what the key to... Okay, so here's the trick. Spend the extra $1 or $2 and don't buy the cheap liquor when you're at a bar. It's just the way it's distilled.
All right, for the broke boys among us.
Also, make sure you're hydrating the whole time. Like I don't get hungover. I can wake up
mix in a water.
Yeah.
And this is the issue, not the issues of my youth. I'm not getting into those on the radio, but the mistakes of my youth is mixing alcohol. I used to be like, I'm gonna have a couple of beers.
No.
And then I'm having this Moscow Mule. Oh, fireball shots. Bet I'm in there. Oh, let me have a whiskey ginger ale. Okay, I'm on to whiskey ginger ale. I'm gonna have a couple of those. Oh, another beer. Great. Yeah. Hey. Oh, now I'm gonna have a fireball shot and I'm gonna chase it with another beer. Like it was just chaos.
Yeah. Beer before liquor, never sicker is one of the most honest and true.
Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Yeah. So the sticking to one alcohol, and then I just don't drink as heavily now. I've gotten to this point where I'm like, okay, I've taken the edge off.
Mm-hmm.
Had a couple drinks. I'm good. I'm chill. It's not like I've had a couple drinks. Let's have 8 more. I'm past that. So
I have an off switch.
Salute to me. I've made it.
I do. I have an off switch. I go, oh, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people did not have that as a young person.
A lot of people don't. I know people that aren't young people who still don't have an off switch.
Salute to them.
Yeah.
Salute to them.
And I want to, Russ Dog says
Salute.
something in the chat here.
Oh, that was not the message I was looking at.
Okay, so I'm going to address something here. Russ Dog, since you have been working for the Kings organization, would you think the best player the Kings drafted? Russ Dog, I have never once in my entire life worked for the Kings organization. Nor have I acted like I worked for the Kings organization or anything else. I worked for NBC for 6 years. Who has a contract with the Kings, but never once was I told what to say and what not to say, what to write, what not to write, or anything else. Yeah. So I just want to clarify that.
Sure.
Like, there is no working for the Kings organization ever. I've always been independent, and that's just the way it is.
All right. Speaking of the Kings,
Mhm.
I'm going to go back. I know we'll get to this free agency rumor. We'll get to the trade rumors, I promise. But somebody said something in the chat, and I would like to talk about this specifically with you because we got to enjoy this together. Team Simpton in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 asks, what do you think about Delano Banton as a possible point guard signing for the Kings? James and I sat there.
What's the most?
I believe it was the final game of the 2023-2024 NBA season.
It was.
We watched Delano Banton play against the Kings in a game where, as I vamp and find the box score,
He goes.
No, I'm sorry. It was the final
home game.
Oh yes, no, it was the final game. Then there were the playing games. That's right.
Okay. Yeah.
The Kings won that game 121-82. Delano Banton started for the Portland Trailblazers. He played 39 minutes.
Yeah.
Before getting ejected.
Oh yeah, I remember the ejection.
He went 6 for 26 from the field. He scored 17 points, 7 assists, 3 steals, 3 rebounds.
6 for 17, is that what you said?
6 of 26 from the field.
6 of 26. So he missed 20 shots.
And an NBA record. 0 for 15 from 3.
0 for 15.
My dog was chucking.
We had such a good time with that.
Yeah, we looked at like 0 for 9, I think, was when we started looking up, hey, what's the record for most 3-point attempts in a game without a make?
Yeah.
It belongs to Delano Banton. It's 15, guys.
That's so wild. I remember there was a season when, what is his name?
So that's all to say, you can tell me anything about Delano Banton. Yeah. Maybe you watch a lot of Trailblazers and you're like, actually, he's better than you think. I'm a thumbs down.
Oh, yeah.
I want no part of it. And I get he's 6'9". He plays point guard, good size, averaged 8, 2 and 2 this year and 17 minutes a night for Portland. The fact that he's playing 17 minutes a night off the bench for Portland says everything I need to know about where Delano Banton's at.
Yeah,
he's 25.
There was a season when Travis Outlaw, who was at the time a good signing for the Kings, and then just never worked out. Super, super nice guy, but could not shoot at all. There was a season with the Kings where he, I think, was 1 of 22 from 3. And we're talking about a guy who career-wise was like a 33.7% shooter from 3, but had come off a bunch of seasons where he was actually really good from 3. And then I believe it was his second season in Sacramento, or he just couldn't shoot at all. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen, to see a player just lose the ability to hit a 3-point shot for long stretches. But Delano Banton in one game was, I mean, it was mystical watching it. Like, is he going to keep shooting? Oh, yeah, he is.
It was, he didn't have a green light. He had no light. He was on the Autobahn, just getting after it.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing. And then he got ejected with like 4 minutes left.
Well, I would have been ejected too. If you missed all those shots, you're like you missed 20 shots. You're feeling really, really bad. There's angst in your play.
So I think if you're trying to execute a trade with the Blazers, I'm guessing Delano Banton is a player you could go get. I want no parts of that. And if you're a big Delano Banton fan, cool. I don't hate you for it. It's just not a player I would be interested in if I was the Kings.
I want to pull up one thing from the chat too.
Please.
Aaron Burgers, Travis Outlaw came out of high school in the same draft as LeBron James. You're not wrong.
I feel like Travis Outlaw played a million years ago. I guess he did.
Travis Outlaw has not played since the 2013-14 season.
And he had a long career.
Yes, he
played for a decade.
Yeah, he did. He did play for a decade, and he has not played in 11 years, going on 12 seasons.
2013-14 was the last year he played?
Yeah.
Was that LeBron's second title?
Maybe.
No, that was the year the Spurs won. That was the year the Spurs beat the Heat.
Okay.
13-14.
That
was LeBron's last year in Miami.
It's just a long time ago.
Was the last time that Travis Outlaw played in the NBA. That's wild. So wild. And LeBron's just still playing.
I will say he was a very, very nice dude. Just like a super quiet guy. And just like hung out in the locker room a lot. And It's the good old days where players actually hung out in the locker room.
Yeah, and vibes were up.
Yeah.
Lonzo Ball is another name that has come up. I believe it was Evan Sittery reported that he's available in a trade, or Chicago is going to look to trade him.
Yeah.
Here's the this is I don't want to talk out of both sides of my mouth here, because I get the hesitance to add more former Chicago Bulls to the Kings.
Yeah.
But the hesitation, I guess, is the right word. I get the hesitation to do that. But in a world where the Kings are trying to build with Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, and they're trading DeMar DeRozan, I don't hate Lonzo Ball as like your backup point guard.
Yeah.
Even a starter in a pinch. Like, I just, in a vacuum, I like Lonzo Ball a lot. I know the injury stuff. I know that he's not the player that looked dominant at UCLA, like he was going to be the next face of the league.
Oh, totally.
But given what the Kings need, I wouldn't hate the acquisition.
He's also on a 2-year, $20 million contract. Yeah, and there's a team option for the 26-27 season at $10 million. So $10 million and $10 million, like that's like by NBA standards. Yeah, like again, if you don't have DeRozan and LaVine, I would be fine with going out and trading for Lonzo in some weird trade that lands you, like a reasonably good player who's just had massive injury problems. But then you have to come back with like another starting level point guard.
Yeah. Oh, I would agree with you.
Like if you came into this season with Tyus Jones and Lonzo Ball as your point guard rotation, okay. Like I would be okay with that, especially Lonzo at like 6'7". Lonzo could go play the 3 in weird situations. Like you could go with like a 3-guard set with him because of his height. But you're really banking on somebody who hasn't been able to play hardly at all in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I just like I said, I'm not putting him at the top of any list of players the Kings need to go get.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to immediate thumbs down because he played for the Bulls. Is all.
No, it's just you.
I think
there's a world.
I think there's a world where the collection of moves this summer for the Kings involves adding Lonzo Ball, and it be a positive for their roster.
Yeah.
That's where.
And he's only 27, man. You feel bad for Lonzo.
That's crazy. Dude.
Yeah, I mean, he missed 2 full seasons, did not play at all. And he's only played 35 games in each of the seasons around those two seasons that he missed. So
also apparently beloved in Chicago.
Okay.
Like when he made that first 3 after he came back, like he hit it in the preseason, people just went nuts.
Well, good basketball fans are pulling for a guy who, again, his first 35 games in a Chicago Bulls uniform with Zach LaVine and with DeMar DeRozan, they were, I think, the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference. And then he got hurt, and then their wheels fell off that season.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Still got Frank in Elk Grove. Joe in Elk Grove, excuse me. Joe in Elk Grove wants to talk about a Sabonis trade.
The great Joe in Elk Grove.
The great Joe in Elk Grove. Joe, you got some news to break for us?
Hey, what's going on, Kyle? Man, just let you know I haven't been calling in, man. I just got out of the hospital. I was stuck in there 21 days, man. I got a blood disorder in my blood, and I got sepsis in my blood, so I almost died. Just got out last Tuesday. That's why I haven't been calling.
All right,
Joe, are you good now?
Yeah, so I'm all good now.
All right,
that's good.
Thank goodness.
I lost 73 pounds.
Oh,
that's a weight loss program right there.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Wouldn't recommend it though. Joe, what do you got for us on the Kings?
No, first of all, this Keegan Murray for Jonathan Kuminga trade. I would not trade Murray for Kuminga.
Not even close.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
I wouldn't trade Sabonis. If the Kings trade Sabonis, then, I mean, you might just do a total rebuild. Here's what I'm saying. Okay, Mr. Ham, the draft this year, after the 5th pick, it's a crapshoot. Any of those guys could be all bust after from 6 all the way down.
That's true.
I'm not too disappointed the Kings don't have a first-round pick this year because the draft is, I mean, it is bad this year. It's bad, really bad. And then here's what I'm saying. The Kings have their 2026, 2027 and 2028 first-round picks, right, Mr. Ham?
Yep.
Okay. You send those three. Here's what I've been told. Those three to Boston and Zach LaVine, and they also want Keon Ellis. And the Kings get back and start their rebuild. By next year, they get Jason Tatum. Would you do it?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. If you can get Jason Tatum, great.
Yeah, if you get Jason Tatum for Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, 3 first-round picks, then I do the deal. Even though Tatum's going to miss the entire season with an Achilles
I would be
injury.
floored if Boston is moving on from Jason Tatum, despite the injury.
Yeah, I would be floored as well. And yeah, Jason Tatum is one of those players.
All right, we'll keep talking about this. TC, I see you on the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, we're talking Kings free agency and trade rumors. The rumor mill is starting up, and we're going to talk about it on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Done. Can a TPE traded for multiple players, adding up TPE value? It can't be used as aggregate going out. I don't believe it can be used that way. Okay, but if you were to trade like a $16 million TPE for $8 million player, I do. No, I don't think that works either. I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to look it up too, because I can't remember if you can actually. I think you can collect multiple players for TPE.
I have no idea. That's
But it has
that's
to
a
be,
question I would ask you about.
It has to be under the dollar amount for sure.
Sure.
It can't go a penny over. How much time do we have?
What's a quick one? You have 40 seconds.
Yes, I'm sitting back down.
We got TC if you need to run real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, refill your coffee, do whatever. It's going to be the Kyle and TC show when we get back. Buckle up, everyone. No, you're not. You're born in 99, but you're raised in the 2000s. I guess very technically you were born in the 90s, but you're not a 90s kid. Hi, Spencer. This is so funny. This is such a funny message. Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil is here with us as well.
I got you.
You got it?
I got it. Yeah.
All right. Atta babe.
Here we go.
We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. Before we get back into free agency stuff, trade stuff with the Kings, let's get out to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. It's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We got TC. He's got a trade for us. TC, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Hammer, Kyle, you guys got me? What's up?
Yeah, we got you. What's up, TC?
Hey, look, check it out. So, Hammer, so I'm thinking about Portland, right? And I'm thinking about just a swap, not no 3-team trade. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not crazy, and I'm dead serious. I'm trading Domas to Portland, and it works. For Jeremy Grant, Thibodeau, and Chris Murray.
It does
I know
work.
everybody's like, oh, the brothers and all, but listen, he's another wing guy that we can train their Keegan, and they work good together. Thibodeau, defensive guy, and also Jeremy Grant. I think that's kind of a win for both sides.
All right. Very good. Thanks, TC. Appreciate it. I get the theory on that, but I don't think Thibault is like a viable regular rotation player anymore. I think that ship has sailed a little bit. Chris Murray is just okay. And again, I don't hate the idea of trying to add wings and wing depth, but like Chris Murray is not a. He played 15 minutes a night across 69 games last year, 4 points, 2.6 boards and assists. Not like this elite electric defender. We've talked about Jeremy Grant and the money before. If I'm making that deal, it's got to include picks, and I don't know that Portland's going to be into that. TC's deal, James,
Okay.
was Jeremy Grant, Matisse Thybulle, and Chris Murray for Domas.
No.
And if they're doing that, it's like multiple first round picks coming back too.
Well, that
it's because that's not like, oh man, good young players to build around. Just, I don't know. I'm not super moved by that.
No, you're getting way older and way less talented. Like, that's the problem facing the Kings. Like, you had De'Aaron Fox, right? And he had got to an all-star level, but had not made it over the hump, right?
Mm-hmm.
You added a second all-star. You didn't want to wait to see if Tyrese Halliburton would be an all-star or see if Halliburton and Fox could work together and both be all-stars. But when you went out and traded for Domantas Sabonis, a multi-time all-star at that point, and then brought him in, you instantly won 48 games. Like, having a star-level player, not superstar, but star-level player, is the way NBA teams are built. That is how you get to the playoffs. That is how you win basketball games. And trading, again, a star-level 29-year-old player, 28 going on 29-year-old player for a non-all-star 30-something-year-old player that almost makes it the same amount of money. Well, a little bit less, but like 8 to 10 million less. I'm just not doing it.
No, I don't think. Like I said, I'm not. Unless the Blazers are giving you like unprotected firsts back or something like that, I don't.
Yeah, but there's two reasons you trade Domas.
Yeah, well, you go then.
Okay, there are two reasons you trade Domas. Number one, you're trading him for another all-star. And number two, you're trading him because you're going to be really bad and you're taking on you're getting a bunch of first-round picks and not a lot of long-term salary. So you can at least have a reset and a free agency in the near future. That's one of the problems the Kings have at this point. Like when you've got Zach LaVine and you've got Domantas Sabonis, and then you're going to have to pay Keegan Murray, there's going to be this perpetual cycle where you're not underneath the salary cap, where you cannot go out and be a free agent player. You can sign a mid-level guy for $14.1 million, but you're not going to be a true salary cap team, right? So the only way to do that is to trade both LaVine and Domas, and then, but not at the same time, and trade them for expiring contracts that you can get off of this next summer. And then you walk into the summer with, I don't know, 80 million or 65 million in salary cap space. And you try to go out and land your star that way. And then the reality hits that you're Sacramento and you can't land a star that way. And okay, now what do you do?
Right.
So that's the problem. And in doing that trade, you would, of course, bring back a ton of draft capital, at least for Domas, not for LaVine in my book. I again, LaVine.
I'm so interested to see if there's a trade market for Zach LaVine, because Michael Scotto from Hoop Type reported today, FYI, breaking news, everybody, lock in. NBA executives are monitoring the Kings, quote unquote, his words, not mine, big three. The availability of Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan, with the belief they'll look to trade at least one of them. And like, duh. Is that obviously?
Yeah.
That doesn't ring like news to me, but I do wonder what Zach LaVine's trade value is, or if he has any, because he played a lot of games last year.
And he was super efficient.
And he was awesome.
Yeah.
And I could see a team talking themselves into Zach LaVine in a way that they wouldn't have been able to after coming off 28 games or whatever he played the year before.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
just don't think he's like this wholly untradeable, like, oh my God, Bradley Beal type of asset anymore.
well, that, and I think the one thing that really helps you with Zach LaVine's trade value is we talked about this before. He shot 51.1% from the field and 44.6% from three.
Mm-hmm.
Like his efficiency as a scorer, also 82.5% from the free throw line. But it should be noted that in Chicago, he shot 51.1% from the field and 44.6% from three. And in Sacramento, he shot 51.1% from the field and 44.6% from three. His numbers are identical in Sacramento and
That's crazy.
Chicago. Well, why that matters is because those systems are totally different. Those players that you're playing with are totally different. The style is totally different. Everything is different. And Zach LaVine didn't change.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a team out there who goes, okay, I could really, even if it's for a couple of years, I could really use a top end scorer. And not some top end scorer that's just a mad chucker, a top end scorer that has figured out how to be efficient and how to be a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are teams out there that would look at Zach LaVine in a different light this year than they did last year. But last offseason, when Zach had only played like 25 games, there were rumors that the Chicago Bulls were willing to attach 2 first-round picks to anyone who would take his contract.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Right.
So, and at that point,
first.
he had 2.5 years left on his deal, or 3 years left on his deal then. Now he's down to 2 years. And I think Zach LaVine has value as matching salary and if you're going to go chase a mega deal. Now, it could be Zach LaVine and 3 first-round picks, and I'm not saying it's for Jason Tatum, but Zach LaVine and 3 first-round picks for, John Morant or for Trae Young, a player who's on a longer-term deal that the other team wants to get out from underneath and wants to start over. That's always a possibility.
Yeah, in a way that it very much wasn't this time last year.
No, it was not this time last year. So
I want to do something real quick, just while we're on the topic. Let's run through Kings who are under contract for next year. We know Sabonis and LaVine and DeRozan. Murray, help me out. Keon, Carter.
That are under contract for next season.
Yeah. Valanciunas.
DeRozan.
Yep, got him. I have the big 3.
Isaac Jones they have a team option on Isaac Jones.
Yeah, we'll call it Isaac Jones.
Malik Monk.
Oh, Monk, of course.
Okay.
Natch. That's 2, 4, 6, 9.
Yeah, that's where
right.
I think that's correct.
Okay. Domantas Sabonis on the team night 1 of next season.
Personal opinion?
Of the 2025-2026 season.
I believe he is.
Believe he is.
I think
Joe,
he'll be on the team.
You believe he is?
Yep.
I also think he's going to be. Whether you think he should be or not is irrelevant. I don't think the Kings are going to want to move him for what they would be getting for him in the open market, because here's the thing with trading Domas. And this is kind of what you were saying earlier. A team is going to be acquiring him as like we're a contender, and we think that dropping this guy onto our team with these surrounding pieces are going to make us even better contender.
Mm-hmm.
In that deal, you're getting salary filler and picks. You're not getting better this year.
No, you're not getting better.
So that's why we've kept saying trading Domas means like tear down.
Yeah,
We're starting over. And to your point, making predictions, I don't think Vivek wants to do that. I don't think Vivek brought in Scott Perry to say, blow this up and let's do this over again. He said, hey, we have a pretty good roster here. I wanted Zach LaVine. I think Zach LaVine's a good player. I think you can pair him with Domas, so let's build around that. I think that's why Scott Perry was brought here.
Yeah, and then I would also say the ugly truth about if you're trading Domas to a team that is a contender, that is trading for Domas for a specific reason, to be really, really good, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think those draft picks look like?
Yeah, right.
That's not trading with the Sacramento Kings and hoping that the Kings fall apart and you're going to get great draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even the Minnesota pick in 2031 that the Kings have. It's unprotected. That could be a genius pick.
It could be.
Yeah, because there's a possibility that Anthony Edwards won't be on that team by then.
Sure.
That he will be like, hey, I'm out of here. And that team could be a 25-win team. And you're like, woohoo, we got to.
They could also be title contenders.
They could also be title contenders.
But that pick has value for exactly what you're saying.
At San Antonio in 2027, that pick is gold. Because as of right now, Victor Wembanyama, yeah. We don't know what they're going to be in 2 years. They could still not be ascending. He's had health problems.
Sure.
You don't know if De'Aaron Fox is the right fit or not. You don't know if Castle takes a step.
Plus, the Spurs might just win the lottery any year.
Yeah. If you have a Spurs pick, you've done well because they could win the lottery.
All right. So Domas on the team. Levine, I think he's on the team.
I think he's going to be on the team as well.
I'm going to make a bold prediction and say I think he is not.
Really? Because Scott Perry doesn't want him?
I just think that this summer there's going to be a trade out there that materializes that makes that the Kings can take a big swing.
Okay. Very good. DeMar DeRozan?
No.
That's a no for me.
Nope.
I think they're going to, because I don't know what 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan's trade value looks like, but I don't know how many teams are falling over themselves to get DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't say that as like teams don't want him, but like giving up major assets to get him. And I think the Kings are just gonna like whatever you can get, we got to move on.
Okay,
and do something different.
So I think there's two ways. Again, this is different for DeMar. I think there are two ways in which DeMar gets traded.
Okay.
The first is that DeMar is part of a much larger package for somebody, right? So you're throwing in a Valanciunas, or you're throwing in, we're talking a $30 to $40 million player, and DeMar is a piece to that, and you're adding picks. The other option that I see with DeMar is going to a veteran team that has players that are slightly younger that just aren't fitting. And so maybe two players. So again, if you're looking at the Lakers, could I see DeMar for, I don't know, say like Rui Hachimura and Dalton Connect?
Oh my God. Signed, seal, delivered.
And then the Kings would have like a second round pick. Or could you see DeMar to the Miami Heat for, I've said this one, but Jaime Jaquez and who's their shooter that's either in the rotation Duncan Robinson, right? So the salaries match up, and you're making like a move where you're collecting maybe a younger player and maybe a player who's not as good as DeMar, but you're getting some potential for growth, right? And maybe the Rui Hachimura Dalton Connect is a little too high, but again, they tried to trade those guys. They at least tried to trade Dalton Connect.
Sure.
They had him traded. I could see a trade in which that happens. And again, I don't. Rui Hachimura has his own issues, but as a player, but I definitely could see ways in which they would move him, and that you could get back value. Rui Hachimura is $18.25 million for next season, and that's he's a free agent after that. And, again, Dalton Connect is on a rookie scale, second-year rookie scale. I could see something like that. I could see, again, if the Kings just want to dump salary and then come back with a young player, I could see them taking on Maxi Kleber and Gabe Vincent along with Connect.
Maxi Kleber.
Yeah, Kleber. Yep. So I could see that being, again, those are two expiring contracts, and letting DeMar go. There are a lot of ways to trade DeMar, like a lot of packages like that. And then the other is you're going to trade DeMar for a big deal. I don't think that you have to just like say, oh, DeMar is horrible. I don't believe that at all, that DeMar has no trade value. He doesn't have like major positive trade value. You're not getting a first round pick and something for him.
But like you might. And that's why it's interesting to me.
Yeah.
I don't think teams are going to be like, we don't want him, and DeMar DeRozan's going to be on the Kings. No, I think he's going to get moved.
Yeah.
And I think he probably wants to get moved, given how last season went. We'll continue doing this. There's a couple of really interesting DeMar DeRozan trade ideas in the chatty house. And of course, if you throw a trade idea at us, we're going to talk about it. You can do so in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you can hit us on the Oak Grove Kia talk line. That's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 on the Oak Grove Kia talk line if you'd like to talk Kings off season. Who's on the roster next year? Who's not? We'll talk about that next. We'll continue that discussion on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader.
Someone brought up
Yeah,
that's fine.
he has Like
He's not
on a
gonna-
hard out?
He's not going to talk for 15 minutes. So yeah, he's got to go somewhere.
That's a good question. Yeah, I think he means like he has to be done with the phone call. Like we can't push him to next segment, which is honestly a good way to go about being a sports talk radio caller.
Yeah.
Just like, hey man, I got a hot 10. Am I gonna get in? Nope. All right.
He was cool about it. He was like, "Hey, shoot me down if you need to."
Hey, shout out, dude.
All right, I'll let him know that
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
we'll
Love
get
that.
to him.
Love that for him. Favorite movie soundtracks. Remember the Titans is just an iconic
The
movie
soundtrack?
soundtrack. Oh, it's so good.
Huh.
The Black Panther soundtrack too. Also very good.
Like the Guardian of the Galaxy soundtracks are incredible.
Of course. Yep.
But my
Both of those.
favorite soundtrack is Garden State. Garden
Oh,
State
yeah, shout out
and
Zach Braff.
Singles.
Okay.
Like you don't know Singles, right?
Mm-mm.
That's a movie you should probably watch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Add it to the list.
really cool like grunge movie from the late 90s. Like
Okay.
it's Seattle as grunge is taking off type stuff. Great stuff.
Will Z says sneaky answers. Holes. Okay.
Wow.
Another one that jumps out for me. I spin this on my record player a lot. The Ratatouille soundtrack is so good. It's so good. It's just a lot of like
It's a brilliant
vibey,
movie.
Okay,
like
okay.
instrumental type music. And there's
Violin?
a lot of violins.
Violin, okay.
Some like I think it's an Italian song at the very beginning. It might be French. I guess
think
it
I'm gonna
takes place
get
in France, but
My
maybe.
son to dress as the
Linguini,
the
Ego,
kid from
Linguini.
Ratatouille. Oh, that's his name, Linguini?
Yeah.
I can't remember that.
The
Yeah.
The rat's name is Remy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we? People like it's Ratatouille. No, it's not. Ratatouille is
It's the dish.
It's right. It's
It
the
is the
dish.
dish.
It's a play on the fact that the spoiler alert. The rats make the dish.
Dude, oh my gosh. Really? We're doing Ratatouille spoilers right now? That's crazy.
Anyways,
Would you trade DeMar DeRozan for Bogdan Bogdanovic and Derek Jones?
great question. We have 30 seconds, and that's when you'll get my answer.
What if we got Keegan Murray to be controlled by Remy? And then
Oh.
he's just like super aggressive.
Oh,
That
There we
might
go.
be it. There we go.
What an incredible film! I'm gonna watch that tonight.
I might watch that tonight
It's
as well.
amazing. Also, if you've been lucky enough to go to Epcot at Walt Disney World, the attraction, the Ratatouille attraction, ride for you plebes, is awesome.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. That's Joe. I'm Kyle. I will not talk about movie soundtracks.
You should listen on your way home today
Okay.
to the soundtrack from Singles.
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 You said it's a lot of grunge.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. Are you not a grunge guy at all?
Oh, I am. I'll do it.
Do it. Of course, Joe is.
Okay,
Yeah.
now we're
You
talking.
look like nah. You know what?
No.
it's fine. You look like if Seattle in 1993 was a person.
That is awesome.
Like that's
I love that.
you throw a flannel on Joe. and
There it
it's-
is.
Okay, so we've got Alice in Chains in this. We've got Soundgarden. We've got Pearl Jam. We've got Pearl Jam again. We've got Chris Cornell.
Oh, dude.
Mother Love Bone. Love Mongers. It's spectacular.
Okay, I'm listening. To
I'm
that
not
on the way
getting.
home.
I'm not gonna get. I don't want to do the. I'll tell you off air what my
What your soundtrack is?
grunge, not issue.
Oh.
But just it's just a lot of stuff that nobody probably cares about. I'll talk about it at the break if you want to
Interesting.
tap in. If you want to find out, youtube.com/ESPN
We're gonna
1320.
argue over grunge
We talk
music.
through the breaks. No, not arguing. Not arguing. I'm not anti grunge. Like I understand the appeal of it. I just personally don't love to listen to it, and we can talk about why at the break. You threw out a DeMar DeRozan trade idea at me during the last break.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar DeRozan for whom?
Bogdan Bogdanovic and Derek Jones Jr.
Did you run this through the trade machine?
No, I can look at the contracts and know that it would work.
Your mental trade machine.
I don't need it.
I love this. For
I
you.
am the trade
That's incredible.
machine.
Okay, so we have.
I don't think you can get that deal. I think the Clippers say no. But you're looking at Bogey at 16 million and Derek Jones at 10 million. It works 100%.
Man, I would do that so fast. It's not even. I might attach a pick for that.
Bogey as a team option for the
I
following
wouldn't attach.
year.
Bogdan is not that good anymore. I wouldn't attach a pick. That's crazy. But I would do that really fast.
Yeah, but he's a rotational player. You know,
yeah.
Even for like what the Kings are doing right now.
Can he be a point guard for you?
Yeah, he could be your backup point guard.
Okay. What do you average last year? He's 11, 2.5, and 3 last year.
Yeah, he shot 42.7% from 3, 47.4 with the Clippers. His numbers with Atlanta were not good.
I think I would take Bogdan and Derek Jones Jr. for, like you said, I don't think the Clippers would do that, but I would do that quick as hell if I'm the Kings.
Yeah.
If you can get 2 rotational players for a player that doesn't want to be on your team anymore, yes, 1,000%.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer yes for me. Had a couple of other DeMar DeRozan trade ideas in the chatty house, and we'll get to those, but we got to hit the Elk Grove Kid talk line first. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It's the homie Bronson. What's up, Bronson?
Kyle, James, happy Wednesday, guys. How we doing?
Happy Wednesday, brother.
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Another day to be alive. I had some thoughts about our DeMar DeRozan trade scenarios, and if even the money would be possible if we traded DeMar for a sign-in trade with Kuminga, maybe being able to make our roster bigger in size, pair him and Keegan Murray. Is that even a possibility in your guys' eyes? James, I don't know if you can with the sign-in trade with DeMar 2 years in a row, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on something like that.
Awesome. Thanks, Bronson.
Technically speaking, I think you can. I think it would once again hard cap the Kings, I believe, by making that deal.
You said Kuminga?
Yeah, Kuminga.
Yeah, because he's a restricted free agent. So
yeah, he would be a sign and trade.
Yeah.
So I believe like I'd have to look at the exact dollar amounts where the Kings are at right now for salary wise. But yeah, I'm gonna say that that's difficult, and I also like I'm not really high on Kuminga, and I understand like the forward combination, all that stuff, but and I also like that you're getting like 12 years younger in the trade. But I just don't know that works for either team. Again, like getting hard capped is one thing, which again, the hard cap is at the first apron. So you're way far away from that. The Kings haven't proven that they would go into the luxury tax, let alone get up to the first apron. But I do, when I look at that trade, I just don't think DeMar fits what the Warriors do at all.
No. And when Steph Curry goes down, like, yeah, you'd love to have DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he fits either way. Can we talk about Jonathan Kuminga just for a second?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm out, bro. I want this to be really clear because this is it's a difficult, like, a lot of these conversations about Jonathan Kuminga happen on the internet where nuance goes to die.
Yeah.
But there's nuance to this because I think Jonathan Kuminga is a really, really, really good player.
Mm-hmm.
There are not a lot of dudes he's still 23, going on 22, going on 23, or just turned 23, something like that. He's still very young in his developmental process, right? And there aren't that many dudes who are 20. Yeah, he's still 22. He'll be 23 at the start of next year, who are that young, who have spent 4 years in the league and have his level of potential. He is an incredible talent. Just when you look at the ability to put the ball on the deck and go score, his leaping ability is crazy. The defensive upside is nuts. Like we've watched Jonathan Kuminga guard Jason Tatum one-on-one credibly. Like that's not that easy to do. On the other hand, despite the fact that Jonathan Kuminga is a really, really, really good player, I don't think he's ever going to be a winning player because I don't think he's interested in being a winning player. Like he wants to win, of course. And he tries here's the other thing I always say. He tries his ass off.
Yeah.
He tries and works so hard. I don't want this to come across like Jonathan Kuminga doesn't work hard. No, he does. He just doesn't work hard at the right things. Jonathan Kuminga, if he was going to be a winning player, would have carved out a niche because the Warriors need him.
Mhm.
He would have carved out a role on the Warriors. Anthony Slater just wrote about Cason Wallace, top 10 pick with Oklahoma City, who has found what his role is on this team, how he's going to get minutes, and he's going to play that role, defense, shooting threes, all that. He's going to play that role specifically. Jonathan Kuminga has never been interested in taking that on. He was never interested in being, this is just the name I pull because he's done this for the Nuggets and kind of revamped his career. Aaron Gordon.
Mhm.
He was not interested in being, I'm going to play the dunker spot, I'm going to slash, I'm going to knock down some corner threes, I'm going to get really good at shooting threes, I'm going to knock down corner threes, and I'm going to defend whoever they want to throw me at. And the fact that he's been unwilling to do that across 4 years and couldn't figure that out across 4 years leads me to believe that Jonathan Kuminga for his entire career is going to be a guy who scores a lot of points when given an opportunity. And he's not going to do the other little things that affect winning. And I just don't think that you can build a contender around a player who's not interested in doing the things that impact winning.
Yeah. So for me, like, look, the travesty of the NBA is that there are so many players that have been told their entire lives how great they are at everything and they can't do anything wrong. And there's a AAU culture. There's whatever culture you're working through as an NBA player, as an NBA prospect. You get to the league and either you are a star right away or you're not going to be a star. And the only way that you survive in the league is realizing that there's a role for you in the league if you can figure it out and play to your strengths.
Yep.
And if you can't, you will never, ever, ever develop. And, you know, again, I think Kuminga is extremely talented, but I just don't buy it. I don't, he still thinks he will be a superstar. And the fact that, you know, it's somebody else's fault that he's not a superstar. It's not his. And there comes a point where you have to be a star in your role and not think of yourself as a star. And if you become so good at your role that you become that star, that's one thing. But like, I don't see a team in the NBA is going to go out and bring him in unless it's a team that is so bad that they got nothing else going on. You know, again, a Wizards or a Charlotte team that goes, you know what, why not? Let's just throw everything we got at this kid and give him the keys to the car and see what happens. I just don't buy it. And even still, he's got to become that star. Or he's always going to be a guy who thinks he's a star and takes bad shots and does things that don't make sense and doesn't play defense the right way and gets caught in bad rotations and stuff. It's like a mindset. And it's why it's so much easier to find a Keon Ellis, somebody who is doing exactly what he did as a high school player, as a college player, as a G League player, and now as a pro player. And knows his role and who he should be and how he's going to stick on the court. It's so much easier to just go get that guy than it is to go find a star and or to take someone who thinks they're a star and try to convert them into something else, which never works.
Yeah. I see a lot. And this is, see a lot of people like, oh, he averaged 25 a night when he finally got to take over against Minnesota. Yeah. And they lost all the games.
Yeah.
They lost all those games. You talk about, I saw somebody else saying a different system. He wants to be the system.
Yep.
That's it. If you're going to trade for Jonathan Kuminga, which is fine. If maybe that's what the Kings want to do. They go, hey, we're the team that's going to maximize what you're going to have to make him the focal point of what you're doing. You're not bringing him in alongside Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine. Hey, and he's going to do all these things because he's not.
No.
He wants to be a 1A, and maybe he will be someday. Maybe some team's going to give him the keys. He's going to go average 25 a night. And because of that, he's going to start playing great defense and he's going to do all this stuff. He's going to develop a 3-point shot. He's going to learn to be unselfish and all this stuff. Hope so. Would love that for him. It'd be amazing. He's still, like I said, he's 22, going on 23. The room is still there. And that's why teams are going to talk themselves into him. It's why the Warriors might talk themselves into him.
Yep.
Because Joe Lacob's going to go, well, Steve Kerr's not going to be here forever. And once he's gone, Jonathan is going to, maybe.
It's just really, really difficult to. I mean, you look around the history of the league. There are so many of these players.
Yes,
and I think again, if he gets traded to, if he goes to another team right now, and again it's a bad team, and he starts putting up 20 a night, and everyone's like, "Oh, see what's happened." Look at their win-loss record. That's realistically all that matters. So look at the win-loss record, and then look at efficiency, and you'll realize very quickly that like people here in Sacramento, you remember a name like Antoine Carr.
Mhm.
Antoine Carr averaged 20 points a night for the Kings because they were bad. Rodney McRae almost averaged 20 points a game for the Kings because they were bad.
Mhm.
There's always a 20-point per game scorer on every team.
Mhm.
And that's the problem, that he will think that he's fulfilled his potential.
Mhm.
He gets up 23, 24 points per game.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if your team is winning 30 games a year.
Mhm.
You're just not that. And so he won't embrace it. And that's why I don't think a lot of teams around the league are going to embrace him
Mhm.
in this free agency. I think a lot of teams are going to be very leery of him as a prospect.
Mhm.
And they don't care what numbers he put up in what playoff series or anything else.
And I first of all, R. Jonesy, don't come at me with you guys don't follow the Warriors. Second of all, this is not strictly on the court between the lines during the season stuff.
No.
Talk to people who are plugged in with the Warriors about Jonathan Kuminga's off-season workouts. Like, this is not strictly related to what he does on the court.
Mm-hmm.
He has not developed the right way, not because of how the Warriors have played him. Like, they haven't been playing him because he's not been doing the stuff they've asked him to do.
Yeah.
And maybe he comes to the Kings and maybe he would be awesome. Like I said, the upside is crazy. And if you came from the future and you said, hey, Jonathan Kuminga was a 10-time All-Star and a 6-time All-NBA guy, all right.
Okay.
I would not be stunned. I'd check that. I'd be a little surprised. But I wouldn't be like, oh, what? If you I said, hey, Quentin Post is a 10-time All-Star, 6-time, I'd be like, get out of here.
Yeah, that never happened.
But if you told me that Kuminga developed it, it's like, oh, okay. Like, wow, you
Okay.
did it. I'm just not, I personally don't want to bet on that upside. Personally.
No. Yeah, and not only that, but I
I might be wrong.
I don't think there's a point where he could become the third best player on a playoff team. He will never understand that he's the third best player on a playoff team. And that's always going to be the problem. Like, until he gets it.
But okay, you're right. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, until he gets it, that, like, look, in order to be great, it takes sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes being so good at the sport and working so hard at the nuances of the sport to be that player.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nothing that I'm seeing from his development tells me that the light switch is going to go on. You're a 30% 3-point shooter.
Mm-hmm.
You've had 4 years to get better on a team that shoots 1,000,000 threes.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's again, like, there will be a team that pays him. I don't know if he's going to get what he thinks he might get, but, like, I don't, like, even if they pay him, it's probably going to be a bad team. And it doesn't, like, whatever he's doing is like, okay, that's fine. You're just a player who's putting up stats on a bad team.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm rooting for him for sure. Cause like I said, it's not that he's not a good player. He is. Somebody mentioned the playoffs. Like, yeah, you don't, the dude came off not playing, not even being in the rotation, and scores like 18, 30, 23, and 26 in 5 playoff games.
Yeah.
It was 4 playoff games. 5 playoff games, whatever it was.
It was 5.
He scored a ton of points.
Yep.
And
in that series.
That's why you talk about the upside and why it's enticing. It's just he's not. I'd put it a little bit on the Warriors for sure.
He averaged 20.8 points per game in that series.
Man.
Yeah. And he shot
really good, really, really, really good player.
Yeah.
It's just I don't think I would want to be the team that bets on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's tough.
Steve Kerr feels the same way, and he knows more about basketball than I do.
Yeah, it's really brutal because there are a lot of players, even like Isaiah Thomas. I love Isaiah Thomas. One of my favorite Kings to ever cover.
Mm-hmm.
Super honest at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, why is this happening? Well, this is why it's happening.
Yeah.
Like, he just tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, okay. Like, he's a guy who showed up at city council meetings, even though he's from Seattle.
Yeah.
When the team was trying to relocate, he showed up and supported Kings fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Loved him. He goes to the Celtics and blows up, becomes, well, first to, the Suns, who had 4 point guards,
mm-hmm.
and then to the Celtics, blows up on the Celtics. And then he hurt his hip, but he never really got another opportunity again to be a 1A. And that's because not a lot of teams want to hand over all of the control of a team to a 5'10" point guard who is going to score 30 a game, but probably not be super efficient and all that stuff. So, like, we're talking about that's it. Like Kuminga, a team is going to have to hand everything to him and say, okay, if you think you can do it, go to prove us that you can do it.
Be a 1A.
And I just
Or
don't
2.
think that there are going to be teams out there, unless they're really bad teams, that are going to hand the entire franchise over to someone and say, okay, go prove to us that you're the next, I don't know, even who he like it's not LeBron. I don't know what
Tracy
player.
McGrady, whatever,
Okay.
whoever it is.
Yeah.
Whoever it is. Interesting. This is related to the Kuminga discussion, but it's separate. It's over here. I do think there's an interesting thing to watch if and when Kuminga gets moved, or if and when he stays and Steve Kerr retires. If a different coach gets through to him a different way, because I do think that matters. I do think coaching matters a lot in that respect. And Golden State has a system that has worked for the better part of the last decade, and you have to fit into this cookie cutter thing. And maybe it was that specific cookie cutter that he couldn't fit into, and maybe he goes to some other coach who says, hey, you know what, we're going to untap your potential in this way, and it just doesn't.
Yeah.
And maybe it is all Steve Kerr's fault. But when the guys won 4 titles with a team, and
I'd like to have that Steve Kerr problem.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not too bad. Like I said, rooting for JK though. I don't think, for the reasons that you said, where I don't think Golden State, if they're doing a sign and trade with Kuminga, I don't think it's for DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-mm.
And for the Kings specifically, if he had been a more consistent like defensive presence on and off ball, and if he had been a more consistently willing passer, or a more consistent 3-point shooter, then I think it makes a ton of sense. Because I saw somebody say, hey, he's just got upside. The Kings have nobody with that level of upside. You just get him in the building. Okay. Like I don't hate that. But if the Kings are going to try and build something with Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, I don't think that style of player is necessarily what they're looking for.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the offers are for him.
Yeah,
I am. I want to see if he gets paid like legitimate star or if he does not.
I will say this. Drew Down says, I think he's improved as a passer. He has. He definitely has. Like, yeah. I don't want to. He's gotten better at the sport. Just not, I think, in the ways that the Warriors wanted him to get better at the sport.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's going to ultimately stunt his growth in the NBA. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. The handoff is, my goodness, it's already 11:40. The handoff is coming up next with one of D'Lo or Casey. They're going to jump in here. We'll keep talking Kings offseason on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's Sports Leader. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Oh my God. The Rockies going to triple their win total this series. No, they have 9 going in. They're going to have a 12 now. That's not quite triple, but you know what I meant.
Do we want to get into the grunge conversation real quick?
Oh yeah, grunge. So I associate grunge music and that sound. I can't tell you why. This is such a weird thing. This is an overshare, but here we are.
Okay.
We're just doing it. You guys are going to find out a lot about Kyle Madsen right now. Sorry. I associate that music with various points of my life when I was younger, because again, the grunge thing, I was like 4, 5, 6 years old.
Yeah.
Where like one time I was so car sick. And I remember just being in the back of my dad's Dodge Neon and there's grunge playing. And that sound, just like I associate it with that feeling.
Okay.
There's other things I'm not going to super overshare about, just like personal things that I associate with. And so I just associate grunge music with these just like awful things in my life.
Hey, you know what?
And
that's
so
fair.
that sound is just like, not my favorite. Again, I can appreciate it. I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah.
But it's just not a thing where I'm like, yeah, I want to listen to an entire grunge album.
Yeah. That actually checks out because I've done that a lot too with some of my bands that I loved. Actually, I've had experiences almost ruin bands like Deftones and whatnot for me, and I just kind of refuse to let that happen because I like them so much. But that is a very real, like, that's not that crazy. It's
just kind of how
it's a common thing for people.
So I've always just been like, nah, not a grunge guy, not a grunge guy. What do you want?
No Soundgarden.
It also just like I've never been a rock music guy really.
Okay.
And so again, not anti, just don't listen to it a lot.
It's fine.
So even if I have not, because you're just a music guy in general.
Yeah, but mainly like alternative music.
Right. So you've
rock,
probably gone
grunge.
backwards into grunge. I was so young during grunge where I have not gone backwards to it.
Yeah.
Like revisited it.
That makes sense.
Lot, so.
Yeah. And a lot of the stuff you heard over and over growing up, I have been discovering. So it's fair enough.
Yeah.
Primus. Shut up, Primus. Primus sucks.
Do you think that I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but like Wiseman's just not. I think the problem is Wiseman got dropped into a situation where he needed to be really good right away, and he just was not.
Yeah, he just wasn't mentally ready.
They didn't have the runway to and him getting injured his rookie year, I think derailed him a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting that on Steve Kerr. I think Eric Paschall was just. I think he made an all-rookie team because that was the year that Steph got hurt and they were just abominable.
Well, yeah,
and somebody
has to score on a bad team.
Opportunity, and he was I think his first team all-rookie, right?
Yeah, something like that.
It's just like it turns out, he's just not that good of a player.
How much time do we have?
10 seconds.
Oh, all right.
So I think it's a little bit of Steve Kerr, but I also think it's a little bit the drafting.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. About to have Kenny Caraway. This big time. D'Lo and KC are coming up next. Kenny's going to join us for the handoff here in a second. I don't know. I think there's the whole developing players thing. Players, quote unquote, develop in the offseason.
Yeah.
At least from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr is not like hands-on developing players. There's player development coaches, but a lot of that stuff even happens during off seasons.
Well, and they've always had a really good player development staff, like in the past. Like the fact is, like developing players, it usually is like a player has to get to a certain point where they're ready to contribute, and then they have to contribute enough to continue to get more minutes. Right? Like, look at the way that Keon Ellis found his way from being an afterthought, an undrafted free agent player, to a legitimate, rotational NBA player, potentially a starting shooting guard. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Right. But you have to put in the work yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a skill that gets you on the court. And Keon has two skills. He's an outstanding defender, and he's one of the better three-point shooters in the NBA.
Yeah, kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, it just has everything he's ever done is translated to the next level. So he's a great shooter at the college level. He's a great shooter at G League level. He's a great shooter when he got a couple of minutes, and he's a great shooter when he got a ton of minutes. So all of those things have translated, which he puts in the work.
Yeah.
So.
And he got those opportunities in garbage time. Hey, throw him out there. Oh, look, he played well. Okay, here's a few more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really been a thing that has happened a lot with Golden State. Kenny Caraway's here for the handoff.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Kenny Caraway, what's going on, man?
What's good, fellas? What's up, man?
Just doing the thing. Anything we've talked about today that you would like to address?
Well,
I
was actually a little busy today. I didn't get a chance to check in on my insiders the way I normally do.
Okay, great.
So
would you like to talk about player development in the NBA?
We're talking.
That came up.
To hear that from me.
That came up via a trade idea for the Kings that involved Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think you want to hear that from me. I put player development a lot more on the player than I do the organization.
That is 1,000%
A lot
where we're
more
at on that.
player. You talked about Keon Ellis just now. Keon Ellis developed himself because, number one, he was aware of his team situation.
Exactly.
And said, this is how I'm going to get on the floor.
Thank you.
This is what I'm going to excel at. And we don't have no guys that can guard on the perimeter. I'm going to be the best perimeter defender out here. That's what's going to keep me in the league. That's what's going to give me minutes.
Yep.
I need somebody to knock down shots. I'm going to make sure my shot, which is already official, becomes even more official.
Yep.
And be ready for that. Be aware of that. Be ready as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Kuminga, I don't think his situation, I don't know if it has, I want to say it doesn't have anything to do with the Warriors, because the other part of that is the opportunity given.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Steve Kerr, I thought he could have played him a little bit more, especially when they needed a guy. So that's on them a little bit, but I'll let you finish.
Go ahead.
His mentality is on him. Kuminga's like, why aren't you playing me? I'm going to go out there and get 30 when I'm like, no, like, how am I going to get on the floor and stay on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
They want me to be Scottie Pippen type of defender.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me figure that out. And let me make sure I'm the best defender I can be on a consistent basis, which is going to keep me on the floor, which in turn is going to allow me to get my buckets.
Right. Where I'll put this on Kerr or the Warriors coaching staff just in general, and I guess Kerr is the head coach, is when you have a player who's that talented, at some point you feel like you'd go, okay, we're going to do this and be a little bit adaptable to make sure that we're maximizing this guy's skill set. Mm-hmm. Now, to your point, the player has to figure out, I quote this once a show. Austin Rivers on his podcast always says, learn your role, change your life.
Yep.
That's learn your role in the NBA, change your life in the NBA. Mm-hmm. And Jonathan Kuminga's unwillingness to do that is the bigger part of this. But at the same time, Golden State has had this lottery pick for 4 years. And it's like, you haven't figured out a little bit of a way to maximize what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Like even a little bit. He was playing better before he got hurt this year, to be fair. Mm-hmm. But I think there's this notion that players go to the offseason and they just exercise, and then they come back and they get with their coaches, and then the coaches tell them what to do. And here's how we're going to fix your jump shot. Like, no, all of that kind of stuff happens away.
Right.
Well, that
once you get back, you're focused on, here's our system, here's our scheme. We're focused on refining that.
Like, I've watched the Kings like invest a bunch of time in Kessler Edwards, right?
Sure.
And the coaching staff will tell you, every single one will tell you, he works so hard. Not only that, but like, what do you want me to do, coach? And they'll say, we want you to do this, this, and this. And he goes and does it. And so there is this thing where, a player comes in. He shows up to media day and he's ripped. He's 6'8", he's got a 7'3" wingspan, can jump out of the gym. He has all of the tools. There are players that just can't translate all of the work they do and how hard they work. And then they get onto the court and they just aren't good enough. Like, they can't think the game fast enough.
Mm-hmm. The NBA is hard.
It is. It's hard. and I look at Kuminga and I think, okay, like, look, he has put up numbers, but Marvin Bagley's put up numbers too. And like, there are players that have so much talent that they walk on the court and they average 14 points and 7 rebounds. You're like, oh man, can you take the next step? And the answer is no, because they don't have that little thing inside them that, like, how do I get better as a player that fits his system, that gets on the court, that can help a team win?
Yeah.
They can put up their numbers, but they can't help a team win. And that's where I'm always at with Kuminga. I just don't know that he can help a team win. And I know the investment is going to be so much money that if you don't know if he can help a team win and you're just gambling on that, you could just be throwing money down a well.
I don't want to say that. When I say this, I don't want to make it like I feel like he can't help a team win, because I don't know that. And we're maybe in a different situation. Yeah. He has a different impact. But I've said it a number of different times before. Kuminga will score points, and they just seem like they're not impactful at all. Like, he'll score 24, and it's like, all right, whatever. Like, I remember in the playing game last year, Kuminga was playing well, and I think at one point in the second quarter,
he kind of kept him in the game, yeah.
And I was like, cool, Steph's not scoring.
Yeah.
Like, cool, let Kuminga shoot all night. If he wants to get 35, we're not losing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's, I feel bad for saying that about him, because he's doing what you're supposed to do, give buckets or whatever.
Yeah.
But they just don't seem as impactful as you would want them to be. It's a weird feeling. I know this is going to get jokes and snickers and stuff like that, but listen to
Not on this program, sir.
Listen to the message. Listen to the message, maybe not the messenger. But I always think back to these clips I've seen. One of Sam Mitchell, he did it, but Bradley Beal does it a lot, where he gets with his AAU team, and they're pretty good, and some of the best players in that Midwest area or around the country. And he's coaching them, and he's telling them, and he's like all you guys can score, like that's cool. Like all you guys can score. You're getting buckets out here in the NBA. What you thinking? You taking shots from me, Bradley Beal? I'm nicer than all you guys.
Right.
So the fact that you can get 30 and all this other stuff, that's cool. When you get to my team, if you're lucky enough to get to my team, you're not getting more shots than me because I'm better than all you guys.
Yep.
So what are you going to do to get on the court? And the message is so profound to me. Like, yeah, you can score here, but the goal is, if you're going to get to that level, how do I get on the court and stay on the court? And you're not going to get the 18 shots a night that you got in college or on your G League team or whatever. You might get 5. What are you going to do with those 5? And then what are you going to do when you don't have the shots to make an impact?
Raja Bell does the same thing.
Yeah.
Raja Bell, but from the other perspective, like, you don't just get to go into the league and be in the league. You have to be good at something. So we're going to be a really good defensive team. This is what he tells his AAU team. We're going to be really good at defense. We're going to be really good at making the right pass. We're going to be really good at taking the open corner 3 or whatever it is. And it's that same perspective.
You got to figure out. One of the guys who figured it out was Matt Barnes.
Yes.
Matt Barnes figured it out. Like, he was kind of he was like, oh, this was kind of early stages of a 3-and-D guy. Like, if I could just hit the corner 3 and like play really hard on defense, I might be able to stick around. He was around for like 10 years on really good teams.
I think the prime example too, like what you're talking about there, Bradley Beal played with Ben McLemore in AAU. They went all the way to like the what's it called? The Peach Basket Championship.
Peach
like,
Jam,
they're like, they were the stars, right? But, and both of them are top 7, 8 picks in the draft. One of them had the capabilities to take another step, and one of them did not, despite having all of the physical tools. Both of them are, like dynamic superstar athletes coming into the league. One of them figured out how to be in the league, and one of them didn't. And it doesn't matter where you're drafted. There's a good chance. There's a reason why Ben McLemore dropped from like the number 2 pick in the draft, where everyone thought he would go, to where the Kings were drafting. And it's because during the interview process, there were teams that go, okay, he's not going to be able to make that leap. Like, we're not going to be able to get the answers out of, they weren't able to get the answers out of him that would show them a pathway to him being great. Where Bradley Beal, like, whether he's great now or he's like one of the worst contracts in the league, that doesn't matter. He's made so much money in the league because he is that good at basketball.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to see like the 2 players, same area, grow up in the same area. One of them makes it, one of them doesn't. And that's the league. It's tough.
And to bring it full circle, I put that on the individual, not the team.
I agree.
The individual has to figure that out.
Yep.
And they've got to be accepting of that and embrace that.
The number one example in the NBA is Aaron Gordon, right? Drafted to be a number 1 guy, did that in Orlando, didn't work out, gets to Denver, and Denver's like, no, you're going to be awesome at cutting and shooting corner 3s and playing defense.
Yeah, you're no longer the NBA dunk champion.
Yeah, and he's gotten paid off of that. Yeah, look at
and
him.
He's contributed to winning, contributed to a championship.
A championship. He's stamped title forever because he learned his role. D'Lo and KC, they know their roles, and it's coming up noon to 4.
I shoot. That's what I do.
Shooter,
pass if you have to. Pass if it's the right play.
I shoot. I don't play defense, but I shoot. All right, that's what I do. All right.
The Bradley Beal of ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. That's James Ham. That's Joe Brazili produces this program. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're back tomorrow on ESPN 1320 at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you. Oh, a little early today. Oops. I think. Oh, are we right on time? No, we're not. Oh, no, we're not. We're not right on time. All right. Chatty House, appreciate you guys. Really, really good show today. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you so much. See you.
Love you guys, Chatty House. Come check me out tonight, 8:00.
Come check out Joe.
What's up, everybody? I'm struggling with the mic positioning today. I'm in the camera positioning.
Russ Dog, what's good? What's good? Dr. David, what's up, man? Filthy McNasty. What up, boy? Scooter, what up? Securing, what up? Aldrin, what up?
Man, Lucid trying to get my attention this month.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey. One more time. Today was the first morning I stepped out to walk Sprout. Was like, yo, it's hot. It's like for real hot. It was only like 70
What
degrees.
time was this?
It was like 7.
And you said it was hot.
It was hot.
I was outside at 8 o'clock. Just felt good.
It was hot. I don't know. Maybe it was just me. Maybe it was just me.
You need
Maybe
to check your temperature again.
Well, you might. I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, I'll tell you I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yes, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you don't even get your drop today. I'm gonna tell you why in a second. Yeah, that's right.
The disrespect.
Yep. No, shout out to Jesse.
What are you doing with him?
Let me tell you something.
What the hell is this? Damian Button?
Let me tell you something. I've been awake. This is a shoot since about 1:48 a.m.
Oh boy.
So you've been awake since that time?
Awake.
That's
yeah. That's not okay, but go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not okay at all. 1:48.
Yeah.
And you know, like sometimes you wake up and it's like, it's like cool, just chill. I'm gonna fall back asleep. It's gonna be no big deal. But sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you get hit with that, oh crap, I think I'm awake.
Oh.
I was a little bit in between.
Okay.
You start thinking about, all right, just like relax. What's today? You know, I'm not gonna break kayfabe too much, but it's an easy day for D'Lo and KC today. All right. Yo, what the F was Kenny thinking with that trade proposal? And I thought for the next hour about this trade proposal you put on the show yesterday. And the more I thought about it, the angrier I got with you. And then I realized you're the reason I've been up since 1:48 a.m.
What the hell?
Let me ask you something. And I'm sorry to bring up old stuff. This was yesterday. This apparently was the last 4 days with me out of the studio. You said it's time for the Kings to trade Domantas Sabonis. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening. Let's talk. Then you said, I think we should trade him for LaMelo Ball. Okay, I'm listening. Then you attach all of these first round picks and the whole trade stinks. But what? I've been thinking about this for 8 hours.
Yeah.
How does Sacramento get better? Like what is the end game with LaMelo Ball being a Sacramento King and Domantas Sabonis not being?
Well, now granted, this is I'm assuming how I wouldn't trade for him knowing he's going to play 30 games. Like I'm assuming.
No, I got you.
He gets healthy and he
let's say this is hypothetically he plays 75 games next year.
It's an all-star point guard. You're getting 24 and 11 from the point guard position and probably another 5 or 6 rebounds. You get younger. You get a guy that is a franchise caliber talent in LaMelo Ball. And you're also getting another player in a DeRozan trade that may fit what you're trying to do better. And you're going to get, like I said,
that may fit LaMelo better.
May fit LaMelo.
The DeMar trade may fit LaMelo better.
Absolutely. Then at the center position, you're going cheaper, but still productive. I don't want that to be Valanciunas because I think he's just outside the area of him being a starting center on an every night basis. I'd much rather him be a backup. Though we saw what he did in a starting role. It was fine. It was fine. I wouldn't.
Most of his career, he's been a starter.
It was fine. But even if you go and you get Mark Williams, like you talk about, or some, I'm not saying this guy, but like a Damian Jones type that can protect the rim, be a lob threat, all this other stuff. Yeah, I think you're on the path to getting better. Keegan Murray, also with that DeMar DeRozan trade, you're getting somebody, whether it's a wing player or a power forward, you can now put Keegan Murray where you slot him at and think he's should play out there on the in that starting lineup. You got Keon Ellis coming off the bench. You were able to keep Devin Carter. You've got Malik Monk coming off the bench. Hopefully you get Jake LaRavia back. And then in my scenario, you got Valanciunas coming off the bench as well. I think that's a good team with a younger. I'm just saying if he's healthy, he's better than Sabonis. So a younger, better player. If he's healthy, I think he's better than Sabonis.
Okay.
At a position that you
Let's try this.
Have to have
for sure
one of those guys.
Is he better than De'Aaron?
If he's healthy, yes. I'm gonna stop saying that. I'm assuming health.
Yeah, let's just assume health in this conversation.
75
assume
games,
health.
yes, he's better than De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
You don't think so?
I won't fight it. It's close enough to where I won't fight it. I think he's a better point guard. Does that make sense? Like he's a better passer. He's a better he sees the court better. I think he can do things with the ball in terms of passing and passing lanes that De'Aaron can't do.
Without looking at the numbers, I think he's a better shooter, at least from distance. Now, De'Aaron had that mid-range on lock for about a year or so, but from distance, LaMelo's a better shooter.
Can you give me a single player that you think the DeMar swap would work with LaMelo? Is there one that you thought of in that scenario? Because on the surface, this idea sucks and it ruined my night. But now if we're mapping this out, I do have a follow-up to this, but if we're mapping this out, okay, I'm listening. But I don't, and this is my struggles with the likes of LaMelo and a little bit to a certain degree Trey as well. I don't know who fits with them because they've never had a good player with them. I don't know. Domas was like a blind taste test. You didn't know what was going to work with De'Aaron because De'Aaron had never had that player with him. You were looking for a guy who could facilitate. Clearly, you were looking for a guy who could facilitate so De'Aaron could cook a little bit more with the ball. It worked to perfection for a year. Hell, it might have worked to perfection for 2 years. They just didn't get the other things going around it. But I don't, and I think maybe that's where I struggled the most is like, who is the player that complements LaMelo Ball? I'd ask the same question about Trey, like what players complement those guys? Because I genuinely don't know. They've both done a great job of flirting. I mean, Trey has done it. LaMelo was flirted with double-digit assists by passing the ball to, give lesser players than they are.
Right. My thought with like a DeMar DeRozan trade is somebody like a KCP, like an Aaron Nesmith, a guy that can be effective, can shoot, 3-and-D guy, a 3-and-D guy to help bolster with Keegan Murray that perimeter defense and just be the hard-nosed guy, be the guy that does the dirty work. That's what I think you can get back in return. Like I'm not expecting some type of all-star, but that's what you can get back in return. And now you're looking at us, like I said, I don't know, power forward. I'm going to just throw a name out there. I'm not saying this guy, but Wendell Carter. So if you were able to come out of the DeRozan, Sabonis trades with LaMelo Ball, Wendell Carter, or this year's starting lineup, LaMelo Ball, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, Wendell Carter, and Nasty Boy. Then
who?
Nasty Boy. JV. JV.
I'm not acknowledging that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I think that's a good start. You come off the bench with Malik, Keegan, Devin Carter, Jake LaRavia. You still got work to do.
And that's a better basketball team to you than what they had last year.
When last year? Because at the beginning of the season, I didn't have a problem with it. But once you lost that point guard situation, I was willing to try and see what Malik Monk could do at the point guard spot.
You mean before the De'Aaron trade, you were okay with?
I thought, yeah, before the De'Aaron trade, I thought that was a good team.
Okay,
clearly
that was underperforming.
Yeah, clearly, I thought that was a good team. After the Mike Brown firing, I still thought that was a good team. When you lost De'Aaron, you just didn't have a point guard to kind of help orchestrate some things. And Sabonis kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit with the DeRozan thing. I didn't think the DeRozan situation was as bad as others made it out to be. But you tried Malik at the point guard position. He's just a little too erratic to be your consistent point guard.
Yeah.
And I like him better at that 6-man role. Or if you have a point guard or the roster was different, I like him better off the ball a little bit more. Now the thing with LaMelo, and so here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing.
It's not LaMelo, by the way.
Well, not necessarily you or Jesse, but just everybody. Because last night I had a tweet because there's the Evan Sittery or whatever had the report that the Bulls may be open to moving Lonzo. I put the eyes on that because I like Lonzo.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. Give me that.
Yeah, I like Lonzo.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. No. Are you crazy?
All right.
What's this infatuation with the Ball family? What? No. Pass. So we don't want LaMelo. We don't want Trey. We don't want Lonzo. We don't want Drew.
There's no we. Just be clear. Yeah,
they don't want LaMelo. They don't want Trey. They don't want Drew Holiday. They don't want Lonzo Ball.
They want to sit on their phones and be mad. Let them be mad. We'll have conversations. If Chicago is shopping, Scott Perry needs to be calling.
Absolutely.
It's also not the idea of LaMelo Ball that I learned I didn't like. It's the idea of LaMelo Ball without Domantas Sabonis that I didn't like. Because I couldn't, again, 148. I had time to think about, like, I can't figure out how this team is better. And I went with the idea of DeMar being gone, but couldn't figure out who's here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I couldn't, like I was kind of running through. I was running through Houston because I'm trying to find a place where DeMar I think makes a lot of sense. I was running through the Rockets roster real quick, thinking it's like, oh, okay, maybe like you've improved here. Like I've already eliminated the picks from this conversation. You know, we're making money work. You know, you did acknowledge yesterday, for those who missed this, is an important component. Charlotte's probably working with someone else for because this offers. The idea of Domas to Charlotte doesn't offer Charlotte anything.
Right.
Like it offers him absolutely nothing.
Right.
And so if they're, maybe getting a pick from Sacramento and shipping Domas somewhere else where maybe they're getting 2 picks back or something along those lines, and then a player here and a player there, and now suddenly, all right, we've made this work to where Charlotte is in a, as you called it, and I thought this was brilliant, a cap reset where, we've got a top 4 pick in the draft this year. Okay, we can work this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kenny ruined my night. We'll come back.
Well, I'll tell you the other thing about what you talked about. You want to see, you were more intrigued with LaMelo and Domas. And I got a question for you and everybody else when we come back.
Okay, we'll talk about that. We'll dive into the finals as well. We're thrilled you're here with us. Phone lines are open for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. And you'll know what it is. We're just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey cannot play defense, but he played really well when he went to Chicago, or at least the second half of the year. He played really, really well. And I don't think the rumors have it that Chicago's not going to look to bring him back. So he'll be a free agent. I don't know what the money situation is for what he's expecting and what the Kings have to offer, but that's another option. Lonzo's injury history scares me. Understandable, but I think that would be at a much, much lower price than LaMelo or Trae Young or somebody like that. Like much, much lower price, I would think.
I don't hate the idea of Lonzo. The rest of the team needs to be a bunch of shooters, but
Stella, beautiful baby girl. I'm assuming that's a baby girl. Beautiful baby girl. Give Memphis a bonus for Wells, fillers, and pick. I mean, I would like that. I just don't know why Memphis would take on Sabonis.
Did you and Anthony get into anything outside of Ja? Like,
Jackson,
what is
he's
like
it's Jaren Jackson Jr. for life.
Yeah.
Wow.
He
really
made some compelling point. Like Jaren Jackson Jr. is pretty good. Like I think he's 25 years old. He's he averages 20 some odd points. He's one of the top defenders in the league. He even said like that price tag, that potential price tag, like $300 million, that's a little different. That's what you don't necessarily want to do. But I understand not just I don't know if I just let Jaren Jackson Jr. go. Right? Like you want $300 million? Nah, bro, I'm good. He is, I don't really like his game, but he is pretty good.
Do you think they're having the same conversations that we have about Sabonis 2 years from now about him? If you do pay him the $300 million? And you're getting a game 6 or whatever, and he's only putting up 15 and 8.
He's a better scorer than Sabonis, though. I don't think that'll necessarily be an issue with him. If he is putting up 15 and 8, he's playing way below what he can do. I think
the 8 is kind of tough, I think, but
I think he's a 20-point per game scorer. But the thing would be, I'm assuming Ja's still there, and Ja's your number one. Ja's your guy. So if Ja's not there, and you're like that's when it becomes like Sabonis situation. If you move on from Ja and you get a Zach LaVine type guy back, and now you're asking Jaren, hey, be the franchise. All right, now that's a problem because he ain't franchised like that, in my opinion.
There was some news today. Jordan Ott has been hired as as the Phoenix Suns head coach.
Sorry, that was disrespectful.
It was. He was assistant in Cleveland. We're going to talk about that as the day progresses. It is.
Did you I think I saw this right. One of the the connections there. Oh man, can you imagine if this happened in Sacramento? Did you see
I don't think I did.
Jesse, did you see one of the connections?
No, I saw Jordan Ott. I thought Jaden Ott. Shout out Cal Berkeley, but
let me. I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna triple check.
Okay.
Because I double checked, but let me triple check before I even bring this to the air. But
okay.
When I hear if this is true, can you imagine if this happened in Sacramento?
Well, shout out KC's learning, by the way. He's not getting chatty house no more.
Well, no,
not again. I believe in you, Kenny.
I believe in you. 8 times is the charm.
What happened the other day where I was like, I don't want to get, is this true?
It was on Monday, I think, but you were right.
Yeah. It was crazy to believe, but it was really true.
That's what we call progress in this studio.
Well, we're doing well, guys. Look at that. For almost 5 years in, we're figuring this thing out.
All right,
I will not be Centel this day.
Shout out Centel. Shout out Centel. Yeah, okay. All right, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
'cause
let's get TC in here. Let's see what
TC
TC's talking about. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good,
What's
baby.
good, TC?
Hey, you know, look, check it out. 5 and so, hey, the more we thought about it, like you was, D-Lo, hey, in the morning, I wasn't up at 2 in the morning, but hey, I'm thinking more about, and I'm leaning more yes on that trade, right? I don't know about the multiple first, but like, I'm Domas. We seen it with Domas already. I get what you're saying, D-Lo, with like, you would do it with Domas, but that we'd be in the same predicament we was before with Domas not having the ball in his hand, right? Ball can play off the ball, but he's a point guard. We asking for a point guard, so we need him to have the ball in his hand. Domas is only effective, bro, when he has the ball in his hand, bringing it up, facilitating and all that. If he doesn't have it in his hand, bro, he's just an average guy, bro. So that's an A+ trade for me. That's all I got.
Shout out TC. I won't go as far as TC and say Domas is an average guy, but that goes along with what I wanted to ask you. I think a lot of what you get with Domas is when he has the basketball in his hands. When he doesn't, he's not average because he's still an elite rebounder and passer, even though he is an elite passer, but he won't have the ball in his hands.
Gotta have the ball in your hand.
So at that point, like he's not really a finisher.
So
like
what are we
that.
talking about outside of that? Like defense? What are we talking about? Being a screen center? Like what are we talking about?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he doesn't have the basketball in his hands on a consistent basis, which is what would be the case maybe if LaMelo's here, are you maximizing Domantas Sabonis?
No, probably not. Yeah, probably not. Like, is it a necessity to keep the ball out of his hands?
No, it's not a necessity. I heard that a different way, but it's not a necessity. He probably would want to be a focal part of the offense, and getting him the rock, making sure things facilitate through him. You're maximizing his abilities at that point, but now are you minimizing the guy that you just spent so much to get in LaMelo Ball? That I don't.
Well, LaMelo,
I don't know either way. Like I'm just bringing up a possible scenario of what might be a roadblock if they were on the same team together.
But would you have the same roadblock if it was Lonzo instead of LaMelo?
Lonzo at least
because LaMelo can score.
Yeah.
And if Domas they could work the 2-man game that Fox and De'Aaron had 2 years ago.
They can.
But could Lonzo and Domas?
I think Lonzo could. I think
really?
Lonzo pure point. Lonzo,
well, that's what I mean.
Lonzo's a high IQ guy too. So if we're running it through Domas and he's got to do all the stuff he does at the 17-foot mark and stuff, Lonzo can find spots in the defense to either cut, spot up, do things like that. Like I think in LaMelo, I don't know if LaMelo would or not. He might be a guy that just kind of stands around because he doesn't have the basketball, not sure what to do without the basketball in his hands. So I think Lonzo could. I got confirmation.
Okay.
On what was going on.
So this is Jordan Ott and the Phoenix Suns.
Jordan Ott and the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
Former staffer at Michigan State.
Okay. Where Matt Ishbia went to school.
Yeah. I don't want to say nobody heard of Jordan Ott. But can you imagine if, say, Vivek went to Arizona and he hired an Arizona alum that nobody really heard of? Like, I'm not saying Jordan Ott isn't qualified or nothing like that, but nobody thought he was going to get the job nationally, at least, going into this search. And Matt said, no, I'm going to take this guy from Michigan State. What if Vivek said, no, I'm going to take this guy from Arizona that is just kind of randomly out there?
Jordan Ott was a video coordinator from 2013 to 16 with the Atlanta Hawks. He was an assistant with the Brooklyn Nets. I'm guessing that's Kenny Atkinson from 16 to 22. Then he spent a couple of years with the Lakers, and this last year with Kenny Atkinson on the Cleveland Cavaliers staff. I hear you.
I'm for giving the guy a shot.
Oh my God, Ott was an assistant under Kenny Atkinson, Jacques Vaughn, and Steve Nash.
I'm not going to take that from Jacques
Dear
Vaughn.
God. James Ham probably hates the man.
I'm all for the dude getting this opportunity. I have no problem with it. Like, just because I wasn't familiar with him doesn't mean he won't be a good coach. But I would also say that with anybody that Vivek didn't, I don't think people would, right? Like that's my whole point. Like if it was him, meddling owner.
Well, it sounds like someone else signed off on it. Sounds like this was Book's call.
That always goes well, right?
Man, I don't know why players do this. I don't know why agents allow players to do this. This just is not going to end well. They obviously are going in a completely different direction. Like Matt Ishbia has hired. I don't think he didn't hire Monty Williams. I don't think he fired Monty Williams.
Yeah.
I don't think he hired him. Hired Frank Vogel. Hired Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah.
All veteran, both of them veteran coaches. Went in the opposite direction with Jordan Ott here, who I think is 40. Remembering a Trista Crick tweet today. I think he's 40 years old. So first-time head coach, a lot different than the last two guys Ishbia has hired. I don't have an issue. I don't care. Like, if that's like this your process, like, great. Your veteran coaches like didn't work. Like, I hope you're giving the brother like a real opportunity to do this. I think Devin Booker was involved in the process and this. That's sketchy to me. Like that, I just don't feel like that's good. I mean, it's all good that Ishbia wants to crown him Mr. Phoenix Sun forever. Like it's cool, but like things can get sour here, and if they do, Devin Booker is going to wind up coming out bad in this.
How would you approach that if you were Devin Booker? I'm gonna assume, I haven't read much on it, but I'm gonna assume Devin didn't. This could be a wrong assumption. But Devin didn't go to him and say, "Involve me in this process. Talk to me." I'm gonna assume Ishbia said, "Let's sit down and."
I believe you're correct.
Right. Ishbia came to him.
Yeah, with the idea like, hey, this is what we're looking at. We want you to be involved.
How would you approach that if you were Devin?
Thanks, but I trust you guys to do your job.
Yeah, I'd run it through my agent. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe the two are in sync. That like, no matter what, Devin Booker is Kobe. He's Dirk. He's Tim Duncan. He is a Phoenix Sun. He's been through, what might be the highest of highs for them. He's certainly been through the lowest of lows with them. Maybe he's felt like I played through the gamut of emotions with this organization. This is my home. This is where I'm going to play forever. I got an owner that loves me. We'll figure out the KD stuff, the Bradley Beal stuff, all of that different stuff. We'll figure all of that out. Maybe that if that's the place that Devin is really in, hey, go ahead, salute. Stand up there with him at the press conference if you want to.
Yeah.
But as you quote James Hammond, the business of basketball. Hey, I'm gonna trust you guys to make this decision.
Well, this is also like a way to put some indirect heat on your star player if this goes wrong to start the season. Because if the Suns start out, whatever, insert under 500 record, this is Devin Booker's guy, and he's catching heat now.
That's what I mean.
My retort to that would be they're gonna blame me anyway, so I might as well have input. It's the whole LeBron thing. Like, even LeBron had nothing.
But he's not LeBron though.
They're gonna blame me anyway.
I don't think that's true.
I
don't think Devin Booker is ever. But Devin Booker wasn't blamed for Mike Budenholzer.
He's kind
Devin
of
Booker wasn't blamed
last
for
few
any of
years.
these fires.
Yeah, because there was a lot of other things. Budenholzer was an issue. KD, Bradley Beal. There was other things there to distract. He's gonna be the last one left standing. He'll be the last one left to blame.
Sure.
Like,
but I think you're wrong. I don't think he'll catch the heat for it.
Maybe you're right. I'm of the belief the star player always gets blamed. Hell, they didn't know nothing about what was going on with De'Aaron and Mike Brown, and that's the first person they pointed to out here, John Dickinson. Fox got Mike Brown fired. Like that's what people do. That's what people do.
Yeah.
That's maybe I'm a cynic with that though.
Yeah, maybe.
And you could be right about that.
I feel like the only one who really catches that level of heat is LeBron. I don't hear other players being like, no one says this player got.
Hey, don't take that off there.
No,
it was up there for a reason.
No, I get it. It can go.
No, it
It
can't.
can go. You little Michigan.
It was up there for a
goofballs in
reason.
there. It can go.
I don't think either of them are from Michigan. Either of them.
I don't understand.
That was supposed to be up there for 10 minutes.
Y'all ride so hard. They ain't gonna be up there for no 10 minutes. Oh man. Hey, but good luck to Phoenix. Good luck to Devin Booker. Good
No
luck
bad
to
luck.
Jordan Hart. Like I
hope you guys are awful.
I don't know, man. I get Windhurst, who's not having the best week. He said there was a 2-year extension out there for, or maybe there's talks of offering a 2-year extension to Devin Booker. It was a steep price too. I think it was approaching like $7 million a year. I mean, $70 million a year, which I didn't know we were yet possible for that. What's Devin Booker at right now? Devin Booker's at 53. So he's at 57 and 61. The 26-27 season is 57. The 27-28 season is 61. He becomes an unrestricted free agent after that. I don't know how that 2-year extension would get him as high as the numbers I saw, but cap's going up, and I'll never understand the CBA. So whatever.
Who knows about the CBA? I ask the same questions every time. Every time I think about, all right, what's the trade exception again? What can you do with that?
Yeah, I don't understand how this game
I learned
is
for the
played.
first time every time.
Every single time. Speaking of coaches, they had looking up at the TV. They had the Tom Thibodeau stuff up there, and again, in my many hours awake here so far today, I thought about Tom Thibodeau as well. And I thought about the New York Knicks.
Did you ever go to sleep?
I did not.
Oh boy.
No, I didn't.
That's crazy.
Thinking of Tom Thibodeau at 2 a.m. is crazy.
It's tough.
Title of the show.
It was
the show.
To be fair, I think I was still in the LaMelo Ball trade proposal at about 2 o'clock. This might have been closer to like 3:15.
When's the last time you think someone was thinking of Tom Thibodeau that late at night? Or that early in the morning?
Not even
excuse me.
Leon Rose. That man rested easy after making that call. It's not common, but it's not terribly like unusual. Phil Collins, like Doug Collins, was a really good basketball coach. That was a playoff Chicago Bulls team. They fired him and hired Phil Jackson. They became a championship team. I can't remember. I can visualize his face, but I can't remember who was coaching the Los Angeles Lakers when Phil took over and made that Kobe and Shaq
Dale
team.
Harris.
Dale Harris, thank you. When he took over and made that, again, it was a playoff team that Phil Jackson took over and made a championship team. Lots of circumstances involved in this one. Greg Popovich replaced someone.
George Lucas.
To become,
it might have been Brian Hill.
I think it was Brian Hill. To take the San Antonio Spurs to a championship team. There are a handful of examples where a coach, I mean, the extreme example is it David Blatt? The Ty Lue took his place.
David Blatt, Dwayne Casey.
And Dwayne Casey, another one. Yeah, Dwayne Casey and Nick Nurse. There's another one. It happens. Like Dwayne Casey was a 60-win head coach. Yeah. He's one of the many coaches of the year who have been fired.
Yeah, if they offer you that award, go ahead and turn it down.
Yeah, no thanks, man. No thanks. Nick Nurse comes in, wins a championship. It's not unheard of that a playoff team fires a really good head coach and hires the guy who takes them to win a championship. And I think a lot of people, including myself, wasn't hard on the New York Knicks. It was just like, what? Okay, who's the guy? Like, there seems to be a consensus that Michael Malone and Tom Thibodeau are the same coach, the same guy with the same personality. So is this really a different voice? Because there's only a couple of guys. This is very much the DeMar DeRozan syndrome. Oh, man, they need a fresh voice in New York. A fresh voice for who? OG Anunoby been there for 5 minutes. Mikal Bridges been there for 3 minutes. Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson are the guys who have been there the longest, and it's been like 2 years. They all needed a fresh voice.
Cat just got there, but he had been
Cat just got there the day before yesterday.
What if this is just James Dolan being James Dolan?
It certainly
There could be more than one meddling owner in the NBA, by the way.
It certainly could be, but I feel like Leon Rose is more powerful. Like, I think there might be one front office in the entire league that is the exception to the rule, even with a guy like James Dolan, and that's Leon Rose. And that's that contingent of CAA guys that runs. That's another one. That's a great one. Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr is another one. I think that CAA group is strong enough to fight off James Dolan.
I can believe that.
I mean, Leon Rose isn't your regular president of basketball operations. Like, he has been one of the most powerful, and I don't even know that that's his official title, but he has been one of the more powerful voices in professional basketball for the last couple of decades.
Yeah.
It's not Monty McNair up there working with James Dolan or Wes Wilcox.
Don't even get me started.
No, fire off 20 minutes of hate on Monty McNair again.
Hey, we've got this trade. No, you don't.
Sorry, pal. Sorry, pal.
Yeah,
Point being, it's not as like earth shattering or as uncommon as some of us might have like originally thought. A team coming out of the Eastern Conference Finals, oh wow, they fired their head coach. It's not as it maybe is not as crazy.
I think that might be the difference, though.
What's that?
The conference finals. I can't remember any of these situations where they're getting fired.
Dwayne Casey, finals. I think, was second round.
Casey was second
Mark
round.
Jackson, I think, was
Del Harris,
second round. Del Harris.
Mark Jackson was first round. He had gotten him to the second round the year before.
Did Del Harris win not Del Harris, Spurs, Brian Hill?
Brian Hill.
Did he win a title?
No.
Did Pop win who won the title with just David Robinson?
I think that was Pop. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Pop got there probably around 96, 97.
Oh, I thought Pop got there in 99 as the head coach.
And they all had Tim Duncan, though. Because remember, Tim was like a second-year player.
But so San Antonio didn't win a title without?
No.
They were just really good?
Hakeem was dogging him, David Robinson out when he was by himself.
Yeah, Popovich took over the Spurs in 96, 97.
And they won their first title in 99 then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that was the Western Conference Finals, though, that Brian Hill got to. But he maybe survived another year or two.
I'm flustered. What year was Tim Duncan drafted?
98.
Was that 98 or 98?
98. Yeah.
So his second year, they won a championship. All right. All right, man.
Yeah, Pop took over for Bob Hill.
What year are we going in for Wemby?
Bob Hill. What was they calling the guy? Brian Hill?
Brian Hill. Who's that guy?
That's the
Brian Hill is absolutely somebody.
No, that's the Magic. That's the Magic.
That is the Magic head coach. Yeah.
Little Brian Hill.
Well, I don't know that we need to call him that.
He wasn't tall.
What was he, Spud Webb?
I don't know. How short was he? Well,
I'm gonna look up Brian Hill's
height. My height? Like, what are we doing? Fine.
He
was 5. Wait, no.
Maybe he was taller than I thought, but he looked a little.
He was 5'9", 5'9".
He's not that small, but
does that constitute little Brian Hill?
If you're an NBA player,
Kornheiser
calls. We're not an NBA player.
Kornheiser calls Larry Frank little Larry Frank.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why Tony does that. I don't know why he does that.
It could be a different Brian Hill too. I don't know. This is Brian Hill basketball.
No, Brian Hill. That's absolutely.
That's absolutely
the coach of the Orlando.
And I think
Magic.
I said John Lucas or David Lucas. I said David Lucas. I think it's John Lucas who was the coach before Bob Hill.
No, I think you did say John Lucas.
Okay, well, I got it right.
If you're surrounded by a bunch of NBA players, yeah, you could be little Brian Hill. That makes sense.
Sorry, Brian. I apologize. He's still with us, right?
Oh, let's.
No, he's still with us. No, Brian Hill is not dead. Do not kill off a coach.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, he's not. He's still here. He's still here. We
Okay.
still got. Yeah.
Sorry, Brian Hill.
I apologize
And
to
Brian,
him.
what were you, Charles Barkley over here?
We haven't gotten to that part of Wikipedia yet.
Come on.
I apologize for calling him Little Brian Hill.
On Shaq. Relax, man.
Try to get Brian Hill on the show later this week.
Gonna have me coming out, man. Sorry to the Hill family. Brian Hill's still alive. I'll know why Kenny killed him off yesterday.
Shout out Brian
Imagine
Hill.
getting a call from David Stern. Hey, could you stop killing off? Could you stop killing off our players?
Yeah, I don't know if any of them came off the conference finals though. David Blatt had gotten to the NBA finals, but that was mid-season when he got fired though. It wasn't right after the season.
And we're talking coaches that immediately went to the finals.
Well, no, I did. That's not really what I was. No.
Well, I was saying
but,
that's the difference.
Yeah, like he would. We were going through coaches who had been fired where they were. They were all of these teams. Doug Collins, those Bulls, they were all playoff teams.
Did they get to the?
Well, Ime got fired in
Did
the
they
finals.
lose to the Pistons in the conference finals the first time? They might have.
I don't know how many years in a row did they play in the conference finals.
They played the Pistons 3 years in a row.
I feel like we did this before. One of them was in the second round, wasn't it?
That might have been the Doug Collins one. I think that they played him in the playoffs 3 years in a row, maybe even 4 years in a row. Yeah,
this is our annual trip down when the Bulls and Pistons.
I think it was 4 years in a row, and one of them was the second round. The other three were conference finals. That's my guess. Because I don't even know who else.
Doug Collins last year was 88-89, and they lost
in the conference finals.
Yeah. And he had been first round semis conference finals in his 3 years with Chicago. That's tough.
Job. Yeah, it is.
That's tough.
It is.
And then, Phil comes in, they go 90-91 or 89-90, excuse me. And then 90-91.
In 89-90, did you
was that the migraine year?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
I feel like the migraine year was Phil Jackson.
Yeah, I think so. At Game 7.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Phil Jackson, who was wearing the suits on the sidelines and the Jordan 4 breads. Did you ever see that picture?
Oh, yeah.
Why would he do that?
He's supporting his guy.
Well, all right, where are the dress shoes, sir? What are we doing?
Oh, look at you.
You're 1981. Man, yeah, get off my lawn. Let's get on this.
This is before all this other stuff.
He's a trendsetter.
Yeah, you've been trying to bring the suits back late. Not even lately. No.
No, let's not forget Boys to Men wore the Concords on, like, was it the Grammys with the suits?
I still
bet you hated that too. Wow.
I mean, if you got the suit
Wow.
on, I
Old
prefer
man Caraway.
I
over
prefer
here.
the dress shoes.
Hey Jesse, get off my lawn.
Yeah, Kenny Stern. Dress codes enforced.
Man. Got Kenny out here in a New York Knicks hat, in a baggy New York Knicks jersey, but looking down on Phil Jackson for wearing the breads on the side.
I wasn't going to work.
Caraway's back.
I wasn't going to work.
Why are y'all so obsessed with coaches wearing
bring
suits?
it back. Yeah, bring it
For
back.
what? For what?
Because it looks better.
What are you looking at the
Okay,
coach
what's
for?
the matter?
You look dapper. You look fly.
What is it?
You-
1920?
Do you wear a suit when you coach?
No, I'm not in the NBA.
Well, you
I did.
on the
I did when I
sidelines.
was in high school.
You a head coach.
When I coached high school,
Okay.
I consumed the
Well,
salts.
what about when you coach?
Good.
What about when you coach Reese's team?
No, it's the AAU. AAU.
You a head coach.
Like Isaiah Thomas said, this isn't AAU. This is the NBA.
Who says
Oh
dapper,
yeah,
by
now
the
you're not
way?
allowed to shoot with your shirt off either.
He's got. This is the NBA. You're at the NBA facility.
Every once in a while, the old man just creeps out of you.
Hey man, I'm
Not even
I'm a
creep
classic
today.
man.
He's here.
Yeah, the old
a
man's
classic
just
man.
sitting here on the leg with his stick. Just everybody get off my lawn.
Greatest of all time, shooting out there with his shirt off, but can't do it.
No,
No,
put
basketball.
your shirt
Get
on.
basketball.
Yes, put a shirt on. We're not at the park. This is the National Basketball Association.
He's shooting in an empty gym that he probably built.
We're
Is
not
he
doing
at work or
accounting.
not?
That don't count. We're at work right now. What are you wearing right now at work?
Go ahead,
What's
take
the
your shirt
matter?
off. Go ahead.
What do you
Take produce the show.
not gonna
with
take
your
my shirt off or what?
Produce the show with your shirt off. Go
We're
ahead.
not in suits though.
Man, the fashion
And
police.
to be honest,
Where's Andy Hall? Go
if
ahead.
one of us did-
Kyle, take your shirt off. Go ahead. Do the show without your shirt on. If that's professional,
if
right?
I hadn't had my weekend in Vegas, I'd do it.
Hey, we did the show with our shirt off. That'd be content. They wouldn't be mad.
That'd be content. We'll come back. I'll try to find a younger version of Kenny Caraway when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Hey, what's the next commercial? Tell me what plays after this. What is that? Can you hear it? Is that me? No. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's a KSFM. Huh. Okay. Man, Doug didn't really have a ton of success after that first 3 years with Chicago. He did pretty good with Detroit. No, he did pretty good with Detroit.
He did. He coached Grant Hill.
He did not do well in Washington. He made the playoffs in Philly. I take that back. Wait. Oh, no. It was 66 total games. So, yeah. He did fine in Philly, I guess.
Was he the Philly coach when they played Boston in a game 7 in the second round? Andre Iguodala.
Yes. Yeah.
He did okay as a coach.
He made the playoffs at 41-41, and then he made the playoffs in the 66 game season at 35-31. He's an above 500 coach, but like his success early wasn't, other than 1 year in Detroit where he did really well, and they fired him midway through his third season, which is bizarre. 3 years in Chicago, 3 years in Detroit, 2 in Washington, 3 in Philadelphia. Man, this game is cold.
Coach JT, that's a good point. D-Lo, tomorrow, do the post game with no shirt on. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So I'm not. I don't know why that's on the screen, but do you do TV with no shirt on?
Hmm?
Do you do TV with no shirt on? Does anybody do TV shirtless? Do you do newscast shirtless?
No.
Do people play basketball shirtless?
Yes.
Okay. Great. I'm glad we.
Do they play in the NBA without a shirt on?
They warm up. Well, I don't see why you can't warm up without a shirt on in an empty arena.
Why are you filming without a shirt when I'm at work, by the way?
What'd you say?
I said, why am I being filmed at work without a shirt on? Like, why is this person have the camera on me?
Because that's what they do nowadays. That's how you get paid. They have access to that arena. Look at them right now. Cameras all over the place for this shoot around. Like, that's what they do. Game ain't for another 6 hours. That's what happens. There's cameras out there. Any of them got their shirt off? Put a shirt on, Bron. And Rick Carlisle, wear a suit.
Kenny's one-man war against NBA tire continues. Let's see what Leezy talking about here at 916-909-1320.
Real quick, Leezy. And why do you have the shirt off? Like, there is enough gear where you can put a tank top on.
Well, bro's been working out for a while, probably sweating, don't like the feeling of shooting, whatever. Don't want that till later. Maybe he doesn't like the feeling. He's trying to be free.
It's not necessary. It's not.
Do you think he does it to be extra?
I don't know why.
It was an empty arena.
Why are you shooting with no shirt?
Why does it matter? Do you think LeBron James is the first professional basketball player to shoot inside an arena with no shirt on?
No. What does that have to do with anything?
You gonna make me look up Larry Bird shooting shirtless?
It's not the
Is that what I gotta do?
It's not the LeBron rules. It's the NBA. When you're in the NBA,
I don't think there's a rule that you got to warm up with a shirt on.
No, I'm saying it's not exclusive to LeBron. Like LeBron put a shirt on, like everybody should have a shirt on or something on. So if J.R. Smith did the same thing, we'd be like, J.R. put a shirt on.
No, I wouldn't care. Man's at work, getting ready to play a game. Get your stuff off.
It's the NBA. He can go to 10th and P.
Do you think WNBA players work out in sports bras?
Hey, even that's a sports bra.
All right. Let's get Leezy in here. Now, this is the weirdest. I just want to go to bed. That's all I want to do, man. I've been up for 12 hours already. Leezy, what's up, man?
Yo, D-Lo, Casey, what's good, Kinfolk?
What's good, Kinfolk?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, guys, I wanted to call and talk about the Kings and the Knicks, but before I get to that, I want to give a quick shout out to Coach JT, a local friend of mine. He's a photographer, and he said, "Hey, Lee, can you look over these pics?" And I'm looking, and it's Coach JT in a suit coaching. So shout out to Coach JT. He's wearing his suit.
That's what we're
Shout
doing,
out Coach JT.
That's right. But hey, guys, I just want to talk about Kings and the Knicks, and I just want to get your guys' thoughts on this. When you think about the Knicks situation, doesn't it feel kind of similar to what we had here in Sacramento? You kind of had a coach whose personality kind of took a toll on the team, even though the star player, supported them, Fox, Brown, Jalen Brunson with Tibbs, big man, not so much, Sabonis, Cat. Do you guys kind of see the similarities there?
Not exactly.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I don't either. Sorry, Lee. I'm not trying to leave you hanging on that one.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, right now or a couple years ago, or like, I didn't follow that one on, Lee. I didn't follow that one. But you can explain it more if you're here on Friday.
Oh yeah, pull up on Friday. I just don't see a relation between the two. I do. It's interesting. I know Stephen A was screaming about this yesterday from what I heard. There's been no press conference.
This is Jalen Brunson's fault.
I mean, there's and I don't know. I don't know if we're waiting until they make a hire or what, but the Knicks didn't have a press conference to announce the fire of Tom Thibodeau and why it happened and all of that. We haven't. I mean, there have been reports of new voice, fresh ideas, different things like that. Next level. But no one has gone on record and said, why this happened. So until then, it's just left for everybody to speculate. And so I'm reading the same articles everybody else is.
Yeah. I thought it could potentially be something where, and I'm not saying this is the right move to let him go or something like that. Once again, I thought he would at least be able to start the season. But in some respects, it does feel like Coach Thibs' team has a bit of a ceiling. That's just the feeling. That's just the feeling that we got. And maybe they felt the same way. Like we're not going to be able to break through and win a championship.
And if that's truly how you feel, I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with that line of thinking. Again, it's not uncommon.
I don't hate the move either. Like, if you had an expectation of this team you're putting together, it's like, this is a finals team and this is built to beat the Boston Celtics, and you do that in the second round and you lose to a seed below you in the conference finals, like, you fell below expectations there.
So I wonder, but you're right. Technically,
and if you feel you're right there, then I get it.
But I think the Knicks were 51 and Indiana was 50. I think. Like, it's not like it was a 51-win team versus a 43-win team.
I'll double check this too, but I believe the Knicks were only a 50-win team last year. And like, does that matter? Tibbs only got one more win out of this team.
I mean, I would.
So that's a great point too. And I also think there's something to the Celtics being eliminated. Like, the Celtics are gone. The Bucks weren't even a factor. And you're New York. You're probably thinking, we did what we came to do.
Yeah, the Knicks were
we on our way now.
The Knicks were only a game better and a seed worse.
Yeah,
They got to the conference finals. Like your journey of how you get there, sometimes it varies, but you got to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years. I thought that should get him at least another season, another opportunity. You know, you lost to in the conference finals. You ran into a buzzsaw. You ran into a crazy situation in game 1. Sometimes those things happen. But you lost the conference finals in 6. You didn't get swept. You didn't really get embarrassed. You had a bad moment that you couldn't recover from that I don't think was necessarily fireable. You know what I mean? Like I understand potentially why they did it, but
did they have a successful season?
Yeah, they had a successful season. You got to a level that you hadn't reached in 25 years.
But I don't
did you so this goes to like what I talked about before, right? Like, is a successful season only winning a championship?
It depends on your team's expectations.
For the Knicks.
For the Knicks this year,
I feel
I'd say for you getting past the Celtics in round 2, you were supposed to get to the final.
Yeah,
I think it was being in the final.
Yeah, that's what the offseason was.
That Bridges trade, the Jalen Brunson,
there was
deal.
I got a text, Knicks the favorites. I hated it. Turned out low key, some of it was true, I guess, but
I mean,
that's the expectation and the standard for them this year, at least.
I wouldn't say this year was a failure. Did they reach?
Were they wrong for firing Tibbs?
I'm trying to get off the fence and make it a definitive statement.
Keep thinking about it. Go ahead.
Oh, I had another question too.
Oh,
do you think Tibbs got the most out of this?
We're
team
just
this
grilling
year?
him like he's under. He's under the lights.
Answer the question, Kenny.
So I would say I'll answer both of your questions, and they kind of lead into each other. I would say no, they're not wrong for firing Tibbs because I don't think he got the most out of this group. And one person I'm looking at specifically is Mikal Bridges. I think you traded all that to get Mikal, and he had an up and down season. And I would say some people would attribute that to the role that Tibbs had him playing and the lack of creativeness in the offense to try to include him, not being able to get off of Jalen Brunson being ball dominant to feed Mikal and guys like that, not being able to utilize that bench. I mean, that stood out to me a lot in that finals. And I don't want to keep harping on it because I don't think Shamet and DeLon Wright were like this unbelievable duo off the bench. But the fact that they couldn't play at all, and then you kind of lucked into having them get out there and be productive, like you weren't going to do it. You got in some crazy foul trouble in game 3 and were forced to play them. And lo and behold, they could help you stay above water. And you stumbled across that. Like you didn't even find that on your own. You stumbled across it. At the time, I thought it was very reactionary and panicky to start Mitchell Robinson ahead of Josh Hart. And I don't think you got the best out of Josh Hart in that series, potentially because of that. So I would say, no, they weren't wrong for firing him. And no, he didn't get the best out of that group.
I think too, if you're on the thought where you're like, maybe just give him another shot, start the season. I think that's kind of where it's like, all right, you have your answer too.
Well, see, yeah, and that's where, like you said that yesterday, he deserved a chance to start the season. And if something goes that, to me, you're already done at that point. Like if you're telling your girlfriend or your wife, like, hey, if we can't fix things in the next 30 days, man, we're gonna have to end this thing.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
You're a Jalen Brunson ultimatum. I'm playing for this coach only away from it all blowing up.
Yeah, like it's not. That's not it. Like that. So if that's how that contingent felt, this was the move. Move on. And again, you are a team that was a championship contender. You were built to be a championship contender. The one thing that I do have I agree with you, by the way, that I think Tom Thibodeau teams might have a ceiling that they've struggled to break through for whatever reason. But I do think that this team was constructed to win a championship and win a championship immediately. You fall short of those expectations. Like someone's going to pay the price. And it's not going to be the president of basketball operations who put the team together. I also think it's really difficult to put a team like this together. Bridges, OG, all of those guys, Cat, throwing all of these pieces together and going and winning year one.
Well, that's what I was going to say, too. I don't know if people should have to pay the price if you don't win the first time out.
And that leads me to believe they might have already felt a certain way about Tom Thibodeau.
Well, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Like, we thought, I think it was last season, he was games away from being fired in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
And then they got hot.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, we can't fire him. And maybe last year, maybe the start of this year was what I thought the start of next year should be. Right? It was like, man, we were already about to fire this dude, but let's, he got us to, what did they get, the second round last year? They lost in game 7 and stuff. All right, let's give them the start of this year and see what happens. And maybe that's what they did last year, and they weren't going to do that again this year.
Going into next season, too, if I'm the Knicks front office, like, this is our shot. The East is as weak as it's going to be for a while. Like, the Bucks could move off of Giannis, but even then, if he stays, that team's not that strong. Boston's to be determined with what they're doing this offseason. The Pacers are kind of this new team here, like this top 4 or whatever. So we'll see what they are next year. And like Cleveland, it's Cleveland. Like, I don't think they really scare you or anything like that.
I haven't had Cleveland hating in a while, so I'm glad we got that in there.
It was like you might just see it like as your shot where it's like, we get the right guy in here. It's like, we got it.
Time flies. I had to look this up. This was COVID era stuff. So this might be murky for everybody, especially this. Leon Rose was named the president of the New York Knicks on March 2nd, 2020. So I'm guessing most people don't remember that.
I do not. I know I don't.
I'm guessing most people do not
March
remember
2nd?
that. March 2nd.
Life might have been a little bit normal for about a week, and then all broke loose.
Well, we were tracking towards something is about to go very, very wrong.
I thought I was still going to Kings Mavericks later on.
Yeah, right. Kamara was still flying in for Pelicans Kings that fateful night. Tom Thibodeau was hired on July 30th, 2020. So Tibbs was, in fact, Leon Rose's hire. I wasn't sure about that when I went to look that up, but he was his hire.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 5 years for Leon Rose to form an opinion on Tom Thibodeau and the different teams that he's constructed there in New York. And they have had a steady ascension to the point to where they got where they were this year, an Eastern Conference finalist, and a team that I think a lot of people thought had the opportunity to win the NBA championship, or at least represent the East in the finals.
Yeah. And like Jesse talked about, I mean, the time is now. The time is.
John Cena said that.
It was like, John Cena.
Worst heel run of all time.
Oh my gosh. This is awful. I told you guys it was going to be awful.
It was like literally, we could talk about it later, I guess. Or whenever it's wrestling. I don't know. It's June 4th, by the way. So maybe this fits, but.
And they still haven't started the NBA finals. They start the Women's College World Series. I'm going to be tapped into that.
Oklahoma lost. You see that?
Yeah. Well, they got the young GOAT. The young GOAT.
On Texas Tech?
That starts today or tomorrow?
Today. Kanati.
I'm not sure.
Najiri Kanati, I think.
You're talking about the one on Texas Tech, right? Yeah.
The young GOAT. She went from Stanford, Texas Tech. They hadn't even won a conference championship before she got there. Now they can win the national championship.
Tune into the 7th or 8th inning with KC. The softball coverage.
8th inning.
8th inning. Tune into the 8th inning.
This is a weird note on.
Sorry, Aldrin. Stanley Cup starts today. Sorry.
No,
how do you do it?
Know.
Right.
How do you do it? Yawn.
Yawn. They got McDavid. Don't nobody want to.
Shout out McDavid. McDavid's dope,
is the SGA of the NHL.
No. McDavid might be one of the best when it's over.
Man, we don't even care. Let's call game.
I care.
You just yawned.
Because it's more about the Florida. It's more about the Florida Panthers. It's more about the.
You did just yawn.
I'll check in on Connor McDavid. I'm not watching.
Isn't Connor McDavid an older player?
No, he's younger.
Yeah, about what, 3 years? 4 years?
Well, I'll go 5'6", I think, at this point. Yeah.
This is his 5th or 6th year.
Yeah, at minimum, I think.
Oh, okay.
2 Stanley Cup appearances.
All right. I don't know why Wikipedia noted this. I don't think Tom Thibodeau's never been married.
Married to
I
the
don't
game.
know why they know.
He's talked about that. He said that's why.
There was a New York Times article on him that said his obsessive focus on basketball is the reason he's never had the time or attention to have a personal life, marriage included.
So again, when do you think the last time, other than Damian, someone thought about Tom Thibodeau at 2 a.m.?
Well, clearly, clearly nobody, and apparently Tom Thibodeau hasn't thought about anything except basketball at 2 a.m.
Married to the game.
I respect it. He knows his priorities.
Give my brother a dating app or something.
Did you see the picture of him with a full head of hair?
Oh no!
It was like early 90s. He was on the Knicks bench. He had a lot of hair, a little mullet action.
Oh my God! Really? Hold on, Tom Thibodeau. Let's see. Oh my God! Wow!
This is like when you flash back to Tom Thibodeau in a movie, and it's like this is what he looked like back in the
90s. I mean, he's in shape, good-looking dude.
I'm not gonna lie. He probably looks at like those pictures from the 90s, like, damn, I used to have hair.
I had it all.
Like that's a flow right there.
That is crazy. Oh, Tibbs. Someone get this brother a dating app and a good barber. Get him lined up real nice, man. Like, get this man a date.
I don't know if that one. Yeah, I don't know if we can salvage that one.
Well, no. That's what I mean. Let the barber do what he sees is best.
Just shave it off.
Yeah, let me cut these 3 hairs off, Tibbs.
What I'm saying, you see, I don't go in and tell my barber what to do. It's like, here's the look I'm going for. Do what you got.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not judging nobody, but that's kind of crazy. Like you're in the mirror and you get the gel. That's wild, bro. That's wild. You get him a little force.
Well, the thing is too, he did it. Like when you look back, like when he was Chicago's coach, you still know what it is.
Yeah,
but there's there's more hair there. Now it's just like
it's like a soul patch on the top.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. There's not a lot there.
I'm not judging. Like I said, I ain't got nothing to slick back or anything. I get it, but
this picture, I gotta retweet this picture of Tom Thibodeau. This is crazy. I'm gonna retweet it right now. You got to see this dude. He looked like an action movie star.
Yeah, he was still holding on in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, but still, again, you knew what time it was.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Tibbs is 31 in this picture I just retweeted. How old is Tibbs today?
My guess is 62.
67, actually.
67. I don't think I realized Tibbs was that old. You look, I mean, with the exception of he looks good for 67.
He does.
Just that man ain't never getting married.
He might.
He's got money. He can get married.
Oh, that's not nice.
Oh, that's not like. Yeah, I'll leave it alone.
Does he get another job?
If he wants one.
Chicago, Minnesota, New York. He's a career 579. He has a career win percentage of 579.
He's a good coach. He's a really good coach.
He can't be an assistant again, though, right? Like he's past that, unless it's for like a someone he's really championed to be a head coach.
The reason why I paused a little bit is because Jeff Van Gundy came back and was an assistant.
That's true. Yep.
So
and who was that for again?
Clippers.
Was it Ty?
Yep.
Yeah, Ty doesn't really need championing, so
maybe I find it. I don't know. I find it difficult. Somebody of his stature, talking about Tibbs, being an assistant coach somewhere. Like
Tibbs and Doc get the band back together.
Well, I always liked Tibbs. And when he left to go to Chicago, I think that's how it went. I was upset, but I understood it. But now we're trying to keep Giannis here, and we're trying to keep Bobby Portis as well. And I think it'd be good. I think it really work. I mean, we did have the greatest 7-game championship of all time. And mom too. But I really think that
I think it was 6 games, wasn't it?
Well, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just talking
when we have our full starting 5, nobody's beat us.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Let them know.
So
when we had our full starting 5,
why'd you
and Tom Thibodeau, we haven't lost.
Kendrick Perkins.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, he was coming off the ACL, and it was one of those things where we just had to do what we had to do, And Rondo was there, and and Big Baby Davis, Big Baby, he was there. And
you know what? We're gonna cut this off. We're gonna cut it off.
Thank you.
Because we get the NBA Finals coming up.
Finally.
Chris Broussard, what do you think about this whole situation?
Well, the NBA Finals are clearly one of the prestigious events in all of sports. Now, I will say this. When you have Indiana, when you have the Oklahoma City Thunder, you have 2 teams that definitely know how to play basketball.
Are we all proud of the product that we're putting out there today?
Hey, bro, I fooled you on that one.
No, you did.
Yeah, I got you.
No, that was good. That's good.
Aaron!
He got him in the air. He got him in the air. Stay on your feet.
This is why Charlie's coming. You tell him no one's listening anymore.
We got to change the rejoin music, guys.
Come on, man. We need to.
What do you think we change the rejoin music to some rock?
We need some 80s. We need some 80s rock music here to bring people back.
What do they call hair bands?
Hair bands, yeah.
Yeah,
A little
all
Poison. Def
I
Leppard.
only know one Poison. That's the song.
No, there's that Poison. There is a hair band called Poison. I think Motley Crue is considered a hair band.
I've heard of Motley Crue. Once again,
I think Def Leppard is a hair band.
I'm going to the alt soon, bro. I already talked to Andy.
The alt?
Catch Casey and Andy Hawk.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
You used to talk fantasy football. That's their bag.
Oh, yeah. Andy loves talking fantasy football.
Doesn't Dallas do it fantasy too?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're in the company league.
Yeah.
Dallas listens to this show for some reason.
Dallas
Shout out
listens
Dallas.
to the show, follows a lot of the things I say on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I barely see
I think
Dallas.
he's about sick of you.
Well, I barely see Dallas. And I don't, I'm cool with him. But when I see him, he goes, "Oh, so you want to trade DeMontis Sabonis, huh?" It's like, you follow me? You listen to what I'm saying? Shout out Dallas.
He's probably listening right now.
You might be.
Dallas, tweet me if you're listening, big dog.
I think Dallas interviewed Ice Cube over the weekend at or not this weekend, but the Bottle Rock weekend.
Dallas be making moves on the low.
No, he do.
Yeah.
Well, they like Dallas here. So it pays when the company likes you. When it doesn't, you're us and you make your own t-shirts. You notice they got Abe t-shirts. The Wake Up Call's getting ready to launch their t-shirts for the Wake Up Call Live at the end of the month. Yeah, that might be it. That might be like Abe is working at Burger King or something. He's like making Whoppers.
Yeah, I saw that. And where did he hang the camera? Did he hang it off?
I don't know what.
A light
like
or something?
Like when Abe does the social media video, he puts the camera up like it's the Money in the Bank ladder match. He's got that joint hanging from the middle of the. He's got hanging from the middle of the ring, and he stands under it and does his video. But I love Abe. He's full of great ideas, and for some reason, the Zabo got these $2 Whoppers over at Burger King.
Damn, where? What? Is it this one around the corner?
I don't.
I'm gonna talk to Abe. I need that. Yeah, $2.
Burger King is low key like fire.
It is. No,
Yeah,
it really
it's
is,
low-key.
man. It's kind of slept on.
You got to
People-
know what you're doing there,
Yeah,
but
man. Burger King really
yeah.
is. Maybe, yeah.
Don't
Burger
make that
King got it
face.
going
You
on.
never had an original chicken sandwich, huh?
Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's the face
I
of
don't know
someone
about
that hasn't.
that. I'm just talking about the Whopper. I don't know.
So Whopper's fire. See, you need to get an original chicken sandwich.
They used to have the
Coke Icy as well, please.
yeah, okay,
Wait, what was
okay.
that?
Coke Icy.
I mean,
They sell ices at Burger
Yeah,
King?
see?
Burger King got it popping, bro. Burger King
They got
it
dessert?
popping. Yeah. The
Really?
cookies, the chocolate chip cookies are bomb. They're bomb.
Okay.
We've been kind of different on our fast food takes, by the way, lately. You're corporate now.
Wow.
Corporate
Corporate
dealer.
Kenny, he's demanding you wear
Oh, I
a
thought you
suit
were
to
talking
work.
about him.
Nah, you, brother.
What are you talking about?
I don't even have fast food
Yeah,
takes. Why would he be
but-
talking about me?
What did we disagree on?
Dude, I was going to McDonald's the other day for the $16. Like, no, they charged you right.
No, I didn't say they charge you right. I said that's about the norm.
Think you know a guy.
Spent $40 at McDonald's
Damn.
a week ago for me and the kids. Jazz didn't even get nothing.
That's crazy.
It's me and the kids.
That is crazy.
Oh,
Have you dropped that we got
man.
McDonald's at home yet?
Yeah. I'll be like, no, we go home make some sandwiches.
Chips and a turkey sandwich and call it a day. We'll come back. NBA Finals get started tonight. Is SGA having one of the best seasons we've ever seen? We've got that much more ahead. These Giannis rumors are as hot as they've ever been right now. Plus, James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And Kenny's trying to trade Sacramento Kings. There's one we haven't talked much about this year. This offseason, I should say. It's all ahead. Steelo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Matt Boyne, you got to treat yourself better, bro. I'm telling you, you gotta leave it.
Taco Bell. Awful.
Chris, my team is 6 games under 500, bro. Like, we suck. That's it.
Yeah, I'm watching the game right now. This guy gave up the lead and was punching himself in the head coming off the mound.
Oh.
It's bad. I'm just hoping they get the wine. Yesterday's game hurt, though, definitely. That was the one where it's like, oh, maybe you win today. You got a chance to win another series. It's like, nope. Lost in extra innings again. 17 one-run losses for the Red Sox.
Oh.
Can y'all run over to Instagram real quick and go to either my page, the D'Lo and KC page, or the 1025 page, and like that Kendrick Lamar reel I posted? Because I have never posted a reel that got as little traction as this one. It's like no one even saw it, and I think they hating on us. I think they hating. So can y'all go like it and get this thing moving somehow?
$2 Whoppers at Abe's live show, he's saying. And the Dixon Burger King, Zabo says, for Abe's live show.
Dixon? Oh, man. I got to go out to Woodland today. Bro, it's crazy. It really is crazy. Monterey truck, got they summer league popping off?
Aldrin, you got to start going inside now. That's what I'm doing. I can't wait in the line anymore.
Hey, shout out to my man, Coach Fields, man. He was in the chat. I hope he's still listening. I just saw they got the Monterey Trail Summer League popping off, man. I'm going to have to pull up, man. I think I know it's on Wednesdays. I don't know. Let me know in the chat or text me, but I'm pulling up, man. I got to go check out, man, some of this high school talent because they only get to play with their teams like in June. That's something that I do like is they kind of dead AAU for the month of June. So these kids play in these tournaments with their schools. So April, May, they're with the team, and in July really is the end of it all. But June, they be shutting it down, letting the kids play with the high school. So Summer League, I'm going to go check that out. And then the Pro-Am is starting, I think, next week too with Gus. I was talking to Gus the other day.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Good stuff right there. The NBA Finals gets underway tomorrow. A friendly reminder, D'Lo and KC will be joining Matt George and Kevin John following the game over on ABC 10. So check us out for a little TV coverage as the NBA Finals get underway with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers, a series where I feel like the discussion has been more about the market size and potential ratings of the series than the fact that we have two really good basketball teams playing in the finals with two really good young superstars and two really well-built teams. I think there are a lot of exciting components to this NBA Finals. I'm not even remotely concerned about Indiana or Oklahoma City, the markets or the arenas or the crowds. I'm excited to watch these two teams play. I'm excited to watch these two superstars battle it out. And I think we're going to have a far more compelling NBA Finals than a lot of people do. I understand that every metric will lead you to believe, like OKC, and this actually ties into, this conversation, but like OKC is having one of the best seasons we've ever seen a basketball team have. This is a 68-win team that is beating teams' asses on their way to the NBA Finals. And, Indiana, not quite the same. Indiana got off to the slow start, had a stretch, I think, in early January. They won maybe like 13 or 15 or something like that. Had a really, really similar stretch, 13 and 15, maybe 13 and 16, something like that, at the very end of the season. And team that, really got kind of hot in the playoffs, started establishing themselves as one of the stronger teams left. And I think we've got a really compelling finals ahead. I don't think this is 4 and out. I don't think we're getting a series like we saw with the Thunder and Timberwolves. I think Indiana is a significantly better matchup than anyone that the Oklahoma City Thunder have played so far. And I think we've got some compelling things ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Indiana's got a real shot. I wouldn't favor them. I'm picking OKC to win the NBA Finals, but I'm not sleeping on Indiana and what they can potentially do. I asked Jesse, somebody the other day, for anybody who's like, hey, they're going to run away with this. I said, do you think who do you think is better, Indiana or the Denver Nuggets? And I think whoever was asked, I think it might have been Jesse, but whoever was asked was like, oh, the Nuggets are better. I was like, I wouldn't say that. And even if I thought the Nuggets were better, I would say at least Indiana's on that level.
It was not me, by the way. I would not co-sign that one. Maybe, was it on Friday?
Yeah.
Maybe you were talking hoop with Eddie Gonzalez.
No, definitely didn't talk to Eddie Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah, no, he didn't.
Eddie forgot to log in? That's what the text exchange was about?
Me and Kenny hit 228. All right.
He said it was in his spam folder.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Send Jesse to spam. Cold world.
But
somebody.
I think even if you think Denver's better, I'm not here to argue like they're definitely better or not. I think they're on the same level, and they were able to push Oklahoma City to 7 games.
I think I'd take Indiana in that situation too.
The Indiana or Denver?
Yeah.
I would too. I think Indiana's better than Denver, but I've been disrespecting Denver majority of the season, and they absolutely proved me wrong with their performance in these playoffs.
I go a step? I think Indiana's significantly better than Denver. Like the biggest fault with Denver, I think, was and we saw this play out, was their lack of depth. Mm-hmm. That's one of Indiana's strong suits. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one of their strong suits. I think one of their key guys, who I think you and I both really like, will be really interesting in the series, is TJ McConnell. Mm. But in most games, in most series, like, TJ's fantastic. I think this is a really interesting matchup for him, particularly. But I think one of the strongest things that Indiana has going for him is their depth.
Shout out to TJ McConnell's sister, picked up by the Mercury too, by the way. Big ups.
Okay.
Secure Bagley says that nobody is close to Jokic on Indiana. Understand that, but they got some really good ball.
Well, why are we talking about Denver though?
Well, because he thinks Denver's better, or Denver pushing OKC was because they had Jokic. Nobody on Indiana is as good as Jokic, so they probably won't be able to push OKC the same way.
Indiana's a better basketball team than Denver.
That's what I say. That's I agree, but I think the depth that Indiana has, the way that all these guys, like everybody that steps on the court right now for Indiana, is playing at a high level. It feels like, Thomas Bryant came in, played excellent in Game 6, and if they continue to get that type of production from damn near anyone that steps on the floor for them. I think they got a real shot. We talked about it yesterday, and I agree with you. They've got to find a way to get one of the first 2 games. It's the same thing I kind of felt with Minnesota. Once they didn't get either one of the first 2 games, I was like, this is pretty much over. But Trista talked about it as well. OKC can be had on the road. They can also win, but they can be had on the road. But you got to set yourself up by winning one of those first 2 games in OKC. If you can't do that, I think the best you could do is hope for 2-2 in a 6-game series. I don't think you can win the series if you lose those first 2 games, if you're Indiana.
I'm sure this stat has been out there. It's not one that I was looking for prior to this conversation, but we did talk like how important we think winning one of those first 2 games are. And it looks like Oklahoma City lost 2 in a row twice. That's how many times they lost 2 games in a row this year. They lost to Dallas and then at San Antonio at the beginning of the year, near the beginning of the year. And then near the end of the year in April, they lost at Houston and against the Lakers. So the simple math of their season says it doesn't happen very often. This is a team that wins game in bunches. I mean, again, it's a 68-win basketball team, man. It's a 68-win basketball team
in recent memory,
with one of the great seasons that we've seen of all times from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he has the opportunity to add to that. I know Sakirin DeBagley was pointing this out in the chat a minute ago. Only Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal have won the MVP, the finals MVP, and been scoring champ. He's staring those last 2 achievements in the face headed into this series. And it feels like, despite the MVP, despite the 68 wins, SGA is having an understated season. There wasn't, I mean, I understand. When the Lakers got Luka Doncic, it got really, really loud. The Lakers noise got really loud. When Jimmy Butler, went to Golden State, and Golden State went on that second run that they had this year, it got really, really loud. It was never at any point this year that loud for Oklahoma City.
Do you think this is a NBA, like the way they cover the league problem? Like, is this
like an NBA problem or an NBA media problem?
NBA media, because like the Celtics lit up all the stats last year. It's kind of like you're waiting for them to just win. Are we waiting for the Thunder to win, or why do you think it's being understated?
Because it's not sexy. The Celtics, you were waiting for to win because that was the last thing that they could do.
Yeah.
Like, there was no other outcome for Boston that would have worked. It was win, or we are going to trash Jason Tatum all offseason and all next season. Jason Tatum is almost disqualified when winning the MVP because of the way the Celtics are covered. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But that was different. Because the Celtics are one of those teams, they're always going to be covered a certain way. But it's just like, there's nothing we can say about them because we're literally waiting for them to do one thing, and they can't do it till June. I think no matter how much people were singing the praises of Oklahoma City Thunder, I think most of those people were expecting them to lose at some point.
I disagree.
Okay.
I would say one of the reasons why you don't
not expecting them to lose, but waiting for them to lose.
I would say the reason why you don't hear much about them is because it's the exact opposite. Everybody's been like they're the best team, and they've been maybe focusing on these other teams to see who can beat them. But not
see. Like I don't feel like that was the case till Minnesota.
Oh no,
because I
pick from things I've heard, they've been the pick the entire season.
No, sure. Like I know people have been picking them, but I mean well, they're just beating every team so bad. We're just waiting for them to. I felt like that really started to happen against Minnesota. We're like that felt like that was the actual conversation. Like, no, we're just waiting to crown Oklahoma City at this point.
Yeah, and then it's. I mean, you find a way. It's our job. But what more we got to say about OKC and SGA? I mean,
I don't know that we've said much about them all year, other than they're
great.
good.
They're great.
Like SGA is legitimately having one of the best seasons we've ever seen a professional basketball player have.
Yeah, and we were saying, me and you were saying, in the middle of the year when people were trying to, Jokic, no, it's SGA. He's the MVP. What are we talking about? Like, he's the MVP. Like, we, on this show, at least, we've said, this dude is spectacular.
He's having the best season.
Yeah. He's the MVP. So you still got to find ways, as media and people who follow the NBA to create these conversations. But I don't know. I think the team is just a little nondescript. Once again,
they're as individuals, they're boring.
Well, I think the franchise is a little nondescript. It's almost like I almost compare it to Derrick Henry on the Titans. Like, if Derrick Henry was doing what he did for the 49ers, I mean, that's local, but if he was doing that for the Packers or the Bears, you think it would be a bigger deal than when he was doing it with the Titans?
I don't want to kill your point. I felt like what he was doing was a big deal with the Titans.
But was it talked about the same way?
I kind of feel like it was. Derrick Henry, you're talking about his 2,000-yard season?
Yeah.
I kind of felt like it. I felt like that was a big, is he going to break the record? I felt like that was a big talking point. Do you think Saquon was covered different last year in Philadelphia than Derrick Henry was a couple years prior in Tennessee?
I think he was. I think Christian McCaffrey was a little bit too. But it's not like they completely ignored Derrick Henry, but they don't completely ignore SGA either. But it's not, it just doesn't feel the same, in some of these franchises.
So is it the player or the franchise?
I think it's the franchise.
That doesn't feel like it's something that's going to change.
Well, that's what I asked yesterday, right? Like, when does our perception about the AFC South change? I don't know. Like, Titans, Jags, Thursday Night Football. What do we do? Oh,
well, if you have a 10-2 team and a 8-4 team, is that more compelling?
Did they have a Sunday Night Football a couple years ago with the AFC South on the line? I feel like they did.
Yeah, I don't know. They might have.
It might not have been that last game of the season. It might have been a week or two before that. But it's just, I don't.
Who won it last year? Was it the Texans?
Texans.
Okay. That's terrible.
The Texans. Can you give me the state of all, like, how are those four teams? Just like go one by one. Like, the Texans are good. The Colts are.
Oh, the Colts aren't very good.
The Titans are.
They're not good.
The Jags are.
Yeah, I'm not buying the Jags. I'm not buying Trevor Lawrence.
At least you had an opinion. And it didn't take you long. It might have been like,
but you know why it's
wait
easy?
a minute. Why are what?
No, it's easy though. With football, it's easy. Houston, CJ Stroud, good. The Colts, Anthony Richardson, question mark?
Didn't they sign a quarterback too?
I would hope so. Didn't you bench Anthony Richardson last year?
They did. Well, no, he benched himself.
Oh, that's right. He benched himself, and then they benched him again.
Yeah.
Then you got
Daniel Jones.
Then you got the Trevor.
They got Daniel Jones. The Colts too.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, got me there.
If you're into that sort of thing,
got me there. Then you got the Trevor Lawrence, Willie or won't he? And what's the other one? I said Jacksonville, Indy.
Oh, and the first pick, Cam Ward in Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee. Yeah, and I don't know. It's not Cam Ward I'm worried about. It's the rest of the Titans I worry about.
Maybe I'm wearing that comparison out too much, but that's what it always reminds. That's what OKC always reminds me of. AFC South. It doesn't mean they're not good.
I get it, but I feel like that can change from season to season. Like Houston was one of the most exciting teams in the league, 2 years ago?
Yeah, but Houston is in Houston, right? That like it's in Houston, and even the.
But Texans, it's still the conference.
Yeah, and I guess I'm talking specifically. I might be talking specifically.
Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Jacksonville. That's what OKC.
Why do you hate small markets so much? What did they do to you?
Indianapolis?
You never watched small market big heart?
Well,
you didn't say Indianapolis. You said Jacksonville in Tennessee.
Yeah, well,
I don't even think Tennessee is a small market. That's Nashville, isn't it? Is that small?
It might is Nashville might be a bigger market than Sacramento.
I would think Nashville is, but I don't know that for sure.
It's close though.
I know people go to Nashville to party.
Nashville, I want to go to Nashville.
That's I heard. I don't. Well,
I want to go to Nashville.
Well, all right.
Is the issue with OKC not that
I think a lot of people I saw the Venetian this weekend from Nashville.
It's not about them being a small market team, but more so they're an expansion team with no real history.
That's kind of what I talk because I'll use the example.
Well, who's the expansion team?
OKC, because like unless like you're just I love the Sonics and like that's still the Thunder, like that's not there's no history with the Thunder.
No, I get it.
It's a small market.
Yeah,
but they got history.
But let's be careful. OKC is not an expansion team.
Like,
I get your point.
Though,
I get your point. I just want to be clear. They're not an expansion team.
How long have they been in OKC? Has it been? It's probably been about 12
Kevin
years.
Durant. No, it's KD's first year was in Seattle.
And he's going into 17.
I think he's going into 17, so it has to be 16 years.
Yeah, expansion team was the wrong term to use. A team that moved and kind of just ditched their history.
No, yeah, and you're right. You're right.
That's my point.
And you're right. Don't talk to me about the Sonics.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do not want to see Sonics highlights leading into tomorrow night's game. You can give me all the highlights you want of like Thunder and Heat or KD and Russ and Harden and Paul George and you could do all that. Don't talk to me about the Sonics when you're running the recaps of these two franchises.
Well, yeah, like Drew Down says, just because he has no memories of Seattle, no one's throwing up Gary Payton highlights for this Thunder.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that.
To Jesse's point too, Jacksonville been around for almost 30 years, and they still don't have no cachet of being. Carolina kind of does because they play those teams like they have those moments against. They've got the Bret Harts, right? So they play the Saints, they play the Falcons, and they've had conference clashes, or excuse me, division clashes with the the side that can give them the rub. Pause.
No. It's a flag. It's a 5-yard penalty. Just keep it moving. But no, it's a clear flag. What do you think this is?
What? I was gonna say get them over.
Well, you should have.
That works better.
Well, yeah, everybody knows what getting them over means.
What, you just gonna let him say it again?
No, that feels
There's
like
nothing wrong with that.
That feels like jumping off sides, but jumping back before the ball snapped. Like, yeah, you got back in time, but we saw you.
But yeah, they have and then there's another thing. When I talk about football, I don't know if NBA has this at all, but the NFC just a little more prestigious. They have more historic teams in the AFC.
Okay.
So the Panthers being in the NFC, they'll have these memorable moments against the Packers and the Bears and their division and all this other stuff. Whereas Jacksonville, with their division and some other stuff, they just haven't really. That's a team that got into an AFC Championship game. Do you remember that?
Sure.
Nobody even know.
Yeah.
Who was the quarterback? Who'd they lose to?
Wait, quarterback, say that again. I was eating my lunch.
Jacksonville's gotten to a conference championship game.
Was it Jake Delhomme?
No, he played for the Panthers.
Jacksonville got to a Blake Bortles.
Wait, didn't they beat Jacksonville? It wasn't Blake Bortles.
No.
That took Jacksonville to the.
Actually, they've been in two.
Are we talking Byron Leftwich, David
No,
Grohl?
you're right. Blake Bortles.
Yeah, that wasn't even that long ago.
No, it wasn't. The original one that I was also thinking
Want me
about.
throwing to Mark Brunell?
Brunell.
Hey, we know Jacksonville.
Really? I don't.
Yeah.
What year was that? Like,
I think that's when they play. I think they played the Broncos. Or no,
what Broncos?
They beat the Broncos, and then they played. Who did they play in the AFC Championship game? Because the Broncos were like the 1 seed, and they beat the Broncos to get to the AFC Championship.
What was this? The Cup? What Broncos was this?
This was Elway Broncos.
Oh my God! What year was this?
96, 97, 98.
John Elway was in the league in 96. It was like John Elway retired in like 88. What year did he stop playing football? Jesus.
He was in the league forever, and then he got his 2 Super Bowls and left.
Oh, good for him.
That's how he did it.
Thank you, Terrell Davis.
Yeah, played that game with a migraine too. That's crazy.
Oh, that is crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Hold on.
Anyways, the answer is no. You're determined to find out who they played.
Yeah, I want to see who they played.
Patriots?
Oh, no. Okay. Well, this was probably awful. Although they had some players. They lost to the Tennessee Titans in the AFC Championship game.
Does this destroy your argument? Was that Tennessee versus Carolina?
Nobody even remembers.
Was that Tennessee versus Carolina?
Tennessee versus, you don't even remember that.
Tennessee
versus the Rams.
St. Louis. Yeah, okay.
So the stopped at the goal line.
Stopped at the goal line. 3 yards short. Dude's knees down at the 5 and he reaches. Oh, it was so close. All right, dude. Whatever, man. They have tried so hard to make us believe that was a goal line stop to win the Super Bowl. Man's knees was down at the 5-yard line.
Yeah, so that conference championship, boy, that was the ratings gate on that one. It was Titans, Jags, and Bucks, Rams.
Okay.
Ugh. Now the Rams were the greatest show on turf. So
who's the quarterback of the Bucks?
Sean King, I think. I believe. Let me check.
That's 96.
That's 99.
I was gonna say I thought
99 2000.
Okay.
I believe it was Sean King. Yeah, I don't know. It's not Sean. Oh,
not the activist.
Yeah, it was Dilfer, but I feel like he got hurt. And Sean King played in those conference championship games. Could be wrong.
Okay, bring this back to OKC again.
You asked why SGA kind of gets overlooked. I think the
same reason Sean King gets overlooked. SGA, Sean King, same thing. Wow, you heard it here first. Goodness,
I feel like the franchise hinders him a little bit.
SGA, Blake Bortles, same thing.
Oh man, Blake Bortles.
Jacksonville weren't they like 12-4 that year, 13-3?
Well, maybe, but they played a bunch of road games and they beat your boy in the playoffs.
Who's my boy?
You remember? Just you remember who
Who's my boy?
They beat your boy. That's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Who is my boy?
Beat your boy. Well, he's my boy too. He's my boy too. I want to be clear. He's my boy too.
This is always interesting because the other day he's like, "Yeah, your boy," and like it was like he was talking about LeBron for me. So,
but LeBron, my boy, and this guy, my boy, he Tomlin. That boy let Blake Bortles come through there, and that's my boy.
You said Mike Tomlin?
Yeah,
that's my boy.
Yeah, it's not.
It's fine.
Oh,
I'm just saying, Mike Tomlin.
That's my boy. Mike Tomlin, my boy. I support black coaches.
Oh wow! All of a sudden, Kenny loves black coaches. Wow,
what just happened?
Wow. No, after trashing Ty Lue and trying to dump Mike Tomlin last year,
that didn't happen. I did not trash Ty Lue.
I would pull. There's just no way. Like I don't even think we were on the stream when you were trashing Ty Lue. I think I was the only person who could see you. Pre-Invisalign.
That's my boy. That's my boy. Yeah, Sean King in that game, by the way, 171 yards, 17-31. They didn't score a touchdown. It was 11-6.
Ugh. Is SGA having one of the best seasons we've ever seen?
Yeah, I'll say yes.
It's not fair. It's not fair. Yeah, I'd put it up there. It's not fair. I put Steph's unanimous MVP up there.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's still LeBron's 2011 and 2012 season. But if I really want to stretch it to, I think it's 11 to 13, because again, not a fair. It encompasses the Olympics.
Yeah,
and that man won a championship, an MVP, a gold medal, a championship, and an MVP. In those two successive seasons, like that, and that run in 2012 was just, phenomenal. You could throw SGA's, Olympic stuff in there too if you want to.
Well, you don't do that. That'll lessen the case.
Well,
they didn't even medal, but it kind of reminds me, and his team is way better, and they are way better, and I think they'll accomplish more. But it reminds me of Iverson in 01, being a guard, leading the league in scoring the way SGA did. Winning that MVP, number 1 seed, 60-win team, 60-plus win team. So, yeah, he's having a great season. He's having a phenomenal season. I love SGA as a ball player. Love it. I mean, I don't know him as a person. He seems great too, but I love his game. I love what he brings to the table as a leader. I'm a big fan, man. Big fan of SGA.
All right, we'll
Shout
come
out
back.
Jesse, man. Shout out Jesse, man. Boys got a walk off, man.
I know we needed that badge. Shout out Rafaela.
I'm just showing
What,
love.
Chris? You got something to say
Showing
now,
love to the
Chris? You've been
bro.
talking the last two
Ooh,
games.
Yeah, where you at, Chris?
Where you at, Chris?
though?
Yeah,
Ooh.
Red Sox 6 games under 500 now. I think. Shout out.
At least they could hit.
Okay.
I know
All right.
2 teams that can't.
Back with more Boston Red Sox coverage here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
The Red Sox have the top prospect in baseball, and they won't call him up so they can manipulate a service time. So that's how things are going over here.
I got 2 questions for you guys. I'm sorry, they're a little off the sheet, but I thought about something.
What are you gonna ask about the Red Sox for a second?
No.
Wait, this is a first.
I got one for you, Jesse, and one for you, Damian.
Okay.
Oh, you want to trade Kyle Pitts, huh? Bring him to San Francisco.
I don't think you want that.
He's in the final season of his rookie deal, though.
You solid, but it's not enough.
Oh, no.
Shout out Kevin Millar. What's the one sports team that you like that's near and dear to your heart? Like, I mean, like singular season.
13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Shout out to the dope one. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You know the vibes, man. Hey, shout out to Cola C Moss. You know what we're doing over here. I had to come in here and talk about this because on Monday, I believe it was, we were told it was signed, sealed, deliver. Devin Haney was going to take on Telefimo Lopez in Saudi Arabia in August. I wake up on Tuesday morning, deal is off, fight is off. Devin Haney said Telefimo was ducking, didn't want to sign his part of the contract. I think they dodged a bullet, though, in general, because that fight being in Saudi Arabia is awful and everything that's wrong with boxing. I know a lot of people like, I just want to see the fights. I don't want to see those fights over there. No. So who knows if they ever come back to the negotiation table and make it happen. But if it does, it needs to be in the States. A fight that big, a fight that we've been waiting for 6-7 years. It doesn't need to be in Saudi. It needs to be in Las Vegas. It needs to be in Brooklyn. It does not need to be half the world away. So I don't know what Telefimo, and I know his name is Teofimo, but Floyd called him Telefimo, so I'm going to call him Telefimo. I don't know what Telefimo scared of. I think Devin put them hands on him. But if they figure it out, make sure it's in the States. They don't need to go get the Saudi bag. That's the 13th round.
Well, you don't put it over there for the sake of, why do you want your main event fighters fighting at 3 a.m. or whatever time it is?
It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
No, but yeah, do you have a sports team where it's like, I love like this, you have this team, where it's just, don't even have to win the championship, it's kind of, anytime you see anyone from that team, it's like, oh yeah, that's great.
The first thought, I mean, it's recency. I love the Beam team. The Beam team was hella fun.
See, does it still have that though? Like, you still like, you see De'Aaron Fox, and it's like, wow, that's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I mean, I still really look fondly back on that year.
I don't know what just went on during the 13th round, but it got.
Well, they over there trying to get the Saudi bag, and that, no disrespect to nobody, but that's ruining boxing more than anything. His excellency,
golf,
Turkey,
wrestling,
Turkey is ruining boxing, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's doing a great job because he's getting the." No, he's ruining the sport, bro.
Why is Saudi so invested in sports? Like, what is this doing for them?
I don't think it's doing anything. He just got. It's like a toy to him.
It's a flex.
It's a flex, exactly.
He's got money to blow, and he wants to see these guys fight. So I don't blame him for wanting to bring it home. Like, I get it. If I had a lot of money, I'd try to have fights here in Sacramento all the time. But It's just bad.
Why does everybody keep going to Sacramento? Kenny Caraway throwing his money around.
Oh, the Caraway bag is ruining boxing. Having everything in Sacramento.
You got these fighters fighting at weird ass times too, like over there.
That's
like
the killer.
Here, it's like sure it's 1 o'clock or whatever. Over there, it's like 7 a.m. or he's been up since 3 a.m.
That's the killer. It's all bad. It's all bad. I met some people the other day that said they were bringing some heavyweight to Sacramento. I got to talk to them again.
Were they wearing shirts or no? Never mind. Don't answer that.
Well, it depends. Were we working or not? We were in a professional setting, so yes, they were wearing shirts.
D'Lo and KC ringside.
Yeah, facts.
Oh, that's cool. Y'all could tell me about it.
You ain't going?
I said D'Lo and KC.
No, I said y'all could tell me about it. I don't want to go.
I thought you were feeling like me. No.
Where your Frank Lucas mink. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it went great for him. It went real.
What, you trying to stay low? You trying to keep a low profile for some reason?
Well, I never know, man. You never know. I'm not as loved as Kenny Caraway. I gotta
not true.
Gotta stay out of the streets.
Not true. Can I ask my questions real quick? Sorry, it's a little off kilter. But I thought about
it. Can't be more off kilter than talking about boxing in Saudi Arabia.
I wanted to ask Jesse. I remember a couple months ago, I presented the question to him. Because I said, I don't think Luka and the Lakers are getting to the finals in the next 5 years. You said they would.
Yeah.
Do you still believe that?
Yeah. It's the Lakers. Like they're not going to put talent around Luka for the next 5 years. And I guess at this point it's just a matter of me betting on that and Luka doing his thing. So I'll bet on that.
They put talent around him all they want. Is it going to be better than the Spurs and the Thunder?
Yeah, it could be. Like,
will it be?
I don't know. They don't have players there, but it's like I don't see the
yes or no.
Okay, how about this? I don't see the Thunder and Spurs as these two teams that are going to dominate the NBA for years to come. Like they'll be great and all that, but I don't think it's just going to be them two. Like you can build a team to beat Wemby or the Thunder. So yeah, I guess they could beat them as well.
I mean, there is no definitive answer yet.
Yeah.
A couple months ago, I was just checking in again. He still thinks.
The hell's your problem?
What?
Over here grilling Jesse about the Lakers.
Well, that's his team. That's his squad. He's defending them. He's defending them, saying, "Hey, they're going to make it to the finals." I said they won't.
What is going on here?
I have no idea. I have no
I just
idea.
thought about this.
And that's just question number one.
Yeah, he's going to ask you something about.
No, so this is something that we talked about in Bump It or Dump It the other day, and I just really want to get your thoughts on this. Paul Skeens. I thought about this because he pitched last night.
Oh yeah, I know they lost
again.
8 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, had like 10 Ks.
Bro,
lost.
They lost. So somebody had floated out the idea. Paul Skeens, he's like the best pitcher in baseball right now. He's in his second season. You don't have to pay him money until like 2029, I think it was. But he's the truth. He's the best pitcher in baseball. He can change a damn franchise. Somebody said, why wouldn't the Pirates think about trading him? And basically, we'll say the Giants or the Phillies, a team that's close, that's like a Skeens away from a World Series, and saying, give me your top 6 prospects, and you can have him. The thought process is he can be as good as he wants right now. Pittsburgh is awful, and they're going to be awful.
Sure.
So like, yes, it's good that you get to see him and stuff like that, but they're not even like selling out when he pitches or nothing like that. Like it's just a great player. Why wouldn't you go to one of these franchises and say, give me your best 6 prospects? Would you do that? Would you trade this young phenom if you were the Pirates for somebody
under
else?
the circumstances you told me? Yeah, under the circumstances you just laid out. Yeah, I'd absolutely entertain it.
Jesse, you said you wouldn't, right?
No, ideally you build around the generational player.
Yeah, but if you're not
if you're
getting
the Pirates,
anything out of it like right now.
Well, that's because they choose not to, though. The Pirates choose to be this bad.
I feel like this happens a lot in baseball. Like 2 of the best players of the last 50 years played for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. at the same time.
Tragic.
Like, and maybe this is the structure of Major League Baseball, the way that the capless baseball works, the way you can defer money in Major League Baseball. Maybe that's why teams like Pittsburgh or teams like Anaheim or whoever get harmed by this. But this is one of my big frustrations with baseball. I just don't understand how it works. I do not understand how you build a true contending team outside of the way the Yankees and Dodgers do it.
The Astros did it.
How'd they do it?
The Astros basically tanked for like 4 years, and they got Altuve, Carlos Correa, Bregman, and they, like, when those World Series Astro teams, that was like almost all homegrown because they were awful. Like,
yeah, that's I was
historically
doing
bad for like 3 years.
We were doing cover articles about those guys before they really blew up.
Yeah. So that's I get, like, I guess that's a little bit more guaranteed than probably the NBA. But if you're like really bad and you're committed to being bad, getting the best players, and then keeping them there for a little while, maybe it might work that time. But what happens a lot of the times is owners of the Pirates, of the Athletics, all this other stuff, they do that, and then they just sell those guys off once they're ready to be contending teams. So they never see it through to like a winning.
What would you do? Would you do it? Would you?
I'd definitely think about it. I would,
and you wouldn't
think about
No, I would spend money, and you don't have to even have to be the Dodgers or Yankees. Just don't.
But does Pittsburgh have the money to spend?
So that's what I looked at. They have the. I couldn't. Maybe you could find a better answer for this, but I was trying to figure out what their income is for the season, like what kind of money that you get.
Okay.
And somebody, I think it might have been an AI response too, but after their payroll, which is like 88 million, which is bottom 3 in the league, something about arbitration, the Pirates bring home an estimated $47 million with a third lowest payroll. So to Jesse's point, if you go spend money and say you're middle of the pack, wouldn't you come out of that in the red?
I got it.
Like you only got $47 million to spend basically, and that would put you near the middle of the pack.
I'm afraid you say the wrong color in the red, like you'd be in the deficit.
Yeah, that's what it.
That's
how I took the numbers that I just saw. Is that right? Because say that $47 million profit, you added that to your payroll, and you start spending and getting people in there, and now you're middle of the pack at like, I don't even know what that is, but let's just say like 100 and
is the question, are you losing money if you do that?
Yeah.
I would think so, because $47 million, that doesn't seem like very much money.
I don't think that's the case, though. Like, there's an SI article on May 12, 2025 says Pirates rank as one of the MLB's most profitable teams. And then Statista, or however you say that, like this data website or whatever, says that the Pirates amounted to $326 million in 2024.
Yeah.
Wait, say it one more time.
They amounted to $326 million in 2024.
That's how much they. That's how much they made.
Yeah.
That's
then there's no excuse for not
the
trying
SA
to build around.
Because even when
they choose to be bad.
Even when you take the 88 that you have to pay for payroll, you're still bringing in like $200 million.
Yeah, that's not. It's a far cry from 47. That's an entirely different conversation.
100%. I was trying to look for it. I couldn't find it.
And if you're not going to do that, what do you even have this young man for?
Hell, in that case, to Jesse's point, like we're talking about, like why even trade? Because even if you get these young guys in here, if you I hate to say it, you trade them for the Dodgers farm system, they're top 7 players. You're just gonna not do nothing with those guys too.
The Pirates, Rays, A's, White Sox, and Marlins all have the lowest payrolls. Like those teams are all, we know they choose not to spend money.
Now, the other aspect of that too, though, I'm not trying to defend the Pirates, but the other aspect is you got to get people to sign on. So you can be willing to spend all the money you want. But if somebody's, I'm not going to play in Pittsburgh.
Come play with Paul Skeens and O'Neal Cruz, and like you got prospects. You got the future to sell people. You got the best pitcher in baseball.
I understand Jesse's point. I would seriously consider trading. I would seriously consider it.
Well,
you're taking the mindset of the Pirates, and we're just trying to make money here. Then yeah, you trade him.
But you've got to do one or the other.
Feels like it, right?
What would
just sitting here and letting him have these dominant performances?
If this is about
nothing,
if this is about business and you're not capitalizing on an asset, perhaps your most prized asset, you're running a bad business. So build a contending team that I mean, in Pittsburgh has contended in the past. Build a contending team that inflates your business, or just acknowledge what time it is. And
they don't even have it'd even be one thing if on Paul Skeen's pitching days they getting 30,000, because people want to see this great pitcher. That's not even the case. So like to your point, what are you even doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Are we trying to win with this guy? And if not, let's just try to get this super haul from a team because he's great. But I had never thought about that until I read that article. I had never thought about the idea of trading him until like 2 days ago. And I was like, I actually kind of see the vision. But to your point, you got to do one or the other.
Says that the Pirates owner has a net worth of $1.1 billion.
What's his name?
What's his name?
What's his name, Jesse?
What do you mean, what's his name?
What's the owner's name?
Bob.
Bob what?
Hold on, let me compose myself. It's Bob Nutting.
Bro, what the?
Hey.
Yo.
Hey.
What?
Hey. Come on, Caraway. Did you throw the flag?
Immediately I did.
Man.
I'll throw another one. Matter of fact.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, he's been tossed. Oh, Jesse's been thrown out. Jesse's been thrown out. Oh, man. Kyle Masson coming to restore order here.
Yeah,
been on the
exercise bike. I don't know what happened. Just trying to stay warm.
Oh, bro, Kyle Masson coming here to restore order. My goodness.
Crazy.
Wow.
That was crazy. I don't mean to disrespect the man's name, but
that's a whole family of.
Yeah. For a whole family of what? Whole family of what?
It's a long line of
what? What?
Man.
Oh,
Lord have mercy.
Like I said, we're going to be the FX of radio shows one day.
Wow. Okay. Appreciate you guys. Those are 2 things I was thinking about when I asked the questions.
What were you up at 2 a.m. too? What's brought the Pittsburgh Pirates into your head?
Well, no, because I was going through Bump It or Dump It, and that was still in there.
Oh, okay.
And I left it in there purposely because I wanted to. We asked that when you were gone. I said, I wonder what Damian thinks about this.
You want to do Bump It or Dump It right now, or do you want to talk about your baseball team?
Dump them.
No. Well.
No, I can't do that.
Well,
that was tough.
Both of our teams are. Like, what is? Oh, I know what I had gone to Twitter for a second, and I couldn't remember what I was going to look at, and it just dawned on me. I was going to look at Chris Biederman's tweet last night. A's attendance 8,487. It's their smallest home crowd to date, coming during a 1-18 stretch.
Come on, man. Come on.
I spent 4 days. I spent 4 days in Las Vegas. You know how much talk there was about the A's out there?
0, huh?
None. Katie goes, hey, how come all these casinos move like this? There's Tropicana here. I was like, oh, yeah, this is allegedly where the stadium is going. Really? So we're looking around. Sign?
Nothing that says
a logo?
They didn't have nothing that says like A's coming to.
There's nothing there.
I'm not going to put a sign out here if you're not going to pay me yet.
There is nothing there. I don't know how long the A's are going to play in Sacramento. I don't know if it's 1 year, 4 years, whatever. This team is not going to Las Vegas.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
This team is absolutely not going to Las Vegas.
They need to commit to Sacramento. Just commit.
You've got an expansion, or not expansion, moving a team where no money's just been exchanged yet.
No.
Whether it be an expansion fee or whatever they call it for the owners, this, and that, or money for the stadium you're supposedly building there.
That's the thing that they're looking for. And this is what I understand why people in Oakland are frustrated with this one, because Major League Baseball has just streamlined everything. No relocation fee, no nothing. Just all Fisher has to do is get the stadium done. And he can't do it. He can't do it. Major League Baseball has turned a blind eye to everything and let everything happen. All you have to do is get the stadium done.
It seems like they just desperately wanted a team in Vegas, and they just ignored everything else, and even the guy who they're working with too.
Well, you mean Major League Baseball?
Yeah, like we want a team in Vegas. John Fisher is the perfect guy who just hates where he's at.
Well,
go to Vegas, blah blah blah. We'll streamline this all, and it's just you forgot who you were dealing with as well.
The thing about it, from what I've heard, is they just want this over. They want this over because once this is done, they can get to expansion. They can't get to expansion until this A's thing is done. So they just go to Vegas, settle it, do it, or stay in Oakland, do whatever you're doing, settle it, so we can get to expansion and we can get our $50 million a piece or something like that.
I don't know how this works. I don't know what the proper terminology is, but this is the ultimate grounds for firing, overthrowing, removing Rob Manfred.
Oh, okay.
No, he's already saying he's leaving. He's already saying he's leaving in like 4 years.
I'm talking about immediately.
I know.
I'm sorry, this isn't going
it?
through. All of those owners that aren't getting $50 million or whatever the fee is, expansion fee.
Well, you're right, and they're trying to, just get this done so we can move on to expansion.
Rob Manfred, and I don't think we discussed this. We discussed it privately. I don't know that it ever hit the air because I don't know how the timing went. Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball are absolute trash for what they did to Pete Rose. It's not surprising. I think we all knew that it was going to happen. But to reinstate him this close to his death was just gross. And then to have the nerve for Rob Manfred's arrogant ass to have the nerve to say it's long overdue.
Come on,
bitch, you were the one in charge of this.
That's crazy.
It was, look, I'm not trying to paint Pete Rose as a saint or some sort of victim here, but this whole Pete Rose thing, it's exactly what it was. It's a perfect phrasing for it. It was just absurd. And what they did to him after his death was insanely disrespectful.
I agree.
To his family, to his legacy, to me, it's more disrespectful than anything he ever did to Major League Baseball.
I agree. Yeah, Rob Manfred is awful. Like he is awful. I feel the same way. I'll take that awful commissioner, and if you say Major League Baseball coming to Sacramento permanently, I'll take it. But I'm not going to act like he's not awful. He stinks.
Yeah,
he is garbage as a commissioner.
Absolutely terrible.
He is horrible. So yeah, A's lost again last night. All bad.
I don't know how many games they're going to win. Like how in the world did they win so many games to start the year?
No idea. One for your last 19 is
crazy,
insane.
This is their worst stretch since like 1943 or 47.
Goodness
one of the 40s.
Gracious. That is awful. And then you got the Giants, who they're one of their last 19 at the plate. They can't hit to save their life. Elio Ramos gets a 2-run home run last night. Looked like we cooking. Another great performance on the mound from the starters and the bullpen. And my guy, Camilo Duvall, that's my guy. He gets the closing role back. Bob Melvin gives it back to him after going with closer by committee. And the first time back as the closer, I think his first time, might have had a save in Miami. But at least the first time back in Oracle Park, he blows the 2-run lead in the 9th inning. Giants end up losing 3-2-10. That's a day after they lost 1-0 in 10 innings the night before to the Padres. And these are big time games. This is the Padres that you're trying to work and you're trying to compete with in the NFL West.
Yep.
I don't want to say it's like disastrous because if you find a way to get these next two and you split a 4-game series with the Padres, it's not the worst thing in the world. You got the Braves coming up though, and you got the Dodgers coming up as well. This is a dangerous stretch for this Giants team.
Can you walk me through this real quick?
Mhm.
I'm gonna go back. The teams don't matter. The wins and losses don't even matter. 1, 1, 3, 2, 0, 4, 0, and 2. I know you know what that is. By
As their run totals the last week or so. It's been they're going up there with the wet Sunday paper.
They got a lot of
the wet noodle. That's what they go into the plate with.
You really are an old man today.
They're
Wild analogies,
going up
man.
there with the wet Sacramento bee.
You got that and then Dapper, he said today.
I didn't say Dapper today, did I?
I think
No, you did,
Nah,
bro.
I
You
think
did.
What was I talking about?
We were talking about the
Coaches-
suits and
coaches
coaching.
and
Like, yeah, it
suits.
looks dapper. I was
Yeah,
like,
you
who says
think it look
dapper?
fly. I don't know though.
Big hater of coaches and suits and sneakers too, which
Well,
is
dude,
exactly
it does look dapper.
is exactly what I'm gonna wear on ABC 10 tomorrow post game.
But yeah, they can't. I mean, they can't hit to save their lives. I'm watching the game last
So what
night.
happened?
I mean, Lamont Wade, he just got designated for assignment. His
Are-
tenure as a Giant is over. He couldn't hit.
Are they down or were they up? Like when the season started, were they a little over their head or are they just down right now?
Can I say both? I don't
Sure.
think these guys are this bad of hitters, but I don't think they were what they, when they were. Wilmer is actually doing fine, but he led the league in RBIs for a minute. It's like, all right, let's settle down. That's not going to happen the whole year. Not even going to be top 10 in RBIs for the whole year. So a little bit above their head. I'm watching the game last night and I said, man, Encarnacion at the plate, Fitzgerald at the plate, Bailey at the plate. And I'm like, it made me take a moment and say, Buster has done well so far, but there's still a lot that he's got to undo with this Giants roster and the makeup of the farm system. So,
Okay.
while we
This
thought
is Buster's first year?
yeah. So while we thought, oh, Buster's here, everything changed. A lot of things have changed, but not everything. We still got to throw Yaz out there, out in right field. I mean, my man needs a little bit more time because what that guy Farhan did,
He's
damn
like
near
Josh
set everybody.
McDaniels. You gotta rid
exactly.
yourself of the stink.
That's exactly who he is. So
Can we call him Buster when he gets good? Buster Posey instead of Buster Posey.
you could. I just call him franchise. That's what he was. He's a franchise. 2-8. That's what you say. 2-8. Even though they need to retire that soon. 2-8.
I thought we didn't retire numbers.
Oh yeah, they retired numbers.
No. I thought you didn't like retired numbers.
I mean, I don't. For people, Cornbread Maxwell doesn't need his.
You keep
jersey
doing
retired.
that, man. Yeah,
like,
what's
what
your
did he-
issue?
what did he
doesn't
do to
need
you?
his number retired.
What did he do to you? What did
What was he?
Cornbread
31.
Maxwell?
Somebody could be wearing 31 right now.
What did Cornbread Maxwell do to
Peyton
you?
Pritchard could be wearing 31. Come on.
Peyton Pritchard's fine with his number. We're going to retire that too.
How do you know? How do you know he's fine? Maybe he wanted to wear 31, but he couldn't because Cornbread Maxwell was retired.
No one's ever wanted to wear 31. There's no cool 31s, really, is there? Off the top of my head. Reggie Miller. Is Reggie cool? Sean Marion.
Reggie's cool.
Oh, Sean is Sean.
Yeah, Kyle says 49ers legend, Dolphins legend too, Raheem Mostert.
Oh, shout out Raheem Mostert. He should have won a Super Bowl with him. He was dominant in that NFC Championship game. Absolutely. Kyle, what was it? 200 plus yards rushing? I think it was.
Let me run down all of Cornbread Maxwell's accolades, okay? We're going to go through all of these.
Okay.
Sit back.
Yep.
2-time NBA champ.
That's not even a personal achievement, but go ahead.
That's what Basketball Reference says. 1980, 1981 Finals MVP.
That was suspect. No, that really was.
That's it.
Cornbread Maxwell, in his 8 years for the Boston Celtics, averaged 13.7
man.
points per
Hey,
game.
come on, man. Come on. Come on. And look, no disrespect. Sorry, Kyle, but that's what I was thinking of when they retired Iguodala's number. Now, look, that's not my business. I'm not a Warriors fan. You do what you need to do for your organization. But we're retiring 9. We're retiring 9. That's why you need a Ring of Honor, okay? A Ring of Honor, acknowledge his contributions. That's fine. We're retiring 9?
Andre Iguodala also played 8 years for the Golden State Warriors. Averaged 6.9 points per game and started 84 of the 452 games that he played.
Like I said, it's not my
Also,
business.
mysteriously won the Finals MVP 1 year.
You guys pissed off Kyle. Good job. He's heading into the studio right now to beat
All
up
right,
both of you.
We'll be back. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We're not gonna do. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Celtics got Don Nelson's number retired. We can retire
real
Don
quick,
Nelson.
because I gotta go. What we're not gonna do today is disrespect Andre Iguodala. That's crazy.
Disrespect.
That's so crazy.
Give him a Ring of Honor.
Why is Iguodala so beloved?
Because he legitimized what the Warriors were.
Okay.
They had that series win against Denver, where Andre Miller cooked Draymond in game 1. You guys remember that? That was crazy.
Wasn't
Anyways.
that the one where they said Andre was the mole?
Yeah. He was. He definitely was. Come on. But I think he legitimized what the direction they were going. Like they needed that guy to kind of like get them over the top, that veteran leader, that defensive presence. And he was that. He was super vital to what they did.
Do the Golden State Warriors win a single championship without Andre Iguodala on the team?
Boy, damn near did in 22.
I was gonna say they did in 22. But again, there's weird like non-empirical stuff that I think matters here that I don't have any like data to back up. I just think he changed the trajectory where they won in 22 kind of without him. But I don't know if the same culture is established. I have no idea.
My whole thing, not just with Iggy, but Cornbread Maxwell and others around the league, is the numbers shouldn't be gone forever for some of these guys. Once again, Ring of Honor, Wall of Fame. The number in the rafters.
Yeah, Ed McCauley does not
Nine's
need
a good
the number
number,
still
too.
retired.
I was like, if you want to retire 35 for Kevin Durant, that's fine. Nobody's gonna want 35 ever.
You think they're going to do that?
Nah.
You don't think so?
It depends on how he goes out.
I've heard people talking, both sides, like they will, they won't, whatever.
I've heard because Joe Lacob said whatever, like nobody will wear 35 as long as I own the team or whatever. So I think it kind of depends on how KD goes out, to be honest. If it's this whole like he wins a title at some point and he goes out like off into the sunset, then I think they do it. But if he goes to Minnesota and their first round exit next year and he goes, I'm hanging it up, then I don't
Was
know.
he the best player on those teams?
Yeah. Okay. Prime KD was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable. Although I always find it a little tough to say whether or not he was the best player because he had to do what he had to do, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
But he faced one-on-one coverage like he never did in his career because 30 was there.
Yeah. I'm not
Like he almost never faced a double team. And that's DOA for other teams if you're trying to guard Kevin Durant one-on-one.
Yeah.
Oh, we're back, Kyle.
Oh, all right.
Kyle Matson stormed in here to set us straight.
Speaking of, I saw something yesterday, and I don't want to tease the young fella because I respect it, man. I respect it. And who am I to be like, yo, you're crazy or you're doing too much? Who am I? Did you see your boy Pods?
I saw Pods did a podcast. Yeah.
Pods say you want to play on the Olympic team in
Oh,
2028.
don't do that. That's okay.
That's what I said.
That's
I'm just
all right.
saying.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Your pods, bro.
No, so
Your
the man,
pods.
what, the man can't
Your
have
pods.
a goal? The man,
what
the
is
man
it?
can't have a goal?
We got a World Cup that's got your name on
The
it.
man can't. Well, that might be true, but the man can't have a goal?
That's a dream, not a goal.
So let's see. If this sounds.
He'd play over Jason Tatum.
Well, we know that to be true.
Hey, get him out. What is he still doing here?
He said, "Get him out." This sounds a little disrespectful. I'm not trying to be, but Jake LaRavia was like, I'm trying to play on the Olympic team.
Pods is better than Jake LaRavia. Stop.
I'm not trying to
Same
diss the man.
family.
But you know what?
I'm not trying to diss the man.
Hey, all right, Jay, get your stuff off.
Shoot for the stars.
Nothing
Shoot
wrong
for the
with that.
stars.
There's nothing wrong with that. I saw that. I think I saw it this morning, that podcast. I was like, I think someone's gonna hate on this. I'm just not sure who it's gonna be.
That's me.
It was. Oh, it was.
Well,
both
no,
of you.
I didn't hate on it.
I feel like you did.
No,
Kenny was trying to be nice.
You
Then you set
brought
me
it
up.
up with the intention of making fun of
No,
him.
I prefaced it
Yes,
by
you
saying
did.
no.
You can't even say it with a straight face.
I said, look,
look at yourself. You can't even say it without laughing.
The young fellas out here, having confidence. I have no problem with that. Remember, I told you. The Warriors lost like a regular season game. They said Pods went to the podium. It was like, yeah, it's on me. I'm gonna be better. I got to be better for my guys. It's on me. Like, all right, buddy.
We can call it what it is, bro. Like,
All right, buddy. You're not.
Pods probably wants to win MVP one day too.
They said,
Well, what do you want Pods to do? Be like, man, I suck. Like, I'm just
No,
here-
like I said, we
I'm just
got
here for vibes.
we got a World Cup that's got your name on it. I want to make the World Cup.
They said Pods went up there like he was prime Clay at the podium. Like, all right, man.
Hey, Pods heard his name in some trade rumors and has not been the same since.
I can't even hate on Pods' enthusiasm to be great though. I really can. I love it.
Happy birthday, Pods.
Shout out. Is his birthday today?
It's not his birthday.
Oh.
Just read the chat.
What? It's not Pods' all right, man.
Wait, what? What happened?
Who's wishing Pods a happy birthday?
What happened?
Pods' birthday is February 25th.
Oh, wait. I think that did happen. Now that I remember it. Jesse, do you remember this?
I think you got deleted, but yeah.
Wait, what happened?
Hey, did you see that really happened?
What happened?
You see the chat Zabo talking about? They did.
Oh.
The hell is this?
I didn't know that.
I think that did happen. I remember that vaguely.
I didn't.
Come on,
Hey,
man.
Zabo says we started the show with it.
So look, for the radio audience, I don't care. We'll say 1140 wished Pods a happy birthday, like in his last birthday. What are you doing? He's not from here.
They're celebrating Pods. The big Pods guys over there. They got the Pod show coming.
Oh man. Shout out Pods, man. Hey, I hope you achieve all your dreams, Pods. Real talk.
I don't have no problem with what Pod said. Let the man live.
Can you imagine Pods on the Olympic team in 2028?
Oh man.
Getting our ass kicked.
Oh, brother.
Well, I mean, he could wind up being pretty solid by then.
Would you take Pods on the Kings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would too.
Like Pods is a good player.
Like if he was part of a DeRozan trade.
A part of, yeah.
If that was the player you got back, like, because I don't expect DeRozan to go to the Warriors, but if it was a 3-team deal and the player the Kings got back was Pods.
And that was it?
Yeah. I don't think that's the way. I
don't think I would feel great about, like, because that's DeMar, and I do think DeMar has maybe a little bit more value than that, but I would have no problem whatsoever with Podziemski playing.
I actually think Pods is a good ball player. I don't know. Sometimes
he's a good ball player, just not an Olympian.
Yeah, well, there's that. You're right. You're right.
He's a great basketball player.
You're right. Yeah.
Sorry, Pods.
Sorry, Pods.
I guess happy birthday. I don't know. I get the reference now.
Hey, did you have Did you want a quick bumper to dump? I've been waiting for a couple of days.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Hit
the music. Yeah, thank you.
He said you want a quick bump it.
Well, no, I just waiting for this one. Tony Allen on Cooper Flag. I'm seeing Andre Karolinko, bro.
Was that it?
That's the headline. Bump it or dump it.
Yeah, you've been waiting for it. Go ahead, bump it.
Quote, I ain't seeing Kevin Durant. I'm just not seeing all that. I'm seeing Andre Karolinko, bro. Karolinko, who Allen compared Flag to, made an all-star team in 2004 and was a first-team all-defensive selection in 2006. He's going to be a one-time all-star. I don't see it. I'm just not hyped about on these Duke kids. Look at a couple that came out besides Jason Tatum, end quote. Does he have a point? I think this is a new era of Duke, too, by the way.
It's what?
A new era of Duke basketball. Like Coach,
sure.
like maybe if Coach K was there, I'd be
sure.
like, yeah, he doesn't. Shire's a little different.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's an NBA player, one of the elite defenders of his time.
That would be a disappointment.
Never
right?
watched. Yeah. You rigged the lottery for nothing if he's Andre Karolinko.
Oh yeah, Silver said he was. Do you see what Silver said today? He said a couple things.
I saw a couple of them,
but he was like, "Yeah, I applaud the Mavericks for not tanking. They knew they were getting the number 1 pick. That's why they didn't tank. What are you talking about, Adam? Why are you on this show anyway? He's on some New York show."
Also, real quick, Tony Allen, here's a developmental contract for D'Lo and KC.
Right. Yeah, to answer your question, that'd be a disappointment. Yeah. That'd be an absolute disappointment. Yeah. You got any more? Or was that the end?
No, I got some more.
Okay, let's go.
Terry Bradshaw.
James Ham coming up at 3:00, by the way.
Terry Bradshaw calls Steelers' pursuit of Aaron Rodgers a joke.
This was
How
funny.
old are these bump it or dump it's?
This was like Friday.
Are you sure? Like 2 Fridays ago?
No. Me and James Ham talked about this one on one of the insiders.
Really? I saw it on Friday. Because I was going to ask Jesse about it.
Oh, well, I'm going to say dump it because it's really old, but it's a perfectly fair criticism.
I agree. Go ahead. We can dump that one.
Pittsburgh looks stupid, dude.
Yeah, no.
They do.
They look absolutely stupid.
They look great. Did you happen to see the clip when Joy Taylor got upset with Aaron?
Yeah,
about not going to OTAs?
Joy Taylor, you did.
I thought it might have been a work, and then I listened to the clip, and I was like, no, I don't know what happened.
Well, in defense of Joy, her brain might be preoccupied with other things. Joy's got a lot going on in her life right now.
Joy, he hasn't signed yet. He's been busy.
There's a reason ESPN took Shannon Sharp off TV.
Brother. Let's see. MLB TV ratings jump. Fox up 10%. ESPN hits 8-year high.
More ratings talk. Bump it.
The league said Tuesday that each of its national TV partners is posting audience increases so far this season among the individual tallies. Fox is up 10% compared to last year. ESPN, despite its intent to walk away 3 years early from its MLB rights, is up 22% for its coverage to a per-game average of 1.74 million, the network's best baseball audience since 2017, excuse me.
Okay.
Baseball popping. You combine that with the attendance hike that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball popping right now.
Okay. Why?
Days are in Sacramento.
Well, that's absolutely why.
No, I don't know. They had a really good year last year. I feel like the playoffs were good. You got the Ohtani year that had. I thought
you got the marquee, probably the most marquee World Series you could have.
You got a lot of reasons to watch now too. Like I might not be the biggest. Like the Pirates suck, but I'll watch Paul Skeens or the Mets and Juan Soto. The Yankees, if the Red Sox aren't playing, I'm always tapping in with them to see what the rivals are doing. And like the Dodgers, I was watching Dodgers Mets yesterday, actually, or whatever. It's like there's a lot more reasons to watch than I think before now.
Was that kid the rookie card that we talked about?
Yeah,
it was the same one.
Yeah,
yeah. Alderman Jay's got here. Like they just got fun stars now. I feel
Yeah, MLB popping.
Okay.
They're doing a great job right now. The Pickup, featuring WWE star Roman Reigns, will premiere on August 6th.
Okay. Bump it.
Prime Video has announced the release date for The Pickup,
Prime Video.
a movie that will feature WWE star Roman Reigns in a supporting role. The Pickup, which stars Eddie Murphy, Pete Davidson, Evan Longoria, and Keke Palmer, will premiere on Wednesday, August 6th.
Well, excuse me for getting my attention.
And one of the quotes is talking about Roman Reigns. He probably shows as much charisma that I've ever seen from a celebrity or non-actor. I think his future in front of the camera will be ridiculous.
I know wrestlers used to take this as an insult, but it is absurd to think that Roman Reigns isn't an actor. Like, that is a huge part of what he does.
Is, I feel.
Yeah, that is a huge part of what those guys do. I get it's not the same thing,
right?
But that, like, not everybody is, like Hulk Hogan, where he's just this, Hulk Hogan had like no talent. He just had like an incredible level of charisma that translated to fans.
Right.
Most of what other guys did along the way, that was not this. There was a level of acting to it. But good for Roman. By the way, on a far more important movie note, though, anytime you mention Eddie Murphy, I'm gonna watch it, good or bad.
Facts.
Sinners is out on digital.
Oh, that what
Apple TV.
It was the 3rd or something. It just came out, right?
It came out. It might have been yesterday. It might have been a couple days ago. It's out. It's definitely out.
I was
yesterday, 2 days ago, definitely.
I was thinking about that, and when I saw that, and I was like, "Damn, I might watch that again." I don't really watch movies a second time.
Yeah, that's my.
I might watch that again.
We have a busy weekend ahead, but that's Friday night.
You said it's on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Just to watch or
no, you have to buy it.
I got you.
Yeah. I mean, you could get it. You could buy it on Apple TV or Prime or whatever. Like, it's not available like on Max. You have to purchase it. But the digital is out there now.
All right.
Look, that movie was just in theaters.
Well, they come out quicker now.
That's how they're doing it now.
And they charge more, so you could. So they're smart. You can buy it for $24.99 or rent it for $19.99. And I think it still is in theaters. Yeah, you might as well pay the extra $5 and own it.
Facts.
And watch it once.
Yeah.
Done it.
I don't think you'd be interested in the Rockies being awful. Last one for today. Dior hands all creative control over to Jonathan Anderson.
Dump it. Did you see?
You want it? Who has Dior's anything around here? Me, Jesse, or you?
Did you see Adam Silver talking about the All-Star game?
I did.
On that same New York show you were talking about. He with absolutely no specific details or any details at all.
Any kind of plan or anything.
Nothing at all. Just said that the All-Star game will feature some form of USA against the world.
I'm already out.
So people have been begging for this for years. Is this going to work?
There's only one way it works. Is if the players care. That's it. Well, any format that you put out there, it only works if they give a damn. Because it wasn't a problem that the stars of the league were playing in the All-Star game. Like that wasn't the issue. It was the fact that they didn't care. So if the stars of the league are just put on different teams now, but they still don't care, it's gonna look trash.
But I'm also on the fact, like he says, some form of the world versus Team USA or whatever. It's like, all right, we're gonna get 30-minute commercials between 30-minute breaks or whatever. Like, what's the like? What do you mean some form? Like, is it gonna look horrible like last year? Because if it's that, then yeah, I'm completely out. Like, yeah, the players got to play better, but
that was a killer last year. All the interruptions.
Yeah.
Last year, so
I'm cool off of a 3v3 Team USA versus World Tournament or whatever.
Yeah, the tournament was a disaster. You got to dump that. Bump it or dump it. Dump that. You got to dump the tournament. That was bad. Yeah. I mean, but it's all bad. Like,
do you think they should maybe mess around with this, the old MLB, put home court advantage on the line for East versus West?
No, because what's the incentive for the best record in the league then?
That's true.
I didn't like when Major League Baseball.
I didn't either. Yeah. And would they do that because the game ended in a tie once?
Yeah.
Is that what happened? And didn't they call it? Didn't they were like, yeah, we just need to end
because all the players left.
Oh.
And then like it was a tie, and they had subbed out
no
all the
left to
players,
play.
and the players that were subbed out left. Like Bonds and Jeter were notorious. Well, maybe not Jeter, but I know Bonds was notorious for he'd play till the second inning, and he'd be on a plane by the fifth.
Bonds was Goldberg. I'm gonna work my match and then get the hell out of here.
That's it. So
that's solid working in a Goldberg reference. That's good work right there.
They so that's what they're like, well, we got to figure out how to make this more meaningful for people to stay, or the managers to manage different or something like that. And your boy Bud Selig, that guy, he came up with that bright idea. He did give us the wild card though. That was a good decision.
Yeah, I agree. And baseball playoffs used to be prestigious though.
Now it's just 500 records getting in. I saw if the season ended today the other day, and first round, Giants are in there taking on the Dodgers. Best of 3. They'd scored -5 runs. Damn, I can't believe they had that game last night. I was upset about that.
You think we ever get to the point where the All-Star game is dumped?
No.
Not the weekend, not the dunk and the 3-point and the celebrity and all of that stuff, but the actual game is just dumped.
I don't think so. And I'd be disappointed if we ever got to that.
I don't think we will either. I don't think we will either.
Even if they're just jogging up and down the court, you got to have the game. You got to have the game.
Well, someone's going to pay for it.
There's that.
Whether it's ESPN, NBC, Amazon, whoever the partners are anymore. There's so many.
NBA,
someone's going to pay for it.
NBA All-Star Game presented by Damian Barling. You got it like that.
I don't even understand. What's that got to do with anything?
You're rich enough to sponsor the NBA All-Star Game. You can outbid all those people. I saw something the other day that said the NBA has like 196 sponsors. I don't
know if I feel like that's high or low.
It feels like it's high.
Like the league as a whole has 196 sponsors.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I thought I saw.
Man, Kia ain't never letting go of their sponsorship.
No.
Kia and like Sprite, like they're around forever. Or
Yeah.
Sierra Mist or whatever the one, Starry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like that Kia one ain't never going anywhere.
They're well, now AI says they have 51 marketing partners, but I don't know. I think I've seen 2 different things on that, but either way, that's a lot. I feel.
Yeah, I mean that's what you need.
Yeah,
that's what you need. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour.
James was not having it the other day too when I was talking about trading Sabonis.
That does not surprise me at all.
He still believes in him.
That's one way of putting it.
I mean, as far as building around him,
Domas guy.
And once again, I believe in his talent too.
Well, not believe in like Domas as a basketball player, but just the fact that you could still build something around him.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
I think you can too. I'm not out on Domas. I'm absolutely not out on him, but I'm not giving him a pass either.
Mm-hmm.
Like part of what went wrong last year was Domas's fault. But like that wording was bad. Part of Domas bears some of the responsibility for what went wrong last year. Clearly, very, very clearly, there was something between him and De'Aaron. And there was something between him and Mike. And there's going to be a point where I'm going to start asking, who does Domas get along with?
Right. What's the common denominator?
Yeah, like Domas is good with who? And like, I mean, I've seen nothing that leads me to believe Domas is a bad dude or anything like that. Just as a basketball player, I think Domas has a lot to offer. James always talks about building around Domantas Sabonis, getting the right players around Domantas. I don't know what that means or who that is, but I think there are some pretty easy ways to figure out. I think if you just, you need a point guard, obviously, but if you just kind of find a way to spread the talent around throughout the floor a little bit, instead of having it so much dominated in the front court, you might be in a better spot. Maybe if you put Keegan Murray in a better regular position, you might be in a better spot as a basketball team. There are things Domas needs to get better at.
And that's the thing. That's for him to be
just how it is.
For him to be somebody that you build around, he's got to step his game up and improve his game. And I think he's maxed out as a player.
I'm out on
that. Doesn't, once again, that don't mean he's bad. That doesn't mean he's
it just
all
means he
NBA.
can't get better.
Yeah, I think he is at his max.
29 years old.
If you can't put the basketball on the floor and go get me a bucket when I need you to, like, I'm out. I don't think you can build.
Yeah, that's not him.
Yeah, I don't think you can build your team around a player like that.
You,
Tyrese is 20-8. He's not this 25 point per game player or whatever, but when it gets to crunch time, like, Tyrese has the basketball.
I agree.
And that is when Domas is the least likely to touch it.
Yeah, and that does not work. At least if I'm building around you.
Right. And that not to have on the team. We talking about you the guy and we're building around you. You can't be that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you can't be that. So yeah, that's really my hang up. I saw an article from I forgot, it was one of the NBA writers who was talking about the Kings and said there's no thought of trading Sabonis.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. Well, sort of. Because there's an important component to that article. It wasn't the Sacramento Kings have no interest in trading Domantas Sabonis. It was Vivek Ranadive has no interest in trading Domantas Sabonis. So it was Brad something, right?
Yeah, Brad Siegel.
That's what I was going to say, but I wasn't sure if that was right.
Brett Siegel, I think it was.
If it's Siegel, it's Brett Siegel.
Yeah,
okay. I don't salute.
I've seen him a couple
times. Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, his connections to the league, or if it's just one of those things where it's easy to say stuff about Vivek Ranadive. One thing I think we know for sure is I don't think Vivek wants to tear this team apart. De'Aaron is gone, and this is where James and Kyle said something yesterday that, like, I understand. Vivek might see trading Domas as triggering a rebuild. We see trading Domas as potentially something different. And it really boils down to what exactly could you get for Domantas Sabonis, the basketball player. I don't know what to think of that report. I don't know the validity of it, but I think you had an epiphany that I don't think lines up with how the Kings feel this offseason.
Well, the other aspect of it is because there was a couple of, I don't know if caveats is the right word for it, but when I talked about trading Domas, number one, I don't think he's as movable as others. And if I am, I'm not trading him to rebuild. I'm trading him essentially to replace him. To replace him as one of the top guys on the roster. So we had mentioned it, like Portland potentially, Jeremy Grant and Anthony Simons for DeMont. I'm not interested. If you're not giving me what I deem as an all-star caliber player in return, because number one, that's where the money matches up. Number two, that's what you guys are saying that you can net. So yeah, I'm going for another all-star caliber player and trying to bring him in, preferably a point guard, because that's what I want. That's how I want to start building my team. But that's when I look at trading Domantas Sabonis, it's not a rebuild. It's to replace and get another star in here. So
I'd be pretty surprised if they traded Sabonis.
I would,
just given the direction that they're taking.
Yeah,
I don't agree with the direction they're taking, but yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if they traded Domas.
Do we know the direction they're taking?
It's not a rebuild, so anything other than that. Yeah,
That's
like
what's
I
going
get
for.
wanting to
Oh
win,
yeah, I
but I
mean,
just
God, who wants that?
well, no, I get wanting to win, but I don't see anyone can want to win. But it's like, look what's in front of you, basically, is what I'm saying.
And I get in this, and I guess that's the true disconnect between so many Kings fans. People either see this roster as like, this roster is okay, it's not awful.
That's me.
Or they think it's terrible. And I don't know that there's any like, oh, they could work with it. Oh, I think people either feel one way or the other.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone think the roster is great, by the way. I don't think anyone thinks that.
I see a rebuild as a way to get you back to some type of sustained winning or something where you can really count on.
But when?
You take this year would be bad, but you'd start drafting and kind of start it next year.
Because they have been marvels in the drafting process.
Eventually, someone's got to get it right.
Famous last words. More of D'Lo.
Well,
and
they
Tracy
got
on the
somebody
way.
that knows what he's doing now.
Well, I certainly hope so. James Ham at the top of the hour. More Kings talk next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. If it's not a top 7 roster in the West, it's terrible. There is no middle. Why the specific number 7? Why a top 7 roster? Can't win with cornbread Sabonis. Well, all right. Well, okay.
You get a Trae Young in here, though, I'm all for it.
Yeah, but like in place of Domas or
No,
with
you
Domas?
got if your plan is to still try to win, it doesn't make sense to me to move Domas.
Okay,
I
I'm with
imagine
you.
you're still keeping your best players
with
around and you're trying to pull something off, where it's DeMar and however many picks or whatever.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm with you on that.
Shout out to whoever bought stuff for the snack shack. We got fruit in there now.
Mm-hmm.
We got some kiwis in the fridge and all that.
I had a peach yesterday.
Kiwi. I don't know if it's the most underrated, but it's top 5 underrated fruit.
Yeah, kiwis are dope. Kiwis are dope, and that peach I had yesterday was on point. Man, it's a short-ass commercial break. Kenny gonna be back in like 5 minutes. I'm flipping over here to KSFM. It ain't even. No, it's all good. It's fine. What's today? Wednesday, Thursday. Boom.
Cherries are pretty hit and miss. And my coach Chris there, you got to get the right ones.
I love making smoothies with frozen cherries. That's something I love doing.
Aldrin, I haven't yet. I got to get on that. They haven't been having the best grapes at the store I go to. And I won't buy fruit unless like 90% of it is good. Otherwise, it's just a waste to me.
All right, James Ham going to join us here at the top of the hour as we prepare for the NBA Finals to get underway tomorrow. Of course, a lot of NBA news happening over the last couple of days, all of which in the coaching circles. Tom Thibodeau out as the coach of the New York Knicks. Jordan Otto in as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix has a whole host of issues that they got to deal with. Getting their coach in place is obviously the first one. I was just looking at an appearance from Shams Charania on ESPN today. And obviously next order of business now is Kevin Durant. It's kind of a foregone conclusion that Kevin Durant is going to be out of Phoenix. And now you're looking at getting that roster right. Of course, you have the Bradley Beal issue where if you're Phoenix, you want Bradley Beal out of there. If you're Bradley Beal, you have all of the control. So how much better can Phoenix's roster really get? KD is certainly not going to net what it cost Phoenix to get him from Brooklyn. And there's virtually, but I think he could still net you a return. I think he could still net you a very, very good return, especially when you look at some of the teams that might be looking at him or might be looking to acquire him.
Would you trade Karl Anthony Towns for KD?
Would I? Yeah, I think I would. Like, I take a look at that. I take a look at that New York Knicks roster, and I think I would do that. Like, your window, like if you're the Knicks, you probably tightened up that window a little bit with the firing of Tom Thibodeau, and like that's something I'd look at. I don't know what that does for Phoenix though. Like maybe that. Yeah, I don't know what that does for Phoenix. If you're Phoenix,
they need a big man.
You need, but I also think you need other things in return because you had your salary structure ate up any possibility at depth.
Mm-hmm.
You have to acquire. Forgive this simplistic expression, but you have to acquire more basketball players, like real NBA basketball players. And not scrap heap guys who are trying to figure out how to play, like with, Book in and out of the lineup, Brad in and out of the lineup, Brad in and out of the starting lineup, Yusuf Nurkic in and out, then he's getting shipped out, a completely unsteady roster. Like their team, of course, we were focused on our own dysfunction last year. As an NBA fan, the Suns were a mess. The Suns were an absolute debacle last year.
All year, multiple different stories.
Again, we were focused on our own dirty kitchen.
Yeah.
But from an NBA perspective, they were a circus. The Nurkic and Bud stuff, all of the stuff that went on last year with Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah.
Man.
So what you're thinking in that situation is maybe not Cat because you're just replacing one big contract for another one. But if you took like two $20 million contract players back in return, maybe some picks, that should be the way to go.
Yeah, I just worry like if you just swap Cat and Kevin Durant, you don't have enough. You're just putting in, and now I think you just look at this Phoenix Suns team as Devin Booker's team. You're just putting Devin Booker in a position to fail, I think.
Yeah,
because you still you're in such a difficult spot with Bradley Beal.
Do you think there's one team out there for Bradley Beal? Because if I'm Bradley Beal, I'm not going to stick around. If they come to me and so-and-so wants to trade for you, cool, I'm out of here then. Because I don't think you want to spend the last few years of your career somewhere where you're not wanted. No.
They tried benching him and it didn't work.
Yeah, you come to him with a trade rather than benching.
He literally said, F you. I'm good.
Yeah.
Do what y'all got to do. You cannot play me. Not saying he said this. But I'm guessing his agent did. Go ahead, don't play him. You still owe him $50 million. Yeah. And you're going to fail without playing him. And they did. It didn't exactly succeed when he did play, but still.
Yeah.
I think there is a team out there for Brad. Who? I don't know. But there's a team like Bradley Beal. I feel like I fight this battle every year. Bradley Beal does not suck.
Well, I was just about to say, why can't he just stay there? I understand the salary structure and all this other stuff, but you have him. He's not a bum, like you said. He can stay there, play, and help you win games. I don't think that's just crazy talk. In a perfect world, yeah, you'd probably want to have him on the trade.
Does it make more sense with KD gone?
Yeah, and also depending on who you bring back. If you bring back guys that fit a lineup or a roster or a rotation better where, you've got some defenders and you've got a rebounder or a shot blocker or something like that, as opposed to having KD run the small ball 5. Yeah, you could get Bradley Beal in there. The thing that I always worried about when they even made the trade initially is Bell and Booker playing the same spot. Book's a 2 guard. They tried to, and he tried, bless his heart, to be a point guard, but playing out of position. He's a 2 guard. Bradley Beal's a 2 guard. Yeah. And unless he's at this point in his career where he maybe plays a little more 3 in certain occasions, that's always going to be an issue, having those 2 guys out of position.
Bradley Beal, he's on an expiring next year. If he picks up his player option, which he will, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're better off. Like if you're the Suns, trading that and trying to move forward, I guess, with whatever you can get for him. Just given, yeah.
But
if he wasn't unexpired, maybe it's different. But I think you can probably find someone to take that.
Well, it's not finding someone to take it. It's finding someone who he agrees to. He has the one no trade clause in the entire league.
Yeah, the combination of the both. Like both sides. And I don't know where that would be.
Yeah, I don't either.
He's in Phoenix, so he'd probably want to be somewhere. I think this matters. You want to be somewhere warm.
Would Houston make sense?
Houston would make sense.
How old is Brad now? Anyone know off the top of the head? I mean, I'll look it up.
I'm going to say 32.
31.
31. Yeah, he's 31 years old.
Just looked it up.
Count it. I get why Kenny does that. It's a rush.
Now he turns 32 in 24 days.
That's what I was talking about. I said for this next season, he's going to be 32. Count it.
Offset.
Bradley Beal.
Count it.
Feels
Offset.
like they talk about Bradley Beal like he's 36. That's a little different.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, 32 years old. It's just you had a guy who in 2019, 2020 was averaging 30.5 points per game, 31.3 points per game. Now you're at 23.2, 23.2, 18.2, 17.0. So that's the last, 5-year stretch or whatever for Bradley Beal. I don't know. I don't know where the right fit is for him, but he's a capable scorer.
Yeah.
He's not a chucker. He doesn't shoot a bunch of trash. Like Bradley Beal is a good scorer.
I agree.
But that's never that, as we know, as I feel like this is more basketball fans than sports fans. As every basketball fan, that's not how you're judged anymore. You're not judged on 17 points or decline or whether you could shoot or not. You're judged by the fact you make $53.6 million. And you got a player option for the 26-27 season at $57.1 million. That's what it boils down to.
He's only going to finish his career with one All-NBA team, which was third team. I don't know about his All-Star game situation.
I think 3.
And he's going to finish his career with $430 million.
Right time, right place for a lot of that.
Well, they thought that Wall-Beal pairing was the one.
And that was
them two brothers hated each other.
Jeez.
Them dudes did not like each other.
You know what I find more I talk to people, more I hear things or whatever, it is kind of rare to find a group of people that like each other in the NBA. Like the Pacers seem like they're all locked in. They all ride with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like in OKC as well.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like that's the exception, not the rule in the NBA. More times than not, you're going to get some type of bickering.
Do you think Tatum and Brown have beef? Or not? Maybe not beef, but do you think they're coworkers or friends?
I think they're coworkers. And that's okay too. What do you think, Jesse?
I think they're friends. I think a lot of their relationship is a bunch of fan fiction. If you look, like their families, Jaylen Brown's brother, I think, was watching Jason Tatum's kid at one point, stuff like that. Like they might not be best buddies or anything like that. Like, oh yeah, Jason, what are you doing? Blah blah blah. But they're closer to being like close friends than how the NBA talks about them, I think.
When you get a group of guys together that really.
But to be clear, I don't think Wall and Beal were just coworkers. I don't think they liked each other.
That was pretty out there.
I don't think they got along. I think John Wall was a hard person to get along with when he was in Washington. That might have changed a little bit later, maybe in Houston. But in Washington, I don't think he was the easiest person to work with.
Not this is also rare when you get a guy like that, like John Wall, who was drafted to be the franchise, achieves some of that success.
Yeah.
It takes a certain individual not to sit up on your perch and think that you're better and you run things and all this other stuff. I think that is probably what the way Wall went about things is probably more typical
of guys, young guys who come in as quote unquote the franchise, as opposed to Steph Curry, Tim Duncan, who they are the franchise, but they don't act like that. They look to include others and not separate themselves from the group by saying, I'm great, these are my teammates, as opposed to we're all a team.
Jeremy Lin had a 2-week run and Melo was sick to his stomach.
Well,
Him?
yeah, I mean,
That
come
guy?
on, they were going to give him 23 million. Come on.
No, 2 week
Linsanity
run.
is the craziest thing of all time, bro.
I don't know,
People still talk about it. Like, you can watch NBA players talk about it. I don't remember which podcast it was, but they still talk about it like, damn, that was like a moment. Remember?
That was a moment.
Could
That was
you
crazy.
explain Linsanity to Reese and it makes sense?
No.
Like, there was kids at my high school wearing Jeremy Lin jerseys. That's facts. Like,
it was like 3 weeks max.
yes, and like people had Jeremy Lin jerseys, bro.
Oh man, I gotta see some. Hopefully, I can get to this in time, and it's not bad radio.
Y'all want to? Well, while you're looking,
Yeah, Jeremy Lin.
Anybody in it? Y'all want to?
We
Y'all
can do
in?
Jeremy Lin. Yeah,
Get it
Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy Lin.
Need to find a whiteboard.
Linsanity. His NBA career, believe it or not, lasted 10 years. 10 years for Jeremy Lin. His peak earnings came in the 2014 season as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. He earned $14.8 million. Again, $14.8 million for Jeremy Lin, who was he undrafted?
Yeah, he had to have been.
10 years in the league for the undrafted creator of Linsanity. 10 years with peak earnings of $14.8 million in the year 2014.
Did he finish that contract with the Lakers? Is that allowed to be asked?
He finished that contract with nobody.
That is not allowed
No,
to be
he
asked.
did. He
just for the record.
I'm sorry.
Whoa,
Who runs this league?
The champ.
Abe is not here
Hey,
right
are
now.
we coming up towards the end of the season?
Oh yeah, when is the end of the season?
It feels like it's around.
I think it's in August.
Is it August? Yeah, probably. So, I was like, isn't it around?
I think I
the
have
start of the NBA
Let me
season.
find the scoreboard. Here's last year. Oh, season. Okay, look, this is August 1st. So the season ends August 1st. We're gonna have to start cranking out some games here for Kenny to come back. Okay, so one more time.
We have to cook the books for Kenny.
How many games did we have last year?
Enough for me to lose 13 in a row. I think.
A lot more than we have this year.
Jesse was the A's.
I got to play in Sacramento.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to make this.
If I was
work.
playing
I'm
with the
not sure.
Possums, it'd be better.
All right. One more time. 10 years for Jeremy Lin. $14.8 million. Career earnings are Jesse goes with $56 million.
That's 78 million. I said 88 first.
Little
I went to
shenanigans over there.
78.
That's an 88.
I went to I'm telling you, it's 78.
The top left corner of that number connects with the bottom right corner.
It used to be 88 when I first started. I said no, 78. I'm telling you, it's 78.
That's an 8 with a bold mark in it.
Look here. Look. $78 million.
And now he's changing it. Wow.
$78 million.
It didn't matter if it was 78 or 88.
Oh, what the hell?
$65,750,412. Jesse Tapia.
No streak this time, boys.
With another
no streak this
victory.
About time you got
We're
one.
running away with it.
His 9th victory of the season.
What's
Kenny.
How many I got? 4?
4.
Yes, I'm good. Don't need to panic.
Just taking it one game at a time.
We got plenty of games coming up And this is the time when I start heating up.
Season's
Believe
about
that.
over.
Believe that. We got 2 months. What you
Well, we do
talking
have
about?
2 months.
Wait.
That's when I start cooking.
At some point, Abe's got to bring the Money in the Bank briefcase in.
Bring whatever he wants. He's not the champ, so he can do whatever he got. He got the.
Abe is the worst part-time champion of all time.
Abe got the heavyweight championship of the world. He got the big gold one. He got that. That ain't the one.
Abe is the reason. Abe is like when Triple H just created another title. Like,
do you remember that Money in the Bank where I think it was Mustafa
Frank.
Ali was out there and he's about to grab it, and then Brock Lesnar just shows up and wins and gets it? Like that was Abe that one time. If we're being real.
Well, no, Abe is Yokozuna. Like Abe just came out. Now or Kenny's Yokozuna. He
get out there.
Oh, Hogan, puts his hand to the ear, and we cheered Abe along.
Did you see the part where they were talking about the black eye?
Yeah.
Come on. All right, bro. I don't even know how that happened.
He said it was the jet ski.
Yeah, I don't even know how that. Come on, man.
What's up, Hammer?
The jet ski.
What's going on, gentlemen?
He said.
All right.
He's told
Hammer.
that same story for 30 years.
Macho Man said I punched him. Macho said I did it. Real quick, because we were talking about Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin. Not Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy, to be clear, we were talking about Jeremy Lin. Linsanity.
We mentioned
Linsanity.
Yeah, shout out Triple H too.
Check this check this out. I remember this game. He starts it with a game against the New Jersey Nets at the Garden. He has 25.
Okay.
He goes 25, 28, 23, 38 against the Lakers, 20, 27, 10, 26, 28, 21. After 21, he never scored over 20 points again. That's it. That's the Linsanity.
The Laker one was crazy too. Cause like, all right, enough of this little shenanigans. Like, this is where it ends.
They
Like,
put
oh
him
my
on
gosh, he went for
ESPN.
38. Yeah.
That Friday night ESPN, Kobe was coming into the Garden. Yeah, we'll end all this. He goes for 38.
Is there
Hammer?
It's similar to that story.
Nothing.
Exactly. Yeah.
There
It's
is
like
nothing
wondering.
similar to Linsanity.
Brock Purdy.
No, but Brock Purdy has maintained his career.
That's true too. That's
like,
true.
could you explain? Do you think you could explain Linsanity so somebody who wasn't around for it?
Yeah, it was one player having a short run of games that were absolutely incredible that captured the imagination of everybody. And then there were a bunch of people who wanted him put in the All-Star game for like a 10-game run. And then the 10-game run ended, and it was like, okay, he's just a normal, everyday dude. I mean, who sleeps on, his friends' couches and doesn't have an apartment and nowhere to live. Yeah. It was fun, though.
He turned 2 weeks into 65 million, like Lotus Pride.
He
said.
did.
He maxed it out.
He did.
You know who held him to 10 points? The Kings. Click clack. Click clack.
Well,
the Kings lost by 15.
What year was that?
Remember that day?
2012.
The defensive juggernaut that was the Sacramento Kings, I'm sure.
They lost still.
2012, man.
I got the box score.
Let me see if I can. Okay, so yeah, Tyreek,
Jason Johnson, DeMarcus
Marcus
Cousins.
Thornton.
Yep, John Salmons.
John Salmons. That was a second go around for John Salmons.
I don't know what the all-century team was, but this sounds like it.
Jim was on that team. IT was on that team.
Yeah. JJ Hickson was still around.
Oh, man. Well, that means it was a really, really early season because they had enough of that dude.
It was February.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of his run.
They bought him out after the trade deadline because they couldn't trade him after they gave up Omri Caspi and a future first-round pick that ended up holding them ransom for, I don't know, was it 7 years, 6 years?
The Kings were 10-19 at the time.
Woo! Good run.
I covered some winners.
How many times they went into an offseason, the front office, like, yeah, job well done? Because that's disgusting. I'm sorry.
High fives, everyone. High fives.
Hammer, who made the all-century team that you guys put together?
I think we had De'Aaron Fox, Doug Christie at the 2, Peja at the 3, Weber at the 4, and DeMarcus Cousins at the 5 / Domantas Sabonis if he sticks around for a couple more years.
Wait,
I think
that's how that works.
the worst part about
Right
the
now.
list,
Well, it's their list. They
No,
can do
it's
what they
mine
want
now.
with it. Oh,
I think the worst part about the list is that 3 of the starting 5 were like on the 01-02 Sacramento Kings, and they haven't had anyone better. I mean,
Well,
again,
to be fair, Hall of Famer on there, huh?
well, a Hall of Famer, but and probably actually, to be honest with you, another Hall of Famer that we didn't even put on the list in Vlade, and what will be a third Hall of Famer in Peja eventually. He'll get in on the international card. At least I think. But I'd also Doug is my friend, and I've known Doug for years, and I loved watching Doug Christie play basketball. But the fact that Doug Christie, who played like 4 years back in the early 2000s, is the best shooting guard that you've had in the last 25 years is a pretty solid indictment on the Kings. And again, that's not to disparage Doug at all. But the fact that Kevin Martin is probably second on that list, and then where do you go from there?
Buddy.
Buddy. There's probably Buddy is number 3. Yeah, there
The
was a
Kings
lot
have
more small
lot of-
forwards.
The Kings have a lot of solid indictments against them when trying to put a comprehensive team together of their history.
I was gonna ask about somebody. Nah, he don't make it.
Who?
Look, I like Doug better than him. Marcus Thornton. Marcus Thornton had 2 years.
Low buckets.
He had 2 years where he was doing some stuff.
You know what I've always said about Marcus Thornton? Marcus Thornton played defense like a toddler running down a hill. Have you ever seen a toddler run down a hill? They always put their arms behind their back, like they're about to fall on their face the whole time. That's how Marcus Thornton played defense. You're like, what are you doing? I'm not quite sure. You're going to fall and hit your face at any moment.
What are you doing, little buddy?
Little buckets. He was a very, very nice dude who did not at all deal with the stress of the trade deadline. He couldn't deal with it. It freaked him out. He was always worried he was getting traded. I liked him though. Like earlier, we were talking about Travis Outlaw, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet walking into a NBA locker room.
Was Marcus the worst that you covered when it came to the trade deadline?
Yes.
Like in terms of people who just couldn't handle it?
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I don't think that's even close. He would stop scoring. You could go back and look, and he would go through like a 15-game stretch leading up to the trade deadline where he's averaging like 9 or 10 points a game. And as soon as the trade deadline passed, he'd go off for 30. Like he just really, really struggled with that. And, like physically you could see it wearing on him. Like you felt really bad for him. Him and DeMarcus would talk Creole to each other, which I always found really interesting.
DeMarcus talk Creole, huh?
Yeah.
Shout out.
It was like, hey, look at that. They would go back and forth at each other, and like, okay, that's different. Yeah, good dude. Really good dude. The Kings have had, to be honest with you, like covering the team as long as I have, there's only a couple of like true jerks that I've ever covered, or guys that you just like, you wouldn't want to go anywhere, you wouldn't want to talk to, or that just had like a super negative vibe. And
Who was the worst?
I mean, the only one I've ever, okay, so DeMarcus, you had plenty of run-ins with. I had plenty of run-ins with DeMarcus, but nothing like.
But DeMarcus wasn't a jerk to you.
No, actually, DeMarcus was usually really nice to me, and we had a really good relationship when he was here. I was always honest with him, and I think he appreciated that most of the time. There are some times where he didn't appreciate it, and he was like, "Hey, why did you write this?" Like, well, I got to be honest, man. I'm sorry. Run-ins, like the Matt Barnes situation, that was weird. That's probably the closest I've got to like having an altercation, a full-fledged altercation with the player. But outside of that, I think the one other one was Terrence Williams, who was just, really, he didn't trust anybody. Terrence Williams, he was really interesting. He was only there for a couple of weeks, but his talent was undeniable. He was so gifted, but also like someone who had had a really, really hard life. And so you're just kind of like, you didn't want to really go near him. Like almost like you're worried you're going to get bit, type thing. And it's not like he was going to hit you or anything, but he definitely had a really, really sharp edge to him. And I found if you just didn't leave his locker and you just kept asking questions, eventually he would warm up, and he was actually really bright. He just really struggled with like interactions.
Some interesting guys come through here, man. Some interesting
I'm
guys.
sure that's the case with most franchises. It's just we lost a lot, so
Right.
it just feels different.
The NBA is an interesting place. A lot of
That is
interesting
facts.
individuals from all walks of life.
I'm sure even like the Spurs teams had guys.
They had Steven Jackson.
Yeah.
Right.
They ran him out of town like quick, like, hey, nope.
Jack.
Yeah, I'm sure every team has had guys come through, every couple years or so. It's like, oh, it's an interesting guy.
Mm-hmm. The NBA is just, I find NBA players hilarious and interesting, like their whole demeanor. James, we were talking about, we talked about Bradley Beal and John Wall and how they didn't get along, and I asked the question, and maybe you would know because you've been around these guys. The teams that really like each other and really like everybody gets along, like the winning teams, right? OKC and Indiana, they look like they love each other. Is that the exception instead of the rule with NBA teams? Like usually on most NBA teams, is there like they either just work together or there is some tension between some parties on the team?
It's been a long time since the Kings have had like what I would consider like tension or a bad locker room, like a long time. And Miss Mac brought up Rondo. I started that because like Rondo is the most interesting player I've ever covered, without any question. Like the intelligence is like off the charts, but he was also number one. His locker was right next to the side door, so he could duck out really quickly. But he always was looking around, always studying the room. If you asked him a question that was like trying to get at, like if you asked him a question about another player, he was always looking for what it is you're asking. Why are you asking that? And so there was always like, hey, he's again like super, super intelligent, but like shifty. And I always found him really, really interesting, even though it was only a year. I don't like the Kings really haven't had a locker room that I think fought a lot since DeMarcus left. And that's not just because of DeMarcus. I mean, but like Jason Thompson, DeMarcus Cousins did not get along. They had their lockers were on the opposite side of the room. Dante Green and DeMarcus had gotten into it once or twice. So there were like groups, but overall, I think most NBA players are pretty good dudes. They're usually young guys who have way too much money and way too many people asking for that money and trying to take their money. And it's so they're just like a really interesting group because there's always going to be a level of a little bit of distrust. But again, outside of one player, I don't think I ever really had like a run in with a player.
Wasn't it DeMarcus? This isn't funny, but it makes me chuckle. It was DeMarcus and Dante Green, because Dante Green didn't pass it to DeMarcus on a game-winning inbounds play, and DeMarcus sprinted to the locker room. And didn't they get into it? I think it was Dante Green who was making the inbound pass.
That's possible. I know. Like there was a halftime where DeMarcus went off on Jimmer. There's the infamous plane incident with Nick Stauskas with DeMarcus. There were plenty of incidents with DeMarcus. Even like assistant coaches and stuff. But overall, again, I would like to tell you that it's out of the ordinary, but we've all played sports. I mean, in all honesty, I got in a fight in the locker room in high school with a high school football teammate. It's sports. And it's sports where everybody, especially the NBA, everybody comes from a very different background, specifically from me, but also most of them are very different backgrounds from each other. And, it's a real different melding pot of people, especially you add in, some of the European players and, when I first started doing this, a lot of European players would come in and they barely spoke English. That was 15 years ago. And that's just not the case anymore. You have a really difficult time finding a European prospect that isn't remote, really close to fluent in English. And again, it's a lot about smartphones and the world just getting much, much smaller. But still, I think it's the way the league and the personalities in the locker room have changed are interesting. I always just Sasha Vezenkov, just hanging out with Sasha, because Sasha, I don't think anyone ever shared with him where he could hide from the media. So he just sat in the locker room the whole time. And we just sit there and talk, and it's interesting stuff that you talk to players about. But he hated American food. He's like, everything has too much flavor. I just want a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper on my chicken. I don't need all this other stuff. What's going on? Everything tastes too much. And those are the unique differences. But you find it very strange how difficult it is to acclimate to a new area where everything is totally different than anything you're used to. And yeah, it's just different.
Sometimes the jokes write themselves. It's fine.
What's
too much flavor with as much turmoil, I guess, that was in the locker room this past season, be it Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, some of those different things. Do you think there was any? Let me rephrase it. With all of the turmoil that was surrounding the Sacramento Kings last season, do you think there was any dissension in that locker room?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there were definitely, I've never gone through a season where there was players only, coaches only, starters only. Yeah, all of these different types of meetings. I don't think there was dissension as much as I just don't think anyone could get on the same page. And, again, I think that there's always a weird dynamic when you bring in certain types of players. And, when the Kings brought in Vince Carter would just ended up being it was he was practicing for his media career. He would just sit in his locker and hold fireside chats with the media. And I think the other players, especially there's a lot of young players on that roster, they appreciated that because it drew the attention away from them and allowed them to slip out the side door so they didn't have to sit there and talk to everybody. But I think DeMar was very different this year having in the locker room because there's a certain amount of respect that every player in the league has for a player like DeMar, who's going to be a Hall of Famer, who's been a 6-time All-Star, who's, in the top 25 all-time scoring and all that stuff. But at the same time, I think a lot of players struggled with the fact that he didn't fit with the actual play style on the court. And so we did see a couple of moments where, not in the locker room where we saw stuff, but certainly, Trey Lyles and him getting into it on the bench, and other players, kind of having some concerns just about the general direction and where the team was going. But I don't think that this, again, everybody liked each other. Everybody has a lot of respect for each other. Everybody gets, sort of the hierarchy in a locker room, which is always interesting. But, everybody gets that De'Aaron Fox was the best player on the team, and that Domantas Sabonis was someone that everyone could go to. And that's just kind of the style of the locker room. And I've said this in the past, but I always enjoy like walking into the locker room and seeing how they've built the lockers, like whose locker is next to who, because that is always really telling too. And it's not because players like each other or not, but it's, let's put player X by these two star level players because we want them to have conversations with him all the time, or we want to put a different group of players in the middle of the locker room. Always interesting to see how NBA locker room is established.
Last year, to be honest with you, I felt like the coaches might have had some dissension.
Mm-hmm.
And that had a trickle-down effect. Not that the players disliked anybody, but
I feel it.
Yeah, I've it's not the NBA, but I've been in those situations where the coaches are just not getting along and not on the same page. And as a player, you sit there and you're like, this is a mess. It feels like this is a mess. Like our leaders can't even agree on something or trust each other. And yeah, that's got to be a little tough for those players. If that's
I don't think that was the issue at all when Mike was there.
No.
Yeah, because Mike has a clear, like, he brought in his people, right? And there was a clear hierarchy. There's a clear, like, who does what, and like who has what tasks. Again, I think he had been an NBA head coach for so long, and an assistant for so long, that he definitely knows who to delegate to and how he wanted to delegate. I think there might have been some questions like early on, and I certainly had questions early on, and then by midseason, I think they bore out totally about like making Luke Laux your front line defensive coach when he had always been known as an offensive coach, right? And so I think that was strange. And it played out in a really bad way because I think that the team struggled defensively and didn't, even though Mike was known as a defensive coach, they weren't ever able to really wrap their head around their defensive issues, like defending the three. But then when Mike left, I do think that there was a certain amount of just uneasiness because they didn't, the ownership and management, they didn't go to like a straight line. Okay, Jay Triano is the next guy because Jay's been in the league the longest, or been with the team the longest, or has the highest role on the team. So when you inserted Doug, there was a certain amount of, okay, this is different, and this isn't what a lot of people expected. But I'd also say, like, by that point, quite a few of Mike's guys were gone. And, again, Luke Laux left during the season, but you remember the summer before, Dutch Gately left and Jordi Fernandez left and Dolkey's left. And so you had all of these coaches kind of leave, and there were newer coaches that were inside that room. And like, look, at a certain amount of time, I think Doug knew he was dealing with a lot of Mike's guys, and that's not an easy situation to work with. You should be allowed in the NBA to hire your own staff, to hire people you're comfortable with, and you shouldn't just hire a bunch of your friends. You should bring in good, smart minds that know the game and that can help you and can kind of like fill in the voids of your deficiencies. But I don't think that that Doug had that opportunity during the season. He did not have that opportunity to add to the staff at all. And then they were playing way shorthanded. They had lost Mike and then, of course, bumped Doug up, but then they didn't replace Doug. And then they lost Luke and didn't replace Luke. And then, you just had this uneasiness, and that led, I think, a lot to Doug just taking on most of what was happening on his own shoulders, because ultimately it was going to be his neck on the line. And that's not an easy thing to do. Like, an NBA team is like running a very big business, and it's just not easy. There's so many elements to it.
Jordy left after the second season, right? After the season they lost to the Pelicans. So that was the year Mike was negotiating his contract. Was there any, do you think, was that a conversation at all that you're aware of, James, about, because clearly someone somewhere was uncertain about Mike Brown. Was there any conversation about, hey, maybe we should try to keep Jordy, and maybe we're not feeling Mike. Maybe Jordy's the guy for us.
I never heard that at all. Like I never once heard Jordy Fernandez as a potential head coach. In fact, I think that like there was a higher likelihood that Doug would have just been made the head coach last summer if they would have like parted ways with Mike early. Yeah.
Okay.
So like everything I know of the situation, again, Jordy is well liked, but he wasn't they already knew that Jordy was leaving. They had a good idea like at the end of last season that people were very, very interested in Jordy, and Jordy had had a bunch of interviews a year before. And I think it was the Toronto job, right? Where I think a lot of people thought Jordy was getting the Toronto job. So you'd almost prepared yourself for Jordy to leave. And there's also this saying, Jordy is a Mike guy, right? And so again, Mike found Jordy. He hired him as his son's trainer and then brought him. And then the Cleveland Cavaliers came to Mike and said, hey, we were watching this Jordy kid work with your kid, and we'd like to hire him on the staff. Can you bring him on? And he said, okay, that's fine. I mean, he was like Mike's personal assistant for and his son's trainer. So Jordy was not going to step up and say, hey, why don't you go ahead and give me Mike's job and just fire the guy? And no one else did, but that's not what, Jordy would have had a more difficult time because he was one of Mike's like closest NBA friends.
Sure. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball, more NBA basketball with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Yeah, Doug has a lot of friends in ownership and the front office. I mean, like management of the team. I mean, he's a Kings lifer, but also, he came back and he worked the TV side and was always a pro and was excellent at his job, both pre and post game, and work in the when he got elevated to being the lead analyst. And he was always a pro with Jerry. And like it always said a million times over, Jerry gets to do this until Jerry doesn't want to do this anymore. I'm not pushing Jerry Reynolds out the door at all. So they ended up doing a 3-man broadcast. They ended up having Doug fill in for like 10 to 15 games a year. But also it was Jerry's decision to step aside. And yeah, Doug was great on TV. He was very, very good on TV, and he was great to work with. Yeah. Well, and Tony, to this point too, like, yeah, he worked with Grant, but also, Doug is a guy who studies and works really, really hard, but he also listens and tries to get better. And Grant, for all of his faults, was actually a really good mentor for Doug, and taught Doug a lot about the analyst side of the game. You can even go back and watch, and Grant would put his arm on Doug and say, hold on, let the crowd talk, now go, and pull his hand back, and Doug would shoot up out of his seat. And again, like there are things about Grant Napier that were actually very good. Just he's a bad word here in Sacramento now. Yeah, I agree with this too. And like Doug carries with him like this little green notebook. And he's left-handed. He writes in the notebook the entire time. He takes a ton of notes, and he's always trying to get better. Like his game prep was spectacular. Yeah, like Now, this is where things get embarrassing, like realistically. And it's even worse than people think, like whether it's on his podcast or whatever he does. I don't know what Grant does, but yeah, he's always, yeah, it's not good. There's a lot behind the scenes too.
Shows true colors.
Yeah.
Things don't go his way, and then so
yeah.
James, you got any thoughts on the Women's College World Series? Texas Tech versus Texas. I'm actually looking forward to it.
No, I did. Was it Texas?
Hang on, James. Go ahead, James. He was just about to unleash a fire take on the College World Series.
I'm sitting on the edge of my chair.
Wait, did you say the softball or baseball?
Yeah, softball.
No, I did see the 3-run walk-off the other day. That was impressive. But no, I haven't been watching.
That was Oklahoma and
Tennessee, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been watching. It was Oklahoma with the walk-off, right?
That was the one where Kenny and I were in the middle of a conversation, and I catch out of the corner of my eye what happened, but I'm not sure exactly what happened, and I'm trying not to screw up our conversation. But the girl is running around the bases, and I'm like, just up through. What the hell just happened?
Yeah, 3-run shot.
And then, of course, we get to commercial, and they cut to like PTI or something.
No post game.
Like, man, what just happened?
Oklahoma was going for, I think I read, their 5th straight national championship before they lost to Texas Tech, who's the team of the hour right now. Red Raiders.
And they have Langalier's sister, right? A's catcher, Shea Langalier's sister's on that team.
The one in 18 in their last 19 game A's, that one?
No, they're 1 in 19 in their last 20. Excuse me.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
It's awful.
11, then they beat the Phillies and they've lost 8. Yeah. I went off on that today. I got to be honest. Like there's a switch that hits around the 6th inning where they just go, okay, that's as far as we go to today. And they just give the game away. And
do you think people
really tough
will stop going?
No, there's still going to be the nostalgia this summer. But like you can't be that bad. Again, like the A's have the 2nd worst run differential in Major League Baseball. And the team that has the worst has 10 wins. Like the Rockies are so bad. But
the Rockies are awful.
I think their run differential is like negative 183. And the A's are creeping up. Their run differential is like negative 149 or something like that. I'd say my biggest issue too is it's not that you lost 19 out of 20. It's that in 11 of those games they've given up 9 runs or more. And so it's just you just can't compete at all when it's like that. And like watching last night's game, like I was yelling at the TV, like how do you hit somebody on a 1-0 count with the bases loaded? Like the dude got an RBI for getting hit by a pitch. Like, and you did that. And the next guy coming up is one of the great bases loaded hitters in the game. The guy's batting like 455 for his career with the bases loaded with 5 grand slams. And you hit the guy in front of him. And not even like, a brush back. No, you just lost it and hit the guy. Like the lack of execution. They had a starter the other day who's like a veteran, Springs. He walked 6 guys and couldn't get he couldn't get an out in the 3rd inning. How do you walk 6 guys? Like it was just tough to watch.
I know a lot of people will say, they're going through something unprecedented and, it's distracting what's going on. These guys got to be better. These A's players, forgive me if I'm just not being sympathetic to having to play in a minor league park or whatever. You guys got to be better. Like what James is talking about is stuff that doesn't have anything to do with where your home games are. This is just paying attention and being locked into what you're doing and executing. And I don't care if you're playing on Mars. You shouldn't be one of your last 19. That's ridiculous. The majority of those games are probably on the road. So what are we doing here? Got to be better than that.
Yeah, I agree. It has nothing to do with the park. Absolutely. Like what I watched yesterday, and I watch a lot of A's games. I do. But what I watched yesterday was just so infuriating. It's like you're down 2 runs in the 6th inning and you got to run across and you got guys in first and third and you don't pinch hit for a guy who's, batting 200 and just got called up from the minors and playing center field and isn't known as a hitter. And he sits there and watches strike 3 and, it's a young hitter. I don't blame him for watching strike 3. You don't have anyone on your bench that you can pinch hit in that situation, trying to get the runs across to get back in the game. It was just really, really weird to watch. And in the 6th inning, like you're running out of time. You just gave up. You had a 2-1 lead and gave up 4 runs or 5 runs in the previous inning. Like you got to get back in it. And they got 1 run across, but that was it. And just really tough to watch.
1 through 10, Hammer, level of excitement for the start of the NBA Finals tomorrow for the series.
Oh, I think like an 8. Yeah,
Yes.
like I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Like I'm excited to see Tyrese Halliburton play in the finals. I'm excited to see if Oklahoma is as good as I think they are. Like there's a lot to this. Like we all, we've watched the playoffs and seen how this has kind of gone, but I want to see if this team is good, and if they're like ascending like I think they are. And I want to see if the Pacers have anything for them. I don't think this is going to be a sweep. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong, but I think this is like probably OKC in 6. But it could go quicker than that. I do think OKC wins, but would I be shocked if Indiana wins? Nope, I wouldn't.
I think Indiana's got a real shot, man. I like the way they're playing. I like their team. I'm picking OKC to win because I think they're the championship level team and I respect what they've done, but I'm not dismissing Indiana, man. They've got a real shot not only to win some games, but win this series if a couple games go their way.
Yeah. I mean, I think they'll have a game or two where they just go, they go nitro and, have one of those games where they shoot 55% or 60% from the field and everyone's like, what in the world is happening? But I also like just watching the way that OKC has been able to change their defensive schemes and just take away everything from every team that they've played is really, really impressive, And we did see them lose by 40 to the Timberwolves or 35, whatever it was. It can happen.
That's one of those weird things, though, where like Oklahoma City's defense is so good, it overshadows the fact their offense does not suck.
No.
It's not like this is a one, it's not a one-trick pony. Like they can play both sides of the ball really well, which is a big reason that Indiana is here. Well, Oklahoma City, especially on the defensive level, does it at a much, or on the defensive side, does it at a much higher level than Indiana does.
Yeah.
Indiana went from awful to like, hey, they're like middle of the tier, middle of the pack, and OKC just was great.
Right.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal. Yeah.
And I think with OKC, like their 2 primary scorers, they're just such high like efficiency players. Shea is so incredibly efficient, and so is Jalen Williams. And then I think Chet Holmgren has been just completely overlooked for what he's done here, getting up to like 18 to 20 points in most games.
I think he's the best player. I think he's better than Jalen Williams. Yeah, Chet is. Yeah.
Well, we'll see when it's all said and done, but definitely defensively, he's incredible. But then again, Jalen Williams, first team All NBA defender. So, or was he second? He was second team. Lou Dort was first team. I mean, like, look, this team is built not only to compete, and to win championships, but I think the other thing that we kind of talked about, I think it was on Monday on the Insiders, is that so many of the other teams are built to beat a specific team, and they're just not built that way. They're built to beat everybody. Like we see the Knicks, they were so focused on beating the Celtics that they built this team specifically to stop Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And then they get to the conference finals and they've already beat Boston, and all of a sudden you're faced with Indiana, and Indiana's not anywhere. They're just totally different than the Celtics, and the Knicks just never figured out how to defend them. I think OKC is like uniquely built to defend any team in the league, and their offense is very predicated on, two players going crazy and then guys like Chet crashing the glass and getting easy buckets, or hitting a couple of threes here and there that you just didn't expect, and then a bunch of randos who seem to come through in the clutch. So just a really, really well designed team, but a team that, again, I don't think they have an equal in how they're able to defend and the ways that they're able to change everything on the fly and take away different aspects of the game.
I wonder if I feel like we ask some version of this question like year after year, given the fact that I think we've talked about 7 straight years there won't be a repeat champion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And after it feeling like so many years, it was the Chicagos and then Houston and then Chicago and the Lakers and the Spurs and teams, and maybe the Spurs didn't win a bunch in a row, but they won a bunch in short order. Then you had the Warriors and, the LeBron James teams constantly winding up in the NBA finals. And I feel like we're constantly asking some version of the super team question. And we look at like aprons and salary cap restrictions and all of that stuff. But when you look at, I don't know that the Knicks were ever constituted as a super team, or I don't know that those players were ever at the level where that was named the super team. But you look at what they just went through and the coaching changes that they're making, and then you look at the way that the Indiana Pacers came together, and you look at the way the Oklahoma City Thunder came together. These two teams came together in two very, very different ways, but they came together in very effective ways. And you wonder, I feel like the answer is no, but you wonder, like, do teams start looking at what they did, particularly Indiana, because I feel like that's far more repeatable than what Oklahoma City did. If they start looking at it like this is the blueprint for how you build a basketball team, and less of give me Anthony Davis and LeBron James and name third superstar here or whatever.
I also think, okay, so a couple of things. Number one, I agree that it's very difficult to build a team like OKC because no one else has Sam Presti. And I know that seems weird that a general manager can mean so much, but in the last 12 seasons, he's got 3 different MVPs that he drafted. And even, a fourth that he drafted that didn't finish with them, right? Who got an MVP in James Harden with a different team. Like, he's been able to build something that's sustainable and crazy. And even when they do take a dip for 1 or 2 years, they come right back. And all of a sudden, they're just a new version of themselves. And it's really difficult to accumulate the assets like he does. I feel like teams around the league, they just call up the Thunder because the Thunder always have cap space. They always have room under the luxury tax. They can always take on another salary, and they'll always take on one of your first round picks. Like, they have no problems like generating this wealth that continues. And they still have a bunch of first-round picks, right? But I do think the Indiana Pacers, they are built unique. But, there are other teams that could have, like, again, the Sacramento Kings could have had Pascal Siakam.
Well, I don't think they're built unique. I think they were built effectively.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I'd also say I think when you bring up LeBron and those, I think we're getting to an age where we have to start looking at those guys as like the old guys and not like who they were. And so super teams, we can have like an aging super team. But a lot of these teams that are being assembled right now, they are super teams. They're just with younger stars. And, again, Cat is a star. Is he a superstar? No, I don't think, but he's a star level player. Jalen Brunson, star level player, maybe even a little bit better than that. And then you get to Indiana and, again, they've got all-stars. It's not like Tyrese Halliburton has them in an all-star or Pascal Siakam has them in an all-star. They just aren't your household names, and I think we need to start recalibrating what our new household names are in the NBA. But I also think that team is well built. But I would have liked to have seen what the Kings look like with Pascal Siakam, and whether that would have had the Kings in a similar situation if they would have pulled the trigger on a big deal a couple of years ago.
That Indiana build, while I agree with you, it's built like a team. It feels pretty difficult to replicate. And what I mean by that is every single thing around the margins that they did hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nembhard, a second rounder, hit.
Mm-hmm.
Neesmith, somebody nobody wanted.
But Nembhard had shown he was good, though, no? Like I thought Nembhard had shown he was better than your average second rounder.
It was good, but he won games for Indiana.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So Neesmith, who like identifying a Neesmith, like off the top of your head, we don't get paid to do this, but who's an Aaron Neesmith right now? This guy, like you know who it might be, and I don't think he is, but this is what Aaron Neesmith was. Is Johnny Davis? Remember him out of Wisconsin, got drafted by the Wizards, who has just looked like a bust.
Yeah,
and it's like the Kings getting Johnny Davis and him scoring 30 in the conference finals in 3 years. You know what I mean? Like that's what Indiana's been able to do, and it's a testament to them. Their scouting and their front office, but I just think about guys like that, like finding another Aaron Neesmith to help you out, finding a TJ McConnell to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
That seems tougher than KD wants out. Let's go get him, you know, but I love it because there's different ways to be successful. You can do it OKC's way, or you can do it the Knicks way, or you can do it LeBron super team way, or you could do it like the Pacers did.
Well, I would also look back at the original Beam team. Again, the Kings traded for Domas this season before, and then Fox got hurt. But they also traded in that the Marvin Bagley deal. They picked up Trey Lyles, right? Like, look at how every single move that they made from that trade deadline to the start of that season worked out. The Kevin Huerter trade. Kevin Huerter has the best season of his career. Keegan Murray, they draft with the 4th pick. He ends up setting the rookie record for most 3-pointers. Malik Monk goes from a journeyman vagabond looking for a home to a guy who blows up and becomes a 6th man. Trey Lyles becomes an extremely valuable member of that group. So they had one of those moments too, where every single thing hit, they just stopped.
They found Terrence Davis.
Yeah.
Terrence Davis is playing in games 6 and 7 with your season on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'd found him the year before, right? They had found Terrence Davis. Yeah, there are teams that find that sort of kismet moment and put something together that you didn't expect. I mean, they had the highest offensive rating in the history of the game in that first year, and you just expected it to grow, and instead you didn't water the plant.
The rest of the league did. The rest of the league were like, hey, that looks fun. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everyone was doing what the Kings did the year before, including Indiana.
Like James said, they had the greatest office ... in the history of the league.
Yeah, that's what James told 95.7.
Ain't that the truth? Yep. I even said ...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks for the quote. Yeah. Hey, look, Bobby Hill here. He has in the chat. Sorry, not that one. Yeah. Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, Sadiq Bey, Corey Kispert, those are guys that might be undervalued that work somewhere else. If you could get your hands on a guy like Moses Moody, maybe he's a guy that it steps up and becomes something better than what he has been able to show with the Warriors. There are players like this all over the league that are just underutilized, guys that have been working really hard to get better. We keep meaning to have a discussion about the Denver Nuggets, but there's a guy like Zeke and Najee that just can't get off the bench anymore. And so there are players around the league that I think are undervalued, and that's kind of where you have to live if you're the Kings. You need to find those guys, especially this year, where you're in a year of transition with a new head coach and new management, and you need to figure out a direction, and you need to find the leader of your squad. And so this is where you have to be really good at mining for talent.
But it's not just finding guys that are undervalued. It's finding guys that are undervalued and getting the most out of them.
Yeah.
And that's something that the Pacers have been brilliant at, and the Sacramento Kings have never been good at.
Except for that 1 year, that was my point. Again, I think they did utilize, Malik Monk in a new way that made him a sixth man of the year, where he hadn't been before. And Kevin Huerter, where all of a sudden he was your third leading scorer, and Keegan Murray, where, he just came in, was phenomenal as a rookie. Like, they did find a bunch of pieces that they could utilize.
Malik was Neesmith.
Yeah.
He was a top 10 pick, top 11 pick in the draft, and looked like a bust, and then comes here and has a career year.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
And that's a conversation we've kind of put off this week, but there probably is a conversation that should be had about Malik.
No, I've put it off for a reason.
Okay.
No, it's not going anywhere. No,
I'm not suggesting he needs to go anywhere.
He should be everybody else but Malik.
Well,
get 11 out of here. We'll get 10 in. They can both go. 0 stay. But no, you're right. You're right. I mean,
and it's not like should he be traded? It's more like what's next.
Mm-hmm.
There was
what do you expect out of him?
Re-signing. There was coming off the bench. There was starting. There was back to coming off the bench, and it's like, okay, well, what now? Like, what are we gonna do now? And
yeah, I mean, your general manager came out and said on day one, "I need a new point guard."
I mean,
snuck
him back on the bench.
I think the head coach said that too in his own roundabout way of, I don't know. James didn't ask me. Literally blamed James for us not knowing that Malik Monk wasn't starting. Like, James, you didn't ask. I might have told you. Doug, you wasn't going to tell us.
No.
All right. We'll have the Malik Monk conversation tomorrow. There's not enough time to have that conversation today. But we'll talk Malik Monk tomorrow. We'll talk the start of the NBA Finals tomorrow as well. The wait is over. OKC and Indiana take the first step to crowning a champion tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Game 1 finally.
It's going to be a good series, man.
Night.
It's going to be a really good series.
I think so, too.
It's going to be a really good series.
I think it's going to be fun. Yep.
Yeah, man. So we'll get you ready for that, man. We'll break it all down. As always, we're going to head over to 102.5 right now. We got some business to attend over there if you want to join us. If not, make sure you're locked back in here beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Sacramento A's. Get a win.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Joe Brazil will be on.
Manny don't even call. Manny don't even call no more.
Wow, Manny.
Katrina, you need to start calling.
Wow.
Sweet.
All right, y'all. We have got work to do. So we've got to hit a couple buttons and switch stations. Love y'all, man. See you tomorrow.